Well, holy shirts and pants. We are live. We're not even doing the countdown, which I know people love to hate the countdown. Deal with it, but deal with this, guys. News is finally broken with the MLB trade deadline here, specifically for the Baltimore Orioles. The first move has happened. We got me, Kevin, Zach in here. And before I let you guys in, Zach and Kevin, on some initial thoughts, the Orioles got a pitcher. It's not the one that anyone expected so far. Trevor Rogers from the Miami Marlins is coming to Baltimore, but I think the bigger thing is who is going to Miami. And right now that's Connor, Norby, and Kyle Stowers. You guys blew up my chat, Kevin and Zach, blew it up. I mean, I think the words were wow, whoa. I think I saw someone said, Ryan, this is good. I don't know if this is good, but things are happening. Initial thoughts and reactions.
This one's a bit of a head scratcher to me. It's obviously nothing against Trevor Rogers, but I do think it's the package they get, where Zach and I have been talking about it really ever since Mateo went down. It's just felt like Norby had a place, and now we're going to talk about the roster looks like. But giving up Norby and Stowers, I mean, we know pitching's at a premium. We know that you have to give up something to get something. And again, I think Rogers fits the bill a little bit of what they need, but I was just expecting the package to be less. I was expecting Stowers to be the headliner of any potential trade. Wasn't really expecting Norby to see them both go in the same trade for, again, I know everybody's talking about Tanner Scott, and it's a different Marlins pitcher here. And we'll get into, who the Orioles actually got and what his stats are, his splits and whatnot. The Orioles need a pitching. They got it. We've seen these pitcher deals. I mean, look, everybody was flaming the Astros yesterday for getting Kikuchi and giving up their number 2, number 5, and someone else. But to me, I just feel like this was a bit of an overpay for the Orioles, but sometimes you have to do that in order to get pitching, and especially in a market right now where everybody's looking for it. So not the biggest fan of this move, but as I've said, you have to give up something to get something. But the Orioles certainly gave up a lot here.
Certainly. And Zach, before I let you go into that, we're doing this live. So now the trade deadline show has started for everyone. We were going to wait till 3, but news does not wait for us, and nor should it. So we are running this through the deadline here tonight through 7 o'clock. Man, Kevin, you get the middle spot now.
All right. I'll get fine. You get the middle.
Thank you. Yeah. Get your head out of there. Appreciate it. No, but in all seriousness, we're going to run this. And actually, for those that don't know, just doing some live studio work with the podcast. Gary Williams Stole My Lawn Furniture. And actually, Brad Brach is joining at 2:30 with the Gary Williams crew here. In that case, Kevin's going to hop in his car, get down to studio so we can continue to talk about what's happening here. If you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. And we have the other streams on here, Kevin and Zach Reacts. The Gary Williams Stole My Lawn Furniture's there. The Ryan Ripken Show, this is the main channel here. Hey, how you doing? I'm Ryan. So let's go into this. So, Zach, for them to make a move here, and we're looking at the prices of it. So if you're thinking about this, what the hell price would have been for Skubal? I'll give my take last, and then for this deal. But Zach, your initial reaction here on what has Birdland, at least in this chat here. I haven't seen this chat popping like this in rage in probably since I said the O's were fine after losing 5 in a row.
I feel like that Michael Scott meme in that moment where he just starts pounding on his table, screaming, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. What is this? Shocked, stunned, just panic. It seems like the team, and it was dictated by the market. I'm not going to say, like you brought up earlier, Kikuchi yesterday, everyone talked about wholly overpay. Today, Trevor Rogers, wholly overpay. We've said this before. Every single team overpays at the deadline. Everything's an overpay, but I do not like this one. I understand he has 2 years of control. I understand he's 26 years old. He's a 6'5" lefty. The Orioles love, I guess, his build, something about him. They must see something, but to lose, if it was just Norby or just Stowers, I'd be like, okay. Okay. But when I found out it was both, that was tough. That was, I did not expect that. I did not expect that at all. It felt like it was more of a long-term trade than it is a in this moment, if you get what I mean. I think he was available. They were listening for him, meaning the Marlins, and the Orioles saw an opportunity to help them long term because we've already talked about they don't have guys down the road in the starting rotation, and especially after Cade Povich's outing last night, they wanted to get a lefty in that rotation for sure. But I would be lying if I said I was thrilled about this one. I kind of hate it in the moment.
All right. And I get it. I understand everyone's opinions and feels. And guess what? Just for this case, because I like it better when we can have our faces not as big. Whoa, especially Kevin's head back there. You look good, though, Kevin. You're a good kid.
All right.
Let me give – you are a good kid most of the time. Let me give you a little bit of perspective on this. So I don't think it's as bad as a trade as the initial reaction, and here's why. I think the value of it is, how do you value guys? Some people would say Connor Norby is a top 5, top 4 prospect, or on another team he could be top 3 because of how talented the Orioles are. So if you're basing it off of that, you feel it's steep. But if you're basing it off that Trevor Rogers can get back to an all-star form here, which he had in 2021 at age 23, where he had a 2.64 ERA, then you start to say, Kenny, now the last couple years hasn't been pretty. 2022, rough year in a full season. He injury plagued in 2023. Now he's trying to battle back. So the Orioles are banking here that Trevor Rogers is going to be on the up and up. And then the other fact is he's under team control until 2027, where he'd be a free agent. So that's where the thought is. Kyle Stowers, it depends on how you want to value him. Some people are trying to think, is he an everyday big leaguer, or is he a guy that's a versatile fourth outfielder? And I love Stowers. Stowers is one of the best guys as well. So you just are trying to put that together. I think, guys, it just reaffirms the opinion of how damn expensive this trade deadline is. And if you want a guy like Scooble, can you imagine what they would want? Could you imagine what they would want? So what it means right now, it means that the Orioles are going to have a starter to their rotation. Rogers is going to be locked in for the rest of the season. All right, you can check that off the list. The Orioles, then, it's opening up a spot for a bat to come up. Is it going to be a Jackson? Are they going to make another move? What you got, Kevin?
They actually we're getting reports that it's going to be Vavra that's coming up.
Yeah. They're in.
So you Norby out, Vavra in. So we can react to that as well.
Do we have a tweet of that so that I can pull up?
Zach, do you have it? Do you want me to get it?
I do not have it.
I'll get it.
I have Taylor Rogers' StatCast that has been
I'll get the
viral as well.
So
here we go.
That is shocking to me, but I don't think that that's a long-term move here.
Oh, no, I think we all know
we know the guy. We know.
I think we all know who's coming up for second base.
Yeah.
Ryan, I'm going to pull up Trevor Rogers 2024. First that, yes.
Yep. So there it is. Rock is hearing that Terrin Vavra is coming to Baltimore with Connor Norby's exit. #Orioles. And again, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. It's the Ryan Ripken Show trade deadline special here. But we have Kevin and Zach react on here at 2:30. We're having the Gary Williams Stole My Lawn Furniture join us. And Brad Brach, former Oriole, is going to join to talk about the trade deadline, this experience, because he knows a thing or two about that time. And right now it is chaotic. Kevin's got his finger up for something. You're either scratching your mustache.
Well, no,
or you got
I
something
do.
to say.
You mentioned Kevin and Zach reacts, and we have almost 500 people watching on the Ryan Ripken Show channel right now, which is absolutely incredible. Obviously, we're going to have this deadline stream going all up through and past the deadline, so you want to keep it locked on here. But also, we did launch the Kevin and Zach Reacts channel as well. So for those who are watching on the Ryan Ripken Show channel, if you do want more post-game analysis, trade analysis, be sure to go subscribe over there as well. We have it cross-streaming. The link is in the chat, so I'll pull it up here once it ends up sending. But we're doing big things here in the Ryan Ripken Media Empire. So we have this, of course, Ryan Ripken Show Mondays and Thursdays. You want to tune in for that. Had a great episode yesterday. Had Talking Jake on. Yankees making a move as well from Mark Leiter, so we'll get into that as well. But
yep, we got to react to that one.
Yeah, trying to get to 1,000 subs to start. So if you're watching on the Ryan Ripken Show, keep watching. But again, head over and subscribe to Kevin and Zach React because we'll be doing a bunch of more content over there too. How was that?
That was great, Kevin. I am proud of you.
Look
man.
at that.
Look at that.
Look
He's
at that.
fired up. The fish are fed behind him, and Birdland is ready to rock and roll here. So, look, the other part here, the emphasis, the Orioles starting rotation for next year is in turmoil. So keep in mind, the guys that they just brought in, Eflin and Trevor Rogers, are going to be in that rotation for next year, guaranteed. Not knowing what's going to happen with Corbin Burns. Kyle Bradish is going to take some time to recover, as well as Tyler Wells. What does it mean for John Means? So you're getting the point here. You're looking at the future. I know a lot of people are upset with it. I want to go to this case. I'm very happy for Connor Norby and Kyle Stowers. Yes. I'm very happy that they're going to get an opportunity on one of the worst teams, where when you're on a terrible team, it's the best opportunity to have, because you're going to have every opportunity to go out there and see if you can sink or swim. Now, the hardest thing is when you're playing on a bad team, can you keep up, right? But for guys that are going to be hungry to prove that they're big league players, it's tremendous. And for a guy like Norby, he's waited for a chance to be a big leaguer every single day. I think he's going to prove the Marlins right, and I hope for Stowers he does as well. So that's a move right now. The Orioles bolstering the rotation. So if we set it at this moment, it's going to be Corbin Burns, Grayson Rodriguez, Dean Kramer, Trevor Rogers, and Zach Eflin is the group that I think rounds it out. Albert Suarez is going to the pen. Cole Irvin will stay in the pen. And guys, I don't think the Orioles are done. I think that they have more moves, and I want people to understand this for a second. I love Vav. Vav was one of those guys I spent during the COVID spring training where we were all in a close spot down there in Sarasota. Unbelievable dude. Had some very unfortunate injuries over the years and kind of fallen out of the place for the Orioles. I think unfortunately for him, it's just a placing at the moment if he's coming up. I don't see Taryn as a guy that has a full role at this moment. It makes it seem like it's the Orioles are going to try to acquire one more maybe veteran bat, or they're going to let a Jackson or a Mayo in the future come up. I think that that's kind of what it is. And for those that are saying, how about this, or why didn't Tanner Scott come in the deal? So you wonder. The one word out of the rumors here, and I know everyone likes to use their sources. First off, don't believe every single source. That's why I hate being that guy that goes out there and says, well, sources say. Well, sources said the Phillies were going to get Cedric Mullins, and they got Austin Hayes instead, right? That's the reality of it. But what is true is Tanner Scott and is a guy that is the highest leverage reliever that is on the market at the moment. It's going to take a lot to get him. So if they just got Rogers for this, what do you think the asking price was for a guy that's having a career year and a great bullpen piece, what that could have been? And clearly the Orioles were not satisfied with doing that. But it does, guys, erase it. I think the Orioles then in this case, you can count out Blake Snell. I didn't think that they were going to make a move anyway. I think that they're done on the starting pitching side of this. Am I losing my mind with this?
No, yeah, I think you're right. I think we'll see hopefully a bullpen arm and maybe another bat here. I mean, it feels, with Norby out, does this maybe, I don't really want to say it, maybe like skews the view on like what Mateo's timeline is, because we just don't know right now.
Right.
But if they felt confident enough trading Norby here, who I think could have played a huge role for them down the stretch, especially with Mateo being out, do they have another infielder in mind who, because we've been talking about, they need this outfielder and they need this guy, but are they going to stick with Pache as their 5? And then are they going to go get an infielder instead? I see Zach shaking his head over there. And I'm just like, I see you, man. But I don't know. I think this infield now trumps outfield to me. I don't know. I feel like they chose. I can still see him getting an outfielder, but maybe it's more of an infield outside type player. The thing that makes this so confusing, though, is Norby can also play the outfield. So that's where I'm like, okay, what are we doing here?
Yeah, go ahead.
They need another outfielder.
I'm not saying they don't. I'm not saying they don't.
I don't think they need another infield. We have enough people blocking the infield. I think this getting rid of Norby opens up the opportunity for Jackson Holliday to come up. I've seen a few people talk about maybe Vavra eventually replaces Ramon Arias. I know he is definitely not a fan favorite right now after the past few days. So we're going to see what that goes down there. I want to bring up Trevor Rogers, baseball savant.
Good.
Guys, I'm just going to – it gets ugly. So just warning ahead of time. Not great. Not great. But Orioles love ground balls and extension, and those are the two things he thrives in. Well, I would say those are his two best qualities, as you see down below. I'm not going to sit here and say that this is good. It's hard to say that with a straight face. But at the same time, I understand where the Orioles went with this. Is this the guy I would have gotten? Probably not. No, it wouldn't have been. But I see the Orioles love the ground ball percentage. We've been seeing that. And then the extension, especially at 6'5", I think that's where it intrigues them about this.
Yeah, and that's the part of it, right? Each team has their own metrics of what they're looking at here. Baltimore has their own. And so for Trevor Rogers, this is a bigger thing that I wanted to focus on. The Orioles are banking on a bounce back from Trevor Rogers, who, again, was an all-star in 2021. And in general, for him, he's had to, and I'm trying to look up specifically the injury that he had in 2023, or yeah, it was 2023, his last year. So trying to get back to that form, right? So that's where the Orioles are banking on it. They are banking on this guy, and he has team control. That's the excitement. But right now, numbers-wise, yeah, I can't argue that the numbers are great. And you can see his velo right there is 92 miles an hour. And I saw some people saying, well, is that very similar to Cole Irvin? Very well could be in some cases, but I do think that they are two different pitchers. I think they are different metrics-wise. So I don't know. I don't know what to exactly say, but what I can say on this in general, what can I say to everybody else right now is, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. We want to keep call to action because I see a lot of people excited about trade deadline or angry, however you want to look at it. And I want to thank the donation here earlier on. Can I get back up there? We had so many comments just roll through.
I'm trying to find one too, because someone asked for
I'm trying to scroll and rolling, and it is just guys.
I keep getting scrolled down on because we're getting, which again we love. Keep commenting, keep watching. Really appreciate.
So tomorrow I couldn't pull it up, but I have it up here on the right. Thank you for the donation. Just because we're adding, there it is. Just because we're adding players doesn't mean
you can go to the starred.
If you click start, that's where
you see live and then starred. That's where all the donations are.
That's great. I appreciate it. We learned something new here on the Ryan Ripken Show channel. Hey, Kevin, I appreciate it. You know Chata? Shut up. So anyway, where we're going with this, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. On the Ryan Ripken Show here, we do a live show Monday and Thursday. So Kevin alluded to, we just talked with Talkin' Jake of John Boy Media yesterday. We have a lot of players, analysts that come on the show. We will talk football when the time comes, but everyone is looking for baseball right now. And upcoming here in a few minutes with our friends over at Gary Williams Stole My Lawn Furniture, we have Brad Brach, former Oriole, going to join the show to talk about the trade deadline here, his experiences. And obviously we have Kevin and Zach Reacts, which does every post game for the Orioles, and we'll do it for the Ravens season as well. So to keep it in context, but back to the question here, just because we're adding players doesn't mean they're good additions. Eflin's terrible splits this year when not pitching in Tampa. Rogers has terrible expected numbers. We need to make another move. Well, I think the starting pitching moves are over. I truly think that they're over now. But Zach Eflin is going to have an advantage pitching in Baltimore because of that left field wall. I think that, you got to realize that. And so is Rogers. It changes the dynamic for those pitchers going to Baltimore. The next thing I'd like to say with Eflin, I love that pickup. I think that he has the ability to be the Jordan Montgomery of the trade deadline last year because, yeah, he gave up 10 hits yesterday, but you could have argued he is a pitch or a play or two away right there from giving up no earned runs and going, 6 innings? But the biggest thing was the goose egg with walks. 0 walks. He's going to make guys earn it, and he definitely earned it there. Let's look at the other one, Matt. Using Stowers as a throw-in is bad. What if an outfielder gets injured? All in to avoid the wild card. P.S. Povich is bad this year, and that's okay. He's a rookie. He's got to work on his control. There's no doubt about it. You guys have heard me preach this. I'm talking about you all, meaning Kevin and Zach. It's walks for him. It's walks for Povich. If he can control his pitches, his deception with throwing is elite. The problem is if you walk a lot of guys and then you fall behind, they're going to do a lot of damage to you. So Povich, I think he's fine long-term. He's got to develop. And for Stowers, though, I just think that the Orioles, for Stowers' case, he needed to go because it's in misery to be sitting there. I think he leads AAA in all of home runs for Norfolk. So it's context here. It's context for Kyle. I know it stinks, but I do think it's the best thing for him moving forward. But Oriole fans definitely are holding their value for prospects. You should. One last thing I'll say, these are unproven players at the big league level so far. We think that they can be good, but we don't know. And that's the part that I want people to focus on here. And James, maybe that's the thing. Who do you think they'll go for in the outfield? Again, thank you guys for the donations and questions. We don't fully know. The only one I think that would make sense is a veteran in Pilar. Other than that, I don't think they need to go for another outfielder. I think that they're set in stone. And I think Colton Cowser, guys, that's where we're at here. Yeah. So thank you guys for that. I think we're getting close to having, and I'll check in with our fellas over here. Actually, yeah. I'll take you guys off the mute here. Brooks, are you right there? You doing okay?
Yeah, what's up, boys?
So we're all in here. We're all hanging out. So Brad, I got the link to you. Okay.
I'm checking that now.
Okay. So Brad Brach, if you guys have heard of him, he's one of the Orioles pitchers that was, very established when they were making a run back in those good old days in the 2010s. Is that what it's considered? Are we already 14 years removed? That was 2010.
Early to mid 2010s.
Good old days.
Are we talking good old days already?
It's 7 years ago.
It's great. But if you guys are new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. And the guys right here that are making it possible, Gary Williams stole my lawn furniture. Elite name, by the way, fellas. But Brad's joining. We're all going to join in here and have these things going. And just because we got to let him talk about it. If you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. I see 710 of you tuning in live right now on YouTube. We appreciate you. The Ryan Ripken Show, we do it live Mondays and Thursdays, but we do deadline specials like this where we're going to break down other moves as well. Mark Leiter Jr. is going to the New York Yankees. They're getting help. Guys, have any other moves happened since then? So I know, Kevin, Zach, are we good?
The Diamondbacks got Josh Bell, who was DFA'd by the Marlins because Christian Walker left with an injury, I think, last night.
Yep.
So Bell is to Arizona. And then other than that, we just gotten a report. We talked about it that the Marlins are asking for a gigantic return for Tanner Scott, which we can all assume was true.
That's great. And so this is a great talking point right here. So when everyone says, you think I'm crazy, now I can see you're nuts. Well, that's an Austin Powers reference, Kevin. I know that went. But the biggest thing here is that when you're looking at elite pitchers, and for some of these teams, they want something that they can't refuse. And so don't blame the Orioles here if you're saying, go make the move. The market is showing you that they want you to overpay. And we think that if the Orioles overpaid here to get this player, are other teams going to be willing to do that? I still wanted Estevez from the Angels. I'll say that out loud. I thought that was the guy that the Orioles could have gotten. But so far, he goes to Philly. It's a great move for them. And for batters or position players, it's not a need for Baltimore. It really isn't. So the pitching's going to be in the hot demand, and some of these teams aren't going to move their assets. I want to check in on Kyle Finnegan, though. Zach, go ahead.
Yeah, so a few minutes ago, actually, Gary put up this thing. He said, look at Rogers' last 11 starts. He has been great. So I thought, okay, let me go check out and let me share the screen with you guys real fast. Boom. There we go. So over his last 11 starts, Trevor Rogers, of course, 1-3 record because the Marlins scored him no runs with an ERA of 3.32. So obviously his ERA is inflated over the entire season, but I agree, Gary, over the last 11 starts, he has begun to put it back together and return sort of to that 2021 self. Hey, maybe this is what the Orioles saw. The further we get away from the trade breaking, and I've come to terms with this, that it's happened, I understand where they see this, what the potential they see in, but I'm not going to act like this was I was hoping for, obviously, like most people, that big splash, that all-in kind of move. So you just have to hope Trevor Rogers, gets in the Orioles pitching lab, as we like to call it, and they can figure something out to continue this stretch of 3.32 ERA ball over his last 11 starts.
Yeah, and go ahead, Kev.
I was just going to say, we've been talking a bunch about the uncertainty in the Orioles rotation in the offseason where, we do have to figure out if this team is going to re-sign Corbin Burns, what the situations are with Bradish and Means and Wells and all those guys. So I think part of the process here for the Orioles has been getting guys with at least a year past this one, so not necessarily rental. And I know when we talked about Blake Snell, the conversation that we had last night on Kevin,
Too soon.
Well,
it's still
okay. Well, the conversation we were going to have about that was with his player option. The Giants would argue, "Oh no, it's not a rental. He has the option." And the Orioles or any other team acquiring, we're going to say, "Well, it kind of is in a sense of what that actually is going to look like." So you get Eflin, who's beyond this year. You get Rogers, who obviously has multiple years of control. Again, it was a lot to give up. I'm not trying to sugarcoat that, but for team control, because you can talk about the player, right? The player and how talented the guy is, but team control also has value, and you have to pay for team control, and you have to give up value worth team control. So it is shocking to me still that Norby and Stowers went in the same trade, especially not for a guy like Escobar. I think that's kind of what has everybody, just a little shocked right now. But, at the end of the day, they needed pitching help. They got pitching help. Now the question is, how much of a help is that pitching help going to be?
And one thing I wanted to, again, mention this. Trevor Rogers, when you look at guys that have success, and this is actually what the Orioles did last year, and I know people, it didn't work out, Ryan, with Jack Flaherty. Flaherty has talent, no doubt about it. And people did not in the locker room hate him the way that Baltimore fans view Jack Flaherty. It was a rough situation because he didn't pitch well. He's hard on himself, and you're trying to figure it out. But then you saw Jack Flaherty this year. It looks like he started to figure it out again. He returned to that form that can be a very, very good pitcher. That's what the Orioles think with Trevor Rogers, and that's what I believe is the move there, and you have team control over him. And for them, imagine, I'm looking at other guys, this is not just an Orioles question here or thing. Other teams are dealing with this situation. The only team in my mind that can go and get Scooble is the Baltimore Orioles because they could give the ridiculous offer. I don't think that they're going to. Now the question is going to be, are they going to go and get a closer? Are they going to get a high leverage guy? That's going to be remain to be seen. And we will find out as soon as we get closer. And Don, appreciate you. I also have Rod. I'll get to Rod back here in a second. But with Norby getting traded, thank you again, Don. With Norby getting traded, does that mean Jackson Holliday's getting called up? I don't think that that's the case right now. I think that Jackson, they're trying to get him back playing second base with that elbow. If the Orioles were to see Jackson Holliday, I don't think you see him till September. That's my personal opinion. And Rod, please don't jump off the bridge. Okay? Let's talk you off of it.
Rod.
Come on back.
Don't do it.
The Orioles are fine. Number one. Two, I know it just bothers people left and right, but the biggest thing for everything is understanding for the Orioles is they are in a position where this is upside. Yeah, if things don't work out for Trevor Rogers, you're going to say they didn't do enough, but they just made two moves to bolster their starting rotation. For me, you get one more reliever, you're feeling much better about where they were a week ago than they are now. The biggest thing, guys, and this has nothing to do with moves, you got to play defense. You got to give your pitchers help, and the Orioles defensively have not been good. So if you can get some arms, improve your defense, I think these Orioles bats are going to wake up, and I really think it's going to be a tremendous, tremendous opportunity for some of these guys like Rogers and Eflin to prove that they can do a lot to help these teams. And if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Ryan Ripken Show is live every Monday and Thursday. This is the Ryan Ripken Show channel, but we just launched the Kevin Zach Reacts, which is also attached to this channel. They do post-game lives for every Orioles and Ravens game. There is the link right there. Just started it. We're all part of the same group under the Ryan Ripken Media, so I thank you and appreciate you. And coming up soon, courtesy of our friends right here with Gary Williams, Stole My Lawn Furniture, electric. I need a hat, guys, by the way. But the big thing right now is Brad Brach is joining with them and us in a little bit of time. So that will be exciting for those Oriole fans that remember Brad Brach had a very prominent role with the Orioles and also understands the trade.
Can he still
himself.
pitch?
Can ask him.
I think I'm going. I think someone has to. Like, Brad, like, the closer role is kind of open right now. Like, you know?
Oh, sugar. It's all going to be okay.
He could commentate his own pitches now. You know, you put a mic on him on the mound.
Yeah, because I assume it would be hard to get out of the contract with Masson, so you would have to.
Yeah, I mean, look, helps both sides, right? There you go.
Cool. We'll have the rest of our crew joining us, and Brad's going to join us here in a few minutes. And I want to make one more point here, and I understand people are roasting Craig Kimbrel. I want to stop the Craig Kimbrel slander here. I really do. I understand. I get it. He has blown saves. I understand. He's had moments. But in certain situations, has the defense helped him out over time? No. Has Craig made mistakes? Yes. You are going to need Craig Kimbrel down the stretch. This is not a Craig Kimbrel full issue. The other thing that I think for the Orioles is just they need more high leverage guys. They just need guys that they trust at the back end. And Danny Coulomb was one of those guys that they don't have right now. And that's something that the Orioles are looking for. They want another high leverage reliever that can help solidify on the back end. So that's all I got for that for right now. Appreciate you guys. And if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Again, we're here. Brooks, I think we're getting to the point now over here. So guys, meet the Gary Williams Stole My Lawn Furniture crew. Dust, Brooks, Brian, are you guys all unmuted? You good?
What's up, boys? Can you hear me?
What's up? We can hear.
What's up? Can we hear?
All right. So guys, you made this happen so far where you guys can talk about our guest that's coming on.
Yeah, we got Brad Brach coming on. Thanks to Brett Brach. I'm friends with Brett just from playing against each other in college and kind of put this together for us. But we're going to bring Brad on just to kind of ask him about his experience with the trade deadline. We all remember back in the day when it was Bracco Day and Britton come out of the pen and essentially made it a six inning game for the Orioles there for a little while. And kind of get his perspective on the trade deadline because we pretty much traded all those guys right away at the same time, I should say, to Atlanta. So we're going to kind of get his insight on that and kind of where the Orioles are at the moment and where he thinks or what he's thinking as far as what our needs are in the market. So
Perfect. Well, guess what? Stop traffic. He's behind the scenes right now. You think I should bring him on?
Sure. Let's go
Go with that. All right, let's do it. Let's bring on Brad Brach. Brad, how you doing?
Hey, doing well. How you guys doing?
Good. Welcome. And it's you joined at a very interesting time, Brad, because the Orioles just made a move. A lot of Birdland is losing their minds. Let's start with this. First off, you look great. It's nice. I don't think we've actually ever officially met.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's nice to meet you officially now.
Nice to meet you officially. Let's start with this, and then Brooks, I'll take it to you for the next question. But talk about for you and your situation at the deadline. You understand being at this as a player dealing with this. Can you walk us back to those years back of that moment for you where the Orioles were transitioning and you knew that your opportunity was going to be elsewhere?
You know, it was kind of like a 6 weeks type deal with that season. It was, we kind of knew it just wasn't going to happen. Where for whatever reason that year, it was when the pitching was on, the hitting they weren't doing their thing. And when the hitting was on, we weren't doing our things as pitchers. It was a weird year. And we kind of knew it was kind of weird that all of us were getting close to free agency at the same exact time. So, like I said, it was like kind of the really last 2 weeks before it happened. I was stressed out. I had a young kid and my daughter, and my wife were just trying to like, where's it going to go? Where am I going to? And then you get caught at looking at trade rumors on Twitter, and next thing you know, you've got yourself going this place, and it doesn't happen. It was definitely a stressful time, and I could definitely feel it affecting myself on the field, especially at the time. And when I got traded, it was kind of just a weight off my shoulders. I went to Atlanta, where some of our pitching coaches that were, when I was with the Orioles, were in the Atlanta organization. So were some of the Dom Cheedy and Dave Wallace were in Atlanta when I got there. And basically I got in the manager's office with Alex Anthopoulos, and he's like, "Hey, we got your guys here. They're going to get you right." And he walked out of the room, and I look at Dom, and he's like, "You're fine. Don't worry about it." So from that point on, it was a really good situation. But yeah, it's a stressful thing for the players, just because you're switching cities and then you're going to a place where you don't have an apartment or you're staying at a hotel. It's just a little different than, how it normally is when you're at your home stadium all year long.
Right. And it's just, I love giving the backstory with it, Brad, just because everyone thinks it's always, oh, it's easy. The players move it. There's some chaos to it. And you have an idea, you have an inkling. And coincidentally, your trade that ended up a lot of my teammates, because I was with the Orioles organization. I think I was down in Eloy at the time. So those guys became my teammates for a little bit and became part of it. But this is a part of the business. This is the business part. And right now, Brooks, we're just talking about, let's talk about the business that just happened here, where the Orioles traded some prospects. I think that's where we wanted to go to specifically. They got a player, but people feel uneven. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, not only in the chat right now, but on Twitter, that O's fans are pretty up in arms right now about what we gave up for our recent trade. But we gave up Norby and Stowers, and everybody thinks that's way too much. I just kind of wanted to get your opinion on the Orioles need, what this move means for the Orioles, and do we think this is too much, or is this just what the market is calling for right now?
Hey, who did the Orioles get back? I did not see.
We got Trevor Rogers back.
Trevor Rogers from the Miami Marlins.
I think the Orioles are at the point where they're starting to figure out who they see as the future. And I just don't think they're willing to give up guys who they see true everyday pieces for the future. And I just think maybe Norby and Stowers just kind of fall into the spot of, these guys not going to play every day for us. And if so, we have a glaring need that we want to take care of. And if this gets it done, then, maybe it's kind of one of those things where these guys are going to be better off going to Miami. Maybe they do become superstars, but the Orioles, I think they've done a really good job evaluating their players to this point, and you really can't say anything bad about the player development especially when it comes to the hitter side. And I think if you're an Orioles fan, you kind of just have to understand they've done really well at developing hitters, and they've kind of struggled on the pitching side to this point. At least there's not these top prospects on the pitching side. So maybe not struggle is probably the wrong word, but so they're just, I think they're going to go out there and they're going to use their guys they've developed to get the pitchers that they need to make a run, whether it's, this year, next year. They're hoping the next 5 to 10 years. So I think it's definitely hard when you hear about these guys being, named top prospects, but I've always been told that prospects are prospects for a reason. They're not, if they were big leaguers, they'd be there. They don't just let position player big leaguers walk out the door or get traded at the deadline a lot of times. So I think it will be an interesting move, and bringing in Rogers from Miami, it's definitely helped to get them in the right direction.
Go ahead, Brian.
Hey, Brad, this is Brian Rogers. Nice to meet you. Officially break the ice real quick. Where are you golfing right now? Because it looks fantastic. Looks like you got a bunch of golf clothes on.
Oh, we might be losing
Monmouth
you
County.
for a second. There we go. You're good.
Monmouth County, New Jersey. So it's just here. I came here for a couple of days for a golf outing. So
nice. My question for you in terms of baseball is going to be, what's the sense in the clubhouse? Is there any trepidation? Do people tighten up during the trade deadline period? And by the trade deadline period, I probably mean like the 2 weeks prior.
I think it's one of those things because I remember 14 when I was there, and I was, kind of back and forth between AAA and the big leagues, and we traded for Andrew Miller, and I was so excited. But I remember looking at Tommy Hunter, and we're both like, I don't think all of us are going to be here with him coming over. And I'm like thinking, my job is maybe in jeopardy. It's a weird thing because everybody's all in at this point, and the Orioles are trying to win a World Series, so everybody's all in. but guys might not be there tomorrow because you're making moves. So I don't say tightening up is the thing, but I think you're just you're keeping an eye on it because you are interested and you're kind of like looking around like who's the one that's going to go when this guy gets here. So I think it's kind of like a catch-22 thing because you're obviously excited, but at the same time, the roster is going to be shifted a little bit here and there. And the guys who have been there since April might not be there the rest of the way. So it's definitely one of those things that's a little nerve-wracking at times.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's on people's minds. And actually, Brad had Trey Mancini on because there's Mo Gabbard back on Sunday. So we had Trey on to talk about that. And also, Trey just talked about the moment of, it's all in the back of your mind. You're trying to relax. And he even said Hyder was saying, hey, you gotta try to relax the best you can, but you're human, right? You're not robotic towards it. And all players are the way that they are. Let me ask you this on this case, because you understand of your role of being in the bullpen, right? And it took some time for you to develop that role, it's fair to say. So if you're looking at it right now from the Orioles sense, and I brought up this point, the Orioles don't necessarily have guys and relievers that are in specific roles. Kimbrel's in a role, right? But now there's some blown saves now, and people are saying, well, do you move them out? But can you explain high leverage situations and how you got comfortable in that moment? Because quite frankly, I think that is something that the Orioles need is more guys comfortable in that high leverage moments.
The tricky part about that is the only way to get better at it is in being in more of those spots. But how do you get to those spots? By proving that you are worthy of that spot. So the bullpen's it's a fickle thing because you work so hard to get to an opportunity to be in those high leverage spots, and you can feel the pressure of I need to do well to keep this if I want to continue. But it's just you get more comfortable doing it. I really don't even know how or why I fell into the role when I was with the Orioles. I got better, and I got the trust of Buck and the pitching coaches, and just kind of found myself going from the 6th to the 7th to getting a chance to be the 8th. And then when Zach went down, I was lucky enough to get some chances to be the closer, which is one of the best things in all sports. Being a closer for a team is just the adrenaline rush you get for that is just it's so much fun. And I think I marvel at the guys who've been able to do it for so long, because for me, I noticed when I got to the 9th inning that hitters treated it way different. Even in the 8th inning, I felt like guys were still trying to get there, still trying to hit their home run, but they got to the 9th inning, and all of a sudden it's like these guys are willing to take the single the other way, which they weren't in the 7th and 8th inning. And I'm just like, gosh, they will not give up in at bat when it comes to the 9th inning. That's why those guys get paid what they get paid. And it's one of those things that I once I got to the 9th inning, I struggled with a little bit, and partly why I was more of a 7th, 8th inning guy. So it's one of those things where, the more you do, the better you get, but to get there is like you have to do really well for a while. So it's the way I look at it is that I think every team should have a set closer, and everything kind of just works its way from there. And for the teams I was on, it was like when the phone rang, you knew when you were going in, and the comfortability of that I thought was everything. And the way the teams do it now, because when I was in Chicago with Joe Madden, it was kind of the same thing. He kind of wanted to get you in a slot, but it's really hard to be locked in from the 5th to the 9th inning every single day. And when you kind of know an inning you're going to pitch, I feel like you're able to kind of get your routine down to where like phone rings, you're ready to go. You're already mentally there. And when that phone rings and you don't get that quick adrenaline rush, it really helps you just calm down and kind of look at the outing, pitch by pitch, as opposed to being like rushed to getting to go out there and have to deal with it once you get out on the mound.
Yeah, I find that fascinating. I'm glad you brought that up, that hitters are different in the 9th inning than they are the 7th and 8th. I think everyone's perception on the outside looking in is, well, hey, it's not that hard to close the game out. You have one job. Well, it's the hardest job, at least on that back end of the bullpen, because that's why the elite closers that you had have been around for so long. And that's why it's a tough job to be in, because at the end of the day, you're scratching and clawing. You might have great stuff to get guys out, but then hitters can be more heightened. They're trying to do the little things, and they're going to make you work for each and every at bat and pitch is what you're referring to. And the reason I brought it up is I love that, we got the allegiance. We want to see the Orioles do well, but they don't have established roles. Truly, they don't. Besides the fact that it was Kimbrel and last year it was Batista, they have hybrids. And I think that there's something to knowing a little bit more about what's being asked. And I think that that's something, at least, the Orioles will wait and see how it all plays out. But Tanner Scott, I don't think is coming back to Baltimore, everyone. I think that price range is going to be a little too high. He's having a great year, Brad, by the way. He's shoving down there.
I mean, it was pretty awesome to watch him from afar, getting to face him, being a teammate, just kind of seeing. I don't want to say he struggled with the Orioles early on. It was just, I think he needed to understand. It's kind of like how I felt like early in my career. I just needed to understand who I was as a pitcher, and I just needed to do that really well. And I think for Tanner, he was trying to be something maybe he wasn't until he got comfortable, and then he took off. And I mean, what he is doing now is how I think the Orioles saw him doing when he first came up, because his stuff was second to none. That slider and fastball he had and still has were both such elite pitches that you just did not see it very often, and especially from the left side like him. Strong kid, so you knew he was going to be able to handle the workload, and it's really cool to see him where he's at in his career now.
Yeah, it really is. I'm happy for him, and I'm happy for people taking time to figure it out. And I know people are still mad. Oh, they're professionals getting paid. When you're struggling at any level, it's tough. It stinks. It wears at you individually. Yeah. So that's a point. And Dust, I mean, I wanted to get to your question here in a second, but that last part, it's no one likes to be told that they suck. No one wants to let down a team. No one wants to feel like you're failing. And so when I'm not talking about, Craig Kimbrel got $13 million. What hurts me, I see, is the dude genuinely feels bad. It's like everyone going out there. You think he wants to give it up? Like, Brad, I bet you were like, I gave up a 2-run shot. Amazing. Oh, I'm getting paid. That's not how it works. That's not how you're wired. So
obviously sports is weird, right? Because everybody knows they look up your name and your salary is right there on the screen every single time. It's the only job in the world that you can go and say, oh, this guy's making this money. He should be doing the X, Y, Z. You know what I mean? And there's a value obviously for everybody, but when you're on the field, the money means nothing. Like when you're out on the mound and you are in the middle of the season, you're not thinking about it. It doesn't mean anything. And everybody wants to do well. And when you think about Craig Kimbrel, the career he's had, the level that he has himself at, I mean, he's one of 5-6 guys in the history of the game at his position that have done as well as he had. So his bar is set so high for himself. Like you said, he feels genuinely bad when he doesn't do as he would think his job, and I think it really bothers him and it irks him, and he just wants to be at that. I mean, the level he has his self standard at is just such a tough level to be at. So I'm sure he feels terrible every single time he blows a save, no matter what age he is or what season he's at.
Yeah. And also context for people, because I see Greg just popping off saying, being objective. We've been objective of saying Craig Kimbrel's blown games, but we're not going to be objective of saying he's the worst closer in baseball. It's blasphemy on that. It's a reaction where the Orioles need him to be better down the stretch. That's what they need. They need somebody else. But to say here all of a sudden that he's just bad, he's had bad stretches, but we're just going to throw away the 2 months that he had where he was elite, and leading the American League and second behind Clase. Come on, Dust. I know you got a question, so go ahead.
Oh, you're good. Brad, it's Dustin Rothschild, Brooks' brother. I'm also a co-host of this podcast, but I also wanted to ask you, you were dealt at the 2018 deadline, or just around there to the Braves. Kevin Gausman and Darren O'Day were also dealt to Atlanta in a separate deal that year. How did you kind of juxtapose trying to gravitate towards those guys that you already knew and kind of interconnecting with your other teammates as well? Like, how were you able to balance those things?
Yeah, it helped a lot. Darren was probably the best teammate I ever had. He was like such a mentor to me. He helped me so much in my career. So him and Gausman came over a day later. So it was just weird that it happened a day later, but knowing they were coming helped so much. And then another good friend, Ryan Flaherty, he was already there. And anybody who's ever been around Ryan Flaherty in the clubhouse knows that everybody gravitates to him. And he's such a good person to have around everybody because he just makes it easier to be in the clubhouse, and he gets everybody to relate with one another. And he's been one of the best teammates I've ever had too. So when I knew he was over there, it helped a lot. And then going over there, they had such a young team when I got there that these young guys are looking at me like I'm about to be 6 years into the league, and I was still trying to establish myself. But going over there, they made me feel comfortable because they're just like, hey, you're going to pitch setup. We're going to pitch you in the 8th inning, so go out there, just do your thing. So it was just kind of little things like that helped along the way. But it's definitely an adjustment period there for, the first couple of games. You're in a hotel, and I didn't know anybody on the team besides those guys, but it's different when you get on the field with them too. So I'm still getting to learn these catchers. They're trying to get to learn me. And, then throwing the fact that you're trying to win a division. So it's all that stuff on top of it, because when you're going to a team that's trying to win, you're obviously we're on a team that was losing. So when this, these guys come into the Orioles, they're going to be from a team that's probably last place or second to last place in their division. Coming into a tight AL East division race is not an easy thing to do. So it's definitely a little bit of transition, but you just hopefully you have guys in the clubhouse that like kind of, hold their hand out and just kind of say, hey, now you're one of us. Let's go. It's just kind of one of those brotherhood things when it comes to baseball.
Yeah, I would think that's kind of like that makes it a little bit easier that you got somebody to fall back on, and you don't feel like you're kind of a lone wolf in the clubhouse there. One thing I did want to ask was so you graduated the year before I went to Mount St. Mary's. So obviously I played against your brother, and one of my best friends is Charlie Haley.
Yes, that's right.
So I saw you pitch on one of my recruiting visits, and obviously you were a starter, and saw your brother and Ryan Book pitch throughout their career. How was that transition after you got drafted into going into a reliever role?
It's not easy because college you're pitching once a week, and I was such a late round pick that they just kind of threw me in. I was in the Arizona Rookie League, so that was tough enough as it was because I'm facing 16, 17, 18-year-old kids. Just got done playing 4 years of college, and I go there, and now I'm being thrown into the reliever role, which I have no idea how to get ready for. I have no idea how to think I'm mentally ready, physically ready. So it ends up being the first 3 out of 4 games I get in, and my forearm is just lit up. I'm like having trouble holding the baseball. It's bothering me so much. It was like on the top of my forearm, wasn't thankfully near the Tommy John ligament stuff, but I was just like, how in the world am I going to do this? And just slowly that summer, like I knew I had to go put up good numbers. So it was kind of one of those things I didn't have a chance to like, oh, maybe I'm going to get a chance to start. Maybe I was like, whenever you're going to pitch me, I'll be ready to go and just go out there and put up good numbers. So thankfully it wasn't too hard of a transition after that. But the first 3-4 weeks, I was like, how am I going to do this? But then I got used to the little bit of adrenaline you got. And there was no fans at those games, but it was still just fun going out there and being towards the back of the bullpen. By the end of summer, I was in the closer role and somehow did that my whole way through the minor league. So it was a lot of fun. The Padres did things differently when I was coming up. So I was on teams where I was getting 30 plus, 40 plus saves in a couple of years, which is kind of crazy to think about now in the minor leagues, getting 30 or 40 saves in the season. But it was a lot of fun. The teams I was on, we won a lot of games. So it was a fun group of guys and just made the transition into that role and thing a lot easier.
Yeah. And on top of that, Monmouth baseball back then was pretty freaking good. If anybody doesn't know who Monmouth is, you probably see them in the tournament every once in a while, but their baseball team was incredible back then. Still hate you guys a little bit, but
I know we grew up with a parochial school in our division, and everybody always hated them. And then we go to Monmouth, and we were basically that team. Like you just knew everybody hated us. They wanted to beat us any way they could. So it was going funny from being being the chaser to being the hunted. So it's fun being in that role too when you know that you have a good group of guys together.
Yeah.
Brad, real quick, I know we got you for another 5 minutes, so I just wanted to get a couple questions out. And I know we're beating the trade deadline horse here pretty good today for obvious reasons. I have a question in regards to you've played for multiple teams. Did you find that you ever gelled with a manager more than the other managers? I'm not trying to throw any manager under the bus, but
that's a good question.
You really got to be a better person and a better ball player with a certain manager.
For me, I always will have a huge respect for Buck. He just, to me, always put me in a great spot, and that's huge as a reliever. That's all you can ask for the managers. Just put me in a spot that you think I could succeed in, and I felt like he did that for me in my career.
Yeah.
So I don't want to say like maybe we had the best like personal relationship, but we got along and could have conversations all the time. It's when you're a bullpen guy, it's kind of like the less you talk to the managers and stuff like that, the more you stay out of the way, and you're just when it's time you go out there, kind of makes it a little bit easier. So you're not like having to worry about, this or that. You're just, when we're out there, we're like on an island. We're by ourselves out there. So it's like really just a group of 7 or 8 guys that just hang out all day, every day for 3 hours a day. And hey, now it's your time to go out there and manager shakes your hand. And for me, that helped me to just kind of be like, do my job. And when I had a couple rough patches, he would, he'd have encouraging words to say. So for me, Buck was awesome. When I went to Atlanta, Brian Snicker, he had such respect for me, which I feel like I deserve, but he had so much respect for what I had done in my career to that point. And I pitched pretty well for the Braves. So I felt like he, really respected me there. And after that, I was kind of bouncing around left and right. So I didn't really have a chance to be with managers for too long. But David Bell in Cincinnati, he was awesome. You could go in his office, talk to him anytime you wanted, and was there to, encourage me. And kind of towards the end of my career, as I was kind of hang on, he put me in great spots. And that's really all, like I said, kind of all you can ask for as a reliever is just to be put in a good spot and hopefully give your team a win whenever the chance arises.
That's awesome. That's awesome. My last question, I'm going to shut my yapper. How quirky is Joe Madden?
And he's interesting. The last conversation I had with him, we were going in the clubhouse on a Saturday morning, and he's just kind of talking, and he's like, who I'm having dinner with tonight? He's like, Ringo Starr. And I'm just like, Joe, I honestly have no idea what that's like. We're playing a ball game. I'm like, at this point, I'm no one getting released any day. I'm pitching so bad. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like this guy's going to have dinner with Ringo Starr tonight. And I'm like, I'm going to be released any day now. I know it's coming. I suck. I'm like, I'm just like, I can't only imagine. He's got a restaurant in the corner at Wrigley Field. He's going to dinner with who knows. Ringo Starr was probably the tip of the iceberg, but it was definitely interesting playing with him. But at the end of the day, everybody put him as like this big analytics guy. And the more you talk to him, like as a player, he really wasn't like he was a baseball guy first, but he just kind of believed the numbers could put you in different positions to help your team win. So I don't feel like he was as analytical as everybody thought. He had all the numbers and everything, but I really felt he didn't use them as much as everybody thought he did. But that's just a bullpen perspective. I could be way off on that. And the way he puts his lineup together, the way he put the relievers out there, maybe he was using numbers specifically. But when I was there, I didn't think it was as much as like I had heard and seen on the other side of the field.
I got one last question before Ryan signs us off with you, because I know you got to go and hang out with the family since you're back in Jersey right now. Who won today, you or Brett?
It was actually my older brother Brian I was playing with. We stopped keeping score. It got that bad. So hit some good shots. It's bad at hole 11. You're just like, yeah, we're not putting this, keeping track of the same. We're just gonna try to hit some good shots and feel better about ourselves. But I put together about a 6-hole stretch there, man. So I guess I won, if you want to call winning 91. So that's not really too good. So
that's better than
I feel that.
Say 95% of golfers. So.
Yeah. So they said that having a 4, 5, 6-hole stretch is kind of what I look forward to. And I told my older brother, it's all about birdies. You get one birdie, tell everybody I have a birdie today. What'd you shoot? I had 2 birdies. That's all it was.
Yeah. This is my little brother. He beats me all the time too. So if I can find any chance to say like, let's stop keeping score.
Yeah. And it's hard to give any tips. He's a lefty too. So I can't give any tips. I'm like, Brian, I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm struggling as is. You've seen me today. We barely had enough balls to get through the round. So that's never a good thing.
That's not good.
Hey, we've all been there. But any final things for Brad, guys?
No, appreciate your time, man. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me.
Hope you're enjoying your time up in Jersey, enjoying the golf, and we'll let Ryan close you out here, man.
Yeah, Brad, appreciate you. The sky is falling in the chat here. The Orioles aren't good anymore. They're still in first place, but you know the drill here.
Yep,
you know the drill.
I do.
But I appreciate
the end goals. The good thing is that there's this chatter going on. If you didn't have that, they're dead last and nobody's caring anyway. So that's the way I kind of look at it. You got to live and die with the chatter as it comes, because that's where you want to be. You want to be part of the chatter. So.
And hey, maybe we can get Ringo Starr to come perform at Camden Yards. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Maybe
Joe might be there if he is. So.
All right, Brad, appreciate you. And hopefully when you get back to Baltimore in the future, we can see you. But I appreciate you taking the time today, and have a great rest of it's Tuesday, right? Great rest of your Tuesday.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Brad Brach, everybody.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you.
So, guys, appreciate you helping Brad Brach come on. And, guys, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. It's the Ryan Ripken Show with Gary Williams, Stole My Lawn Furniture. Say that 10 times fast. Guys, fellas, appreciate it. Guys, you should follow them. They're on YouTube. They are on X and Twitter, or X and Instagram. We will be doing more with them in the future here. But we wanted to get the context, and Brad, I think, gave good perspective on what it's like to be traded at the deadline, what it's like to then also be a 7th inning, 8th inning guy instead of a 9th inning. Rocco, get off the screen. Goodness gracious. They just let everybody in here, Brad. It's unbelievable. But so anyway, that was terrifying. Rocco was on the couch and everything. We got a lot of trade talks to talk about, but what I appreciated with it was the difference between pitching in the 7th and 8th and throwing in the 9th. How differently you have to pitch, how you always feel like you're going to be on your A game and knowing you're not always going to be. And Brad even talked about him for himself. That was a tough role to distinguish. It's the thrill of closing the game out, but it's also the agony of you got to try to be perfect almost each and every time. And that's a really, really hard situation to be in.
And the mentality that it has to be coming from a starter perspective, then going to a reliever perspective. And you had to get fired up real fast. As a starter, you're going to get jazzed up throughout the duration of a day or the day prior because you're getting all your work in leading up to it.
Yeah. And shirts and pants. It's a lot. Well, again, if you guys are new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. We're doing this trade deadline all day through the deadline. So the big moves that have happened, the Orioles get Trevor Rogers for Connor Norby and Kyle Stowers. The New York Yankees made a move for Unique New York. Mark Leiter Jr. is going to the Yankees. We're going to talk about what that means because those are the two teams in the American League East that are battling for the top spot. Before Dustin and Brian, I'll let you guys go. Anything you guys want to comment on or people can find you?
Yeah, you can find us at Gary Williams Stole My Lawn Furniture on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, wherever you get your podcast information. We're there. Thanks for listening, and thank you for Ryan and his friends for hosting us in his studio, and hopefully we can get back on soon.
No, we appreciate the hospitality very much. Glad we could make this happen. We'd love to do it again whenever we get an opportunity. And good luck to the Orioles the rest of the trade deadline if we make any more moves.
Yep, and if they don't make a good enough move, we'll hear about it in the chat. So, and all over social media. But hey, everything's going to be it. I think Brad said it. You'd rather be in this position. You'd rather be in a position to complain and bitch and moan about things instead of thinking, well, your team's so far out of the race. The Orioles are going to be battling for a spot. The Orioles, unless something drastic happens, they're going to be in the playoffs.
Yes.
Now, whether they win the American League East or not, we will find out soon enough, but we got 60 or 50 some games left. A lot of ball left to be
It
played.
feels really good to be able to say that I can now trust the organization, and before I could not trust the organization. I feel like we used to have one of the worst run organizations in the same parking lot as one of the best run organizations. So I'm talking about the Ravens and the Orioles. Now I feel like both are very, very, very well run, and I can trust the moves they make.
Yep, and I do too. So, guys, appreciate you. Thank you for taking the time, and we will talk soon. And guys, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe. Just had the Gary Williams Stole My Lawn Furniture on with us. We are now dealing with, I guess, what are we dealing with? Trade deadline all day. We're going to go at 3 p.m. Well, stop traffic. We've been going for the last hour. Why? The Orioles made a big move, and that's why we're here doing what we're doing. So it's just, there's a lot going on here. We got the rest of the crew coming down here. We're going to continue to react to this whole thing, and it's all going to be an interesting day to say the least. And now I guess I can bring Rocco from behind screen because that just was terrifying. Goodness gracious, Rock.
Any man that walks in looking like Bernie Lomax deserves to get mentioned at all times. Please.
Oh, goodness. Rock, what's up, dude?
What's up, guys? How are you? I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to turn on my camera back here from behind the scenes.
Sure.
And I popped up on screen and it gave everyone a jump scare. So I do apologize.
It really did. It really, really did. And a lot of things, Blake. Yeah. Way to go, Rocco. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sorry, guys. My bad.
So
good, Rock. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, man.
So we're locking in. Brad is going to be joining us in a minute here when he's relaxing. We got a lot of thoughts here going on. Is there any moves that we've missed so far, Rocco, with what's happened with have I missed anything else since we just had Brad on? I haven't seen anything specifically.
Did you get the Alex Cobb trade?
I did get a notification on that. It looks like so that's happening. Can we talk about that for a quick minute?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think?
Well, can you talk about it for a quick minute because you just said
yeah, they're getting. I thought you wanted to analyze it. The Guardians are going to send the Giants pitching prospect Jacob Bresnahan and a player to be named later. That, according to Zach Mysell, He tweeted that, and the Guardians will be getting Alex Cobb from San Francisco. So
it's a familiar name for Baltimore fans, right? Alex Cobb going on the move here. And look, this isn't by any means, this isn't the splash move, right? And he hasn't pitched this year yet in the big league. So understanding the context of it, it's a depth move. Teams trying to get better. Brad, how you doing? So that's just all how it is right now for the Orioles. Or not the Orioles, Guardians. Teams are trying to get better. And I think what we're finding out here, guys, it's safe to say that the big names, Skubal, Crochet, barring some crazy circumstance, are not going to be moved at this point. Also, I saw a comment about Luis Robert Jr. I don't think that he is going to be on the move either. Why? It's going to take a lot to get him, and that is just a fact. Just a fact, right? Zach, am I missing anything else?
Mike Bauman to the Angels.
Big Mike,
man. It's
Like
funny
West Coast.
because he just got back to Jacksonville. So it was funny. He was on a flight. So on a flight back from Seattle to Jacksonville, then got picked up by the Giants, then DFA'd, then was flying back, and now he's back with the Angels. So I hope for opportunities for him. I love the guy. It's great. And, that's
West Coast living
hoping.
right now. West Coast living.
Yeah, he's hitting. So he hit Seattle, he hit San Fran, and then he hit who else? Am I missing
LA
one?
now.
LA
now.
Yeah, so he's just on might as well take it in and enjoy it, man. I'm hoping that Mike can stay with them and help them as much as possible throughout the end of the season. Doesn't have to move again because I'm sure that gets stressful for players, and you got to deal with that. So hopefully he stays with them through the end of the season and can call a place home until the end of 2024.
Yeah, all you're doing is trying to find yourself, right? And teams in general, when they make moves, you're trying to find, maybe it's a change of scenery. Jazz Chisholm so far has been off to a great start for the Yankees. They're hoping that continues. And pitchers, you don't know if you go somewhere else where things come together. So it's the context of the situation. Let's talk about a move that we hadn't talked about yet as we await. And I don't think the Orioles are done here, ladies and gentlemen. I think that there is going to be one more in place. The move I'm talking about, Mark Leiter Jr., is going from the Cubs to the Yankees, and I wanted to discuss that for a second because they are trying to now bolster their bullpen in 39 outings so far this year. He's got a 4.21 ERA, 36 innings pitched, 53 punchies, that's strikeouts. Doesn't walk a lot of guys, only 13 on the year. So the Yankees making a move to try to bolster their bullpen. And look, it's funny, guys. I think I've tried to say this articulate this pretty fairly. The Orioles I'm aware and objective for moves with Craig Kimbrel, but Clay Holmes for the Yankees has had struggles, but they're riding with them. You're going to get other guys. I think I've said that. The Orioles are going to go after one more high leverage guy, whether it's a closer or reliever. You guys have heard me say this, right? I've said this.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I needed to say. So I expected that's one more move, but the Yankees are in that same category at the moment. They are trying to go and establish some more control with their team. Why? Because they need to bolster it up. And the Orioles and Yankees, the Yankees need more bats. The Orioles need a little bit more pitching. So I am curious about how it's all going to figure out. So that's all I have to say about that. And actually, welcome to the studio. Brad, how are we doing? Nope, you're blocked. Here you go. Timeout. You can speak.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
All right. Good, bro. Just got done with my, daily activities. And then this whole trade thing. I was with Zach. My initial knee-jerk reaction was just like, what are we doing? But then as the more I heard you guys speaking on my way down, I was like, okay, it kind of makes sense as far as where the market is for starting pitchers. I just hate the fact that Stowie and Norby both had to go in that deal just because I know they're prospects, but we've seen them what they can do in the big leagues in their short periods of time up here, especially Norby this year. But it is what it is. If that's what the asking price is, Orioles had to do something, and it's very clear that there was no chance that there was a Snell, Skubal, any sort of elite type of starting pitcher that would command some ridiculous king's ransom that nobody was going to be able to pay. So you got a guy, especially recently over the last, what was it, 10, 12 starts, had pretty decent numbers. The hope is that, obviously he'll be able to continue that through this year. And the other plus is that you got control of him over the next 2 years as well.
Yep. And again, that's the Orioles. When you're looking at the future, that's where it is. And then we talk about this, Zach, where for the Orioles in general, they want to kind of look towards what they're going to have in 25. And right now the starting rotation is a little bit murky because of the injuries. We know who's not going to be available. And I think it's very likely if a guy like Skubal or Crochet gets moved, it's not at this deadline. It's going to be next or in the offseason upcoming, because I think that the price will drive down a little bit. This is desperation right now for teams. They're trying to prey on teams that are going to overspend. And even though people are saying that the Orioles overspent for Rogers, that's everyone's opinion, or they're entitled to their opinion. The reality is that we're not going to know, but we do know that the Tigers and White Sox are not going to give it up for anything less than they think is a blow the doors down type of deal. Am I articulating that well?
I mean, if Trevor Rogers is landing you Kyle Stowers and Connor Norby, Garrett Crochet and Tariq Skubal are in fact landing you two of the Heston Kjerstad, Samuel Basayo, Coby Mayo, or Jackson Holliday. I mean, it was one of those things where before you were looking at how would the trade deadline value be, especially with so many teams. And we're even seeing, this is one of the weirder trade deadlines, because you have teams like the Cubs who are selling and buying at the same time. Like it's legitimately just a free for all at this trade deadline. So it's just gotten a little wacky. And I think that's hurting it's making a seller's market. And we knew that, but it's the value of these guys is going through the roof. And if you thought the value was high before, we saw the Kikuchi trade. We see what the Orioles traded for Rogers. It's going to only get higher as the clock ticks. We are 2 hours and 40 minutes away from the trade deadline. Like, it is now or never. These trades, teams are going to get desperate. You think teams are desperate at 150? Wait till it's 550 and you have 10 minutes to make a trade, or you got nothing for the rest of the year. Values are only going to get higher. And honestly, as the trades start moving in, we might look back at this Rogers trade, after a Flaherty gets moved, and go, wow, maybe the value wasn't as horrible after all. It lines up.
Yeah. Brian, you had a question?
Yeah, I have a question. One, I'm going to say something. I'm going to make a comment first. Selfishly, I'm glad to have another Rogers on the Orioles now. This is phenomenal. But do you think, given the price tag that we're seeing, they might want half of the warehouse for Skubal. Yeah. Do you think the Orioles panicked or are panicking?
I think every team's panicking right now who is just all buyers are. I think this is as big of a seller's market as we've really ever seen over the past few years. And I think after the Kikuchi trade, teams did start to panic. You have to get deals done. You don't want to miss out on guys. The fact that Tanner Scott wasn't in that trade and you got one done with Miami, I think they looked at his value. We're seeing reports that Miami wants the world for him. And I think Blake Snell is not going to get moved, it looks like at this point. So the next best guy, it falls off if you're not going for a Crochet or Snell as a lefty. Trevor Rogers with Kikuchi gone was kind of your next best option, and they couldn't afford to miss out on him if they couldn't get a Snell or something. So, yeah, you did have to overpay. So it's hard. I called it a panic job when it first happened. As we get further away from it, I think it's just a classic. The market got insane, and the Orioles, unfortunately, their hands were tied, and they needed to go get a lefty with control, and Trevor Rogers fit the bill. I'm sure others teams were calling about him, so it got to the point where the Orioles were like, hey, we'll give you Norby and Stowers, and they took it. You know, they knew that was an offer that they could not refuse, and that's how they ended up getting Rogers.
And it absolutely helped that in his last 9, 10, or 11 starts, he's got like a 3.2 ERA. Which,
his last 11.
Yeah, there you go. And that obviously upped his trade value. And then that's probably what, and how analytical the Orioles are. I mean, that probably played a major factor into this trade.
It absolutely did. I mean, this is, again, we're going back to this for Trevor Rogers. You're looking at for what he can possibly do in 25 and 26. They're banking on that. Now, in a year or two, you can get a better idea. Was it worth it? Was it the right deal? We'll find out. Connor Norby, I think, is going to have a great opportunity to develop into a great player. I love this for him. I love it for Kyle Stowers, because on that side, you got to realize that there's a lot of talented players in the Orioles organization still that are blocked at the big league level. And for Trevor Rogers, the upside is a guy that can return to all-star form. That's the upside. And he's been an all-star. But can he get through his injuries from the past years, and can he go out there and have success? So for those that are wondering, he's a left-handed pitcher, former all-star 3 years ago, had a lot of injuries in 2023, hadn't pitched as well as that all-star year in the last 3 years, but it doesn't mean that he's not capable of it. He's still in the prime of his career. And how many pitchers have you seen throughout Major League Baseball that tend to find it when they've got into their late 20s, early 30s, and then they pitch later? And Seth Lugo is a great example, where he went from he was a solid pitcher to now he's in his what? How old is Seth Lugo off the top of my head? I got to look this up. But I'm pretty sure Seth Lugo is not a name that anybody had on their bingo card this offseason of being, quote unquote, the guy, right? Am I losing my mind there?
No.
Did any of you guys think that Seth Lugo was going to be the dude for Kansas City?
Well, as a ball knower, I kind of had an inkling, but, I didn't want to say it.
Oh, save it. He's 34 years old, and a guy then is finding his rhythm. So my point is that is what I'm trying to say. That is what I'm trying to say. And now, guys, we're leading to this part of it. And if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Ryan Ripken Show. We got a collaboration on cross platforms. Kevin and Zach React, which does with Zach right there in the top right corner. Live post-game reactions for Orioles and Ravens and any news. That is on its own channel of the Ryan Ripken Media. Hit that like and subscribe. We have Gary Williams Stole My Lawn Furniture. I'm going to wear the hat. It's elite right now.
Beautiful.
Actually a little tight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Elite.
Look like Choo Choo Charlie.
Yeah.
It is adjustable.
What? It's adjustable.
I was just gonna say record turnout as far as concurrence on the channel.
Well, we love it. So
which is awesome.
We love it. We're having a great time here, but we want to understand, or we're trying to give you guys context about how everything
That
is.
is dope too.
That's sick.
I haven't heard a Choo Choo Charlie reference in a very long time, by the way.
Oh, this guy's full of
Well, anyway, you guys understand where we're going with this. So
Does a great job hiding the hairline, Rip. Love it. I mean, you and I both. So
yeah, I'll come over. Give me a minute.
okay. I don't like most of the people in here. Actually, I like half the people in here, to say the least. That half's great. This half's questionable. But we're all having a good time here so far. Anything else? So again, with Trevor Rogers, I want to actually not Trevor Rogers. Let's go back to this for 1 second. Let's look around at some of the deals, the biggest deals so far in Major League Baseball. Okay. And then we'll come back to the Orioles situation. Recently, last night, we saw Jorge Soler go back to the Atlanta Braves. That's a big move. And the Braves are going back with some comfortability. I think Luke Jackson as well is going back for them. You saw Randy Arozarena go to the Mariners. It was Paredes went to the Cubs, if I'm not losing my mind on that.
Poor
So
Isaac Paredes.
What?
Dodgers too.
Yeah, we got it.
Poor
Yeah,
Isaac Paredes. Have you seen, as everyone knows, if you look at his home run numbers and his spray chart, he pulls everything. And it's like a 40-foot difference between the Rays left field and the Cubs left field. He would have already lost, I think it's like 8 home runs this year. So like I hope he starts hitting doubles, but he's got to be like, are you kidding me? Like he had the easiest short porch right there in Tropicana. He could just bully it and go out there and hit 35 home runs a year. and now he's gonna have to hit the weight room a little more.
He certainly will. He certainly will. But so when we're looking, damn good player. Damn, what do you got? What do you got, Rock?
No, I was just telling Zach to shut up so you could continue.
Oh, that's great. Well, I appreciate
Jesus
that.
Christ.
Well,
Yeah, Rocco's one to talk.
Yeah.
no, both of you and Rocco, when you're on a stream, it never goes completely comfortable. But having said that, let's go back to these trades for a second. I love what the Braves did. Like when we're looking at moves, what I'm saying about players, the biggest move so far has really been Randy Arozarena for position players, Paredes, Austin Hayes. Who else? Jazz going to the Yankees. And I'll tell you what, talking Jake, I think that brought some spice to the team with New York. They brought some life to a team that is more rigid, more tight, and Jazz brings an infectious type of personality. Whether you love it or not, brings some energy, brings speed, why are you throwing up your hands like you bring the energy?
Because the dude, he hit 2 jacks yesterday. Just came into the Yankees and automatically just changed the team just like that. It was pretty wild. But Judge hit number 39 yesterday too, which is absolutely insane. The guy's running away with the MVP.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'll tell you what. Wait a minute, I'm not gonna say running away. Bobby Witt Jr.
Bang, bang.
Bobby Witt Jr. is making it. Gunnar, unfortunately, has fallen a little bit. What do you got?
Yeah. Actually, fun fact: Jazz Chisholm hit both those home runs. He was using Aaron Judge's bat. So
was he really?
Yeah, he was using it. I guess he hasn't gotten his to New York yet, and so, or I guess they're in Philly. So yeah, he I guess I saw he was using Aaron Judge's bat, and he was after the second one, he was just carrying it around the dugout.
Yeah, it's I would whatever Aaron Judge does, I'd want. What do you got,
Does Aaron Judge use a normal sized bat, or does Jazz Chisholm look like Alfonso Soriano carrying around?
I haven't even seen. That's a very good point.
I think Alfonso's bat was like a 36-inch, 36-ounce or something like that.
36, 33. It was
36, 33.
Yeah, it was
a pine tree.
So mine when I played was a 34.5-inch, 33.5 ounces.
You're so strong.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. We work on it. We do our hip thrusts in here and squats. This is actually a 32.5, but it's 34.5, 33.5. Okay. Someone's got to go let Kevin in.
I got him.
Okay.
Are we going to talk about the Yankees' biggest pickup right now? Brett Phillips.
How about that?
Yeah. I'm so upset about that.
Yeah.
Last night was the first time I found out about Brett Phillips pitching, and I was like, oh, I'm so in on hyping up Brett Phillips' pitching career. And then within 12 hours, I now suddenly have to prey on his downfall.
Throwing 7-8 right now.
Yeah, like it's unfortunately absolutely love the guy's vibes. I hope he does terribly, and it really sucks. I wanted to root for him so badly. I was such a cool story, and then I see Brett Phillips signed by the Yankees, and I was like, "Well, here we go. Now I have to hate you, dude."
Yeah.
Yes, any way that you can.
Next Rick Ankiel.
I really think
opposite.
One of the bigger things that happened for the Orioles, and bringing it back to the Orioles, is that Arozarena got the hell out of the AL East.
Yeah.
Because he just mashed the hell out of us every single time he stepped up to the plate, at least the last couple seasons. This year, he's been on a little bit of a downturn.
For sure.
But, I mean, getting rid of him is actually addition by subtraction for the O's.
Yeah. Zach, what do you got? What do we have?
The Kansas City Royals are finalizing a deal, according to Jeff Passan, to acquire right-handed reliever Lucas Erceg from the Oakland.
No.
Yeah.
What's that deal?
We do not know what is going back. I don't know if it's official, but it is finalizing a deal right now as of 32 seconds ago. Thank you, Jeff. I wanted Erceg so badly.
I wanted him bad. So that, for those that don't know, that's also another flamethrower on the Oakland Athletics. That's not Mason Miller, a guy that has been unproven overall for his career, but a guy, if you watched him this year, you go, he's got stuff. And the Royals are really aggressive right now. Very, very aggressive. They got Michael Lorenzen earlier, if I'm not mistaken. They feel like they are starting to make a push. And quite frankly, they got, besides Aaron Judge, Bobby Witt Jr. is probably the other best player on the planet at the current moment. The way that he's hitting, the way that he's fielding. What do you got, Rock?
Let's see what the return is now. That'll be all telling with what they're getting back, because we look at the market right now, and thanks a lot to Houston for screwing it up for everyone. And while we're talking about Houston, it seems like in the NFL, in Major League Baseball, it is a Houston team on the wrong side of screwing up a market for everybody. When the Texans traded Deshaun Watson to the Browns, that reset the quarterback market. The Ravens had a hard time getting to terms with Lamar Jackson. Now, Houston, Major League Baseball wise, is screwing up the market for the rest of the teams. I mean, it was complete overpay. They got a pitcher they really wanted, but it's like, what are we doing here? I don't know. This return will be interesting here. I'm waiting for Passing to put something out.
How long have you been thinking about that? I know you must have seen some tweet about that.
No, I've been thinking about that for a while now. I literally, when
you've just been pondering
about Houston screwing up the market, I immediately went back to what the Texans did with the Browns, and the Browns just like overpaying for Deshaun Watson, like completely.
Sources confirm that it is Erceg to the Royals. Okay, still nothing about return though.
Thank you for the update.
Yes.
What you got, Brian?
We posed this question on our podcast a couple weeks ago. If you redrafted, would you take Bobby Witt or would you take Adley Rutschman?
I still think you take Adley. I just because of the fact of the backbone, and I'm for everyone that's worried about Adley long-term hitting, he's going to be okay. He's slumping, but I understand the argument. Now, if the Orioles didn't draft Gunnar Henderson, then that's a whole different discussion. But I think Adley's brought a solidified, backstop literally and figuratively for the team. And I think that can't be understated. That's personally, but man, Bobby Witt Jr., them signing him to an extension early.
Smart.
That dude smart. Looks very, very smart. What do you got? What do you guys think over there?
I mean, I think, do I look back and regret it? No. If we do end up drafting Bobby Witt, I still think we draft Gunnar. I mean, you take the best available player, right?
Yeah,
I mean, they're just so talented that you can just put them. I mean, whichever one wins that position, the other one goes to third or the outfield or wherever you want to put them. They're just too talented.
Mm-hmm. Ryan, walk with me with Gunnar at third, Witt at short, Jackson Holliday at second. Like,
who's your catcher?
Samuel Basayo.
Already?
Throw him out there.
Geronimo Heel is our catcher. It doesn't matter. We're going to smash the ball.
Geronimo. Wow.
I haven't seen Geronimo. One-eyed James McCann is catching for me in this scenario.
Dude, yeah. James McCann. I tell you what, the Orioles are undefeated.
I'll take that.
All 162. He just no days off.
I do want to say something about Adley struggling at the plate a little bit recently. His plate discipline is something otherworldly. It's something that you do not see out of hitters his age. When you watch him hit, if you've played any sort of competitive baseball, you know what I'm talking about. It's completely different. He's so patient at the plate, and he's so particular about the pitches he swings at. Yes, he's in a slump right now. I think out of all of the hitters in Major League Baseball that could go in a slump, and I believe will come back out of it, Adley is at the top of the list. So if you're worried about Adley Rutschman long-term, do not worry any longer. Yes, he's going through a rough stretch right now, but I really wouldn't be that worried about him long-term.
Well, and that's the other part. I see some people saying, gosh, fix the hair. Hey, now. That they're saying about the value. Of course, the shortstop position, it's one of the most important position outside of, having an ace starting pitcher. If you're going to look at the value there, having a guy that can play short and hit and play great defense, they're rare. Like, you want those guys. You want an ace pitcher. But also, I think people can't underestimate the value of having a great catcher. If you're looking at a team that was the last quote-unquote dynasty, for me, in the last 20 years, 15 years, before the Yankees were the dynasty in their late 90s and 2000s, right?
Can we guess? Can we guess who you're going with?
Yeah.
Cardinals.
Okay. Brad?
I wasn't paying attention.
That's no surprise.
11.
Go ahead.
I'm making a poll.
Makes sense.
The last dynasty in the last 20 years, is that what you said?
15, 20 years.
15 years? I'd say Cardinals.
Or it's Giants. It's most likely Giants or Cardinals.
Yeah.
Or Braves.
but they haven't won.
Well, that's true.
And I'm stealing Zach and Rocco's thunder. I'm sorry. I'm stealing you guys' thunder. My bad.
Oh, it's good. Rocco was just lounging on the couch there. Rock, you got a pick for me?
What were you saying? I'm trying to figure out who. I'm waiting for that. I keep refreshing my phone to see who's passing.
Last 15, 20 years, a team that I would consider a team a model that worked, kind of dynasty-esque. They had success. Well, that too. If we want to say, I guess we can throw the Astros, but that's not the one I was thinking. I'm just going to go ahead, Rocco. You can heal and not say a word. I'm going to go with the Giants. But Yadier Molina, consistency for the Cardinals is a great one. And the second one that I was trying to allude to was Buster Posey and the Giants.
Yeah.
They won 3 titles with the guy. And having a catcher that can hit and call a game changes everything for your team. Having a shortstop, so the 3 positions. You want a shortstop that can do it all if you have an ace pitcher and you have a catcher. But if you look back to those Giants teams, you couldn't probably say out loud who their other players were. The first one that comes to your mind for the most part is either Buster Posey, Pablo Sandoval.
Kung Fu Panda. We've talked about Kung Fu Panda coming in hot.
Or
Brandon Crawford.
Brandon Crawford, but again, that's a good one.
He wasn't there the whole time.
So Bumgarner was their ace at the time, postseason legend. Romo for a couple of years.
Brian Wilson.
But again, it's a great one. We're going down a memory lane, but it's not a consistent player. Who was the constant? It was Buster Posey. Buster Posey. Adley has that ability. Players are going to go through struggles. And yes, Bruce Bochy was the manager, who's also with Texas over there now, who just won the World Series, as we all know. So again, it's consistency, and having a guy like Buster makes a difference. Adley makes a difference back there. And you can ask any player, current and former, and we had Trey Mancini on talking about this for those that tuned in for it. Trey even said when Adley came up, you felt a difference. Trey got traded then a couple months later because when Adley came up, the switch changed immediately, and the results came with it. So can't diminish what Adley's value's been to the Baltimore Orioles, and you can't get down on him for having a rough stretch. They all do. And yeah, I see some Tim Lincecum moments. Dude was a stud. The freak. He really was. And talk about he won the Cy Youngs, blew out his arm in some of those no-hitters, though. What do you got, Brian?
You lost my train of thought with Tim Lincecum. He should be in the Hall of Fame, by the way, 2 Cy Youngs, coming from a body that had
what the hell?
No business throwing what he threw.
Yeah. You want me to come back to you?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I completely forgot.
That's great. We can do that.
I think I just farted right now.
That's okay. You can sit on that. And if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Ryan Ripken Show. We're going to have Kevin Ostreicher, who is wheeling and dealing and actually hopefully driving well, making his trip on his Adams Jeep down here to the studio here.
Not here?
He's hiding.
He's directly behind.
He's hiding right here.
It's not hard. It's not
You
hard
guys remember the Lincecum commercial ESPN did?
Anywhere, really.
Big time Timmy Jim.
Big time Timmy Jim. Answering the phone. Fantastic.
I am legally required anytime Madison Bumgarner is brought up to remind everyone that he hit more grand slams in one season than Derek Jeter did in his entire career.
You got that off an Instagram post the other day.
So
I am legally required.
You didn't come up with that on your own.
I say that every single time we do. No, I
He
did.
does.
Yeah, obviously I saw it somewhere, and that's why I bring it up every time.
Kids heal. And also, hey, Kevin, you got a shout out from Gordon, my short king.
Listen,
if only they put something around Mauer.
we established yesterday that Zach was the worst fake reporter
Yes.
out of all of us. So
Behind,
Yes.
I mean, I am in front of Ripken, which is big for me.
Yeah. So also, I don't consider myself a reporter, but that's just
That's why you're a fake reporter.
That's why I'm a fake reporter. It's perfect. So he's right. That guy was right. I think one thing I saw a comment here about Grayson Rodriguez. Right now, the Orioles are banking for Grayson to be solidified as the 2. And he has every ability to be a 2. He's just had moments where it's been he shut down, 7th spot. Shut down, maybe give it up in the last inning. So, and John here, I hear you saying, please don't steal Scooble from the Tigers. I don't think it's happening. No. I don't think he's going anywhere there. So I think rest assured, he should be fine. I think there was another trade that just did the Yankees just make another move here? Can we get confirmation on that?
Haven't seen anything from any of the big
Most recent one I saw was the Royals acquire Lucas Erceg.
Technically, Yankees news, but it's just
From
like
the A's.
So Jack Curry of the Yes Network are saying the Yankees have traded for Caleb Ferguson.
Oh no! They traded Caleb. They traded him to
They
the
traded.
Astros for international signing money. The
That's what it was.
Big update that just came through though is Garrett Cole was scratched from tonight with general body fatigue. So
Okay.
now Will Warren is pitching for them.
Well, so exactly.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Sounds like a Nukone.
So to keep that in mind, yeah. So Burley, I'm trying to keep up with it. I appreciate you, man. I'm trying to keep up with all of it. It's kind of hard to keep this whole group in order because I got Kevin sneaking up on me, and then Lord knows what's happening over here now. And then I have Rocco and Zach overall. But yes, Laura, general body fatigue. The one thing, just like the Orioles are holding on to Corbin Burns, the Yankees situation is that Garrett Cole, they're trying to get him right. And he's started to pick it up, obviously, but a guy that had to deal with nerve issues in his elbow. And now you're talking about general body fatigue. They're going to need him. So I don't think the Yankees are going out to get another starting pitcher well, actually, I think there's one. Jack Flaherty is a name that we're circling here. So when we get that update, fellas, I'm going to need to know. You're going to have to let me know. And we'll continue to find out. I think at the right time, later on, we'll do the trade grades and winners. But I got to tell you, Kansas City making moves, they're definitely on the list for me.
Good for them.
It's really good for them. They weren't kidding. They spent in the offseason. They won and they spent correctly on some guys. And now they're saying we feel like we can make a push, and we have a guy hitting about 900 over the last 3 weeks.
If I'm a Royals fan, I'm pretty freaking excited right now, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
They remind me of the Orioles from last year, like they came out of nowhere for everybody, and now they just pushed all the chips in. Well, they're doing their damnedest to make a push at this thing.
I think it's really good for baseball. You're starting to see some of these smaller market teams make big pushes. The Orioles are a smaller market team. The Royals. You saw the Diamondbacks in the World Series last year. The Guardians. These are all smaller market teams, and it's better for the game, and it brings in more of a crowd.
Yeah. Don't forget the Royals traded just a couple of weeks ago for Hunter Harvey, former Oriole great, who I've been clamoring on our podcast for weeks that I wish that we would bring back in as a like kind of a stalwart in the late inning of a bullpen. So look, the Royals have been active for a couple weeks now. It's not just been today.
You like Hunter Harvey because he looks like you in the hair sense.
Hey, whatever the reasons may be, but Hunter
gets people out.
Hey, he does. He found himself. He throws fuzz. The thing for Harvey is a guy that's dealt with injuries. Got to know Harv over the years. Good dude. But I think for the Orioles, it's interesting because the Orioles regime that came in with Elias in the front office, they had to make decisions on guys like Hunter Harvey, Tanner Scott. And those guys went off elsewhere, and now it's interesting to hear that they possibly want a guy like Tanner Scott back. There's a lot to be underperformed. Would they want Jack Flaherty back? And obviously it doesn't seem like that's in the cards. But guys, fellas, that's the one name I'm circling, and I hope it doesn't go to New York. What do we got, guys? Who's on the report?
Texas Rangers are finalizing a deal to acquire left-handed reliever Andrew Chafin from the Detroit Tigers. So the Rangers are buying.
All right. So and they should be buying because they're not out of it, especially in the AL West where they sit 3.5 games out. That is where they're closer to than they are in the wild card standings. But I'm intrigued. I'll tell you what, the two teams in the West, the Rangers and the Astros, quite frankly, are the two teams that give me the most fits. I only want one of those teams to make the playoffs. I don't want to see both of them get in because I think that their experience is going to shine, but they're going to have to be in a dogfight to get there at this current moment in time. Because why? What do they have a lot of, Rocco? What do the Rangers and Astros have a lot of, specifically player-wise?
Pitching.
I heard someone say it. Who said it over there?
Experience.
Starting pitching.
Who said experience? There it is. Experience.
What about you just put me on the spot? I'm just like,
Come
It's
on,
all right.
Rocco.
It's all right. Well,
got your back.
Brad wasn't listening either
While
earlier,
we're,
but
I
he
was
was
listening.
while we're talking about experience, though,
I
it's
think
something-
Zach has something.
Okay.
On.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Royals just acquired Paul DeJong from the White Sox. So Royals are adding shortstop depth, can play everywhere in the infield. So that's going to be interesting to see.
And so right now, the two players that the White Sox have not moved yet, obviously, is Luis Robert Jr. and Garrett Crochet. And to give you guys content on Paul DeJong's year so far, he's got 18 jacks on the season, right?
No way.
Yep, he's got 18 jacks on the year. So it's a guy that has a little bit of pop, hitting 228. So just keeping that in mind here. Kansas City is really trying to make things happen.
I said this about Michael Lorenzen when he got dealt yesterday, but it feels like Paul DeJong just gets traded every trade deadline.
Every year.
Just like, is he just a 1-year deal merchant and he's just going to be a deadline guy for the rest of his life, or what's going on?
There's a special breed of MLB player that I feel like you only get 3 or 4 of them in like a 5-year span, but they will be traded every deadline. I mean, what we see Rosario, he just hops from contender to contender, then off season goes to a really bad team he knows he's going to play every day for. Then he's like, I'm going to end up back at the Dodgers by the deadline. Like, I think they're just players who know they're that role, and they're like, hey, I'm going to sign with a bad team, go wait for the deadline, and I'm going to a contender.
Yeah.
And so the White Sox are really going hard for that record, aren't they? They're trying to be the worst team of all time.
Yes, I think they are. And
Kind of feel bad for the Fighting Gavin Sheets.
yeah, I'm always feel bad for the Fighting Gavin.
He is the
Sheets.
best player on the team.
Yeah, when is he going to get dealt?
They should have traded him.
Ironically, the two biggest names on that White Sox team have still yet to be moved in Crochet and Louis Bob.
Yep. So that's the point. And
Oh,
we'll
man,
dive
sure.
into more of that in a second here. But John, appreciate that you subscribe to the channel. If anyone else is new to the channel, it's the Ryan Ripken Show. We do this every Monday and Thursday, and we're doing a little crossover. Kevin, get over here for a second. And then you're going to get in here. You're going to sub out. You're going to sub someone out here in a moment. But because we got to get Kevin on here because we have a couple things going. We got Gary Williams, Stole My Lawn Furniture right there with Brooks and Dust and Brian chipping in. Now Brad's a part of the Ryan Ripken Show. And then we have Kevin and Zach Reacts with that face, which is a part of the Ryan Ripken Media. Every post game, they are doing lives for the Orioles and Ravens and maybe some other things that are happening. Kevin, you want to touch on that for a second?
Yeah, so we have a couple of things planned. I think one of the things that we love to do, or at least been thinking of doing, is after the shows doing call-ins, almost like a radio type deal.
Yeah.
So
That'd be sick.
obviously, whether it is spirited passion, either in the win or loss column, I think something that we're planning to do is almost like a radio thing, right? So you can call in 30 seconds, a minute, give your thoughts on that. We'll take those throughout the show. I think that'll be really fun. And then some level of in-game watch-alongs. So for the Orioles, more so like bigger games. And then for the Ravens, we're going to try to do all of it. But that'll be – is that – what do you laugh? I can't even hear you, Zach. What are you laughing at?
All the Young's going to switch dugouts.
Yeah, I didn't realize the Royals.
That's what they just tweeted out.
The Royals and White Sox are playing each other.
Go.
Paul DeJong is switching dugouts here at Guaranteed Rate Field.
They're playing each other, so Paulie Zhang's just switching dugouts.
That's hilarious.
Great,
Your
man.
hair looks good, Kevin.
That's like
No, it
just
doesn't.
how wild the trade deadline is, especially that final day, the final hours just leading up to it. We're like, for all you guys that are there, if the Orioles don't make another trade right now, I know this fan base will go nuts. They're going to rip their hair out. Where is the confidence level with the rotation where it is at this point in time?
Sorry, this time I wasn't listening to you this time.
Oh, nice.
Can you continue?
I said,
How's
if
it
the
feel?
Orioles- Zach, do you have anything? Did you have
How
something?
do I feel about the rotation?
No. Yeah, I was saying for Rip as well, because he didn't get to hear. Like, if the Orioles don't make another trade, how do you feel about this current rotation going into a postseason series, especially the top 3 guys who they have? Like, are you confident? Are you not? Like, what would it be on a scale of 1 to 10 right now?
They're done with trades for the rotation. I don't see any way that they go out and I think if they go make a trade, it's for a right-handed bat or a reliever. I think the rotation's done.
Then where's your confidence level?
It's higher than it was before the trade deadline. And that was all. Is it as high as it could have been with a Blake Snell, with a Crochet, with a Skubal? No. But at the same time, if I really like Zach Eflin, I think especially in the playoffs, I really like Zach Eflin. So if I'm going into the playoffs with a 1-2-3 of Burns, Rodriguez, Eflin, and then you have Rogers or Kramer going number 4, you can win that series. You can win that. Is it going to be that, oh, we're walking in here, oh, we should dominate every game, we have these massive mismatches? No, that's not going to be necessary. But I think I really like the Eflin move. That's the one that really kind of moved the needle for me in that number 3 spot, that he's going to be a guy that's going to go out there in the playoffs and give you an opportunity. He might not go and pitch 9 shutout innings, but he'll go 6 innings, give up 2 runs, and give you an opportunity to win the game.
Yeah. So how about this? I think this is a good little part to go through, because let's look where people want to complain. If you go look at the contenders in the American League, okay? So we just stated what the Orioles would be. Now let's go across to other teams. So the Yankees, their top 2 right now would be Garrett Cole and Louis. Are we okay?
Yeah, I just kicked over a trash can. My bad.
Well, why don't you kick it again while you're at it?
Jesus.
So
Are you playing for the Astros?
Yeah.
So let's talk about this. So Luis Gil and Garrett Cole presumably would be 1 and 2 in that rotation. Pretty good for right there. And then they got to figure out who is their third, right? That's where they're in that conversation for it. The Royals right now, Seth Lugo is their number 1. I'm trying to pull up their pitching staff at the moment. Going to the Rangers, if they get in, you're looking at Scherzer and Evaldi are there probably guys that they have for their 1-2. It's a good rotation as well, and Gray. So right now for the Royals, Lugo, Singer, Reagans are probably their 3. And both are at Brady Singer. I don't think we're realizing he was one of their top picks a few years ago. He's pitching really, really well so far. 2.82. No one's talking about that. 2.82 ERA.
They just got Lorenzen too, right?
Yep. So he's bolstered to be their probably 4th guy. You know, it's a very, very underestimated Kansas City Royals rotation. Let's go to the Guardians for a second, shall we?
Rock, why are you home, by the way?
What's that?
Why are you home?
What are you, my dad?
Yeah, why aren't you here, dickhead?
Because I thought we were hopping on the stream at 3 when it started.
Well, it's
they
4.
were going early. Well, it was going
Well, you
early.
could do. Kevin's doing work in the back, then he's going to join. Yeah. So, all right, let's go back to this real quickly then. Tanner Bybee has been one of their most consistent guys so far this season. But you're looking at the Guardians rotation. There's nothing there that really scares me. What scares the hell out of me with the Guardians is their back end of their bullpen. They are by far the best bullpen with Gaddis. You got Clase closing games out. They had multiple guys, even like a Scott Barlow. They have guys over and over that are just very, very solid. So that is where it's looking at. And then the Astros are that team where it just, whether their rotation and Verlander gets healthy, Framber Valdez is still scary if he gets going, veteran presence. So what we're seeing is each team has 2. For the Orioles, is it Grayson Rodriguez and Corbin is going to be your 2 that you feel can get you. Corbin can go against anybody else in the American League. I think that's safe to say. Yeah, it's your game 2 starter where it is, and then your game 3. And I think Zach Eflin puts the Orioles in a great position to go against anybody for a game 3. Are we in agreement with that?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, for me, like, I don't have any issues. I say that tongue in cheek. I don't have any real issues with the starting rotation now as it stands. I think it did get better. Is it as good as I would have hoped for? No, but it did get better. And we've talked about this, Rip. I mean, the Orioles are still in first place with the rotation that they have currently. So now that they're even better, we should expect them to continue to be in win the division. If not, you'd be pretty darn close. Obviously, the Yankees are right on their heels. My huge concern is still going to be the high leverage situations in the bullpen, because there hasn't been really any significant moves on that side of things. Now, I will say Suarez being in the bullpen certainly is a big help. But when it comes to high leverage situations, I'm still a bit nervous, as much as Craig Kimbrel deserves some grace. There's still some trust issues there for me.
Yeah, and rightfully so. And again, I'm saying this out loud. The Orioles, if there's one move that they have left up their sleeve, it's to go get a reliever. And I'm really curious about Finnegan. Is there any reports out there on Finnegan with the Nationals at the moment?
No.
Mm-mm. And he's a guy that I think would be less expensive than Tanner Scott, a guy that plugs in, that can close out games, obviously. And the Nationals are selling. So it makes sense to me why. And for everyone they're saying with this, I know that's bitterness with Craig Kimbrel. Whether you like it or not, the Orioles are going to need him to pitch well down the stretch.
Like eighth inning guy, I'm here for it.
Whether he is closing 8th inning, 7th inning, you need Craig Kimbrel to be healthy down the stretch, because if he's not, the Orioles don't have enough of those guys to help. But you do need one more. You need a guy that can help close out games, because we figured it out. Cano is great in those situations that aren't closing out games. He's a good setup man. Danny Coulomb getting back would help this team, but how healthy is Danny going to be? If you're looking around Major League Baseball, the team that by far, we just said it, the Guardians are the only lockdown bullpen that you can say advantage to them. Everyone else is kind of up in the air at the moment. So, and in Birdland Minute, this thing is I like Finnegan, but I do not trust him as a closer in the playoffs. What do you got, Rock?
We were talking about reports on him. Evidently, the Nationals are just like asking for the moon for him. That is a report from Mark Feinson. So you look at the market. Is he going to be worth what the Orioles could potentially give up for him? If you're asking the moon for somebody, that's probably a couple top 5 prospects potentially in there as well. So,
and for the Nationals, again, you can stand pat, but I do think that one of those guys has to go for. If the Nats are selling, they need to sell Finnegan. So if that price needs to lower, you need to lower. I still think the one that I really wanted from them was Estevez, but I do want to have the context for that. The players that went to the Angels were pitching prospects. The Orioles don't have that as far as the high-end pitching prospects. Like McDermott, like Kate Povich, they're not the top ones. Rocco, that is not a flattering look there, but what's up?
Passing the latest trade, the Mets are finalizing a deal to acquire right-handed starter Paul Blackburn from the A's. Sources tell ESPN.
Damn.
He just came off the IL maybe like 3 days ago. Like he's been out all year.
Okay, so let's look into this Paul Blackburn deal. Isn't the trade deadline wild? Like I wish the NFL trade deadline, for all the talks that could or couldn't happen, it's not as rare where these moves are just happening left and right over and over and over again. But
it
Paul Black,
fun.
Yeah, it is fun. So repeat again the deal. Does it have players involved?
Right now, it's just the Mets are finalizing a deal. It's not done yet, but it's being finalized as we speak to acquire Paul Blackburn, the right-handed starter from the A's.
Okay, so right-handed starter from the A's, Paul Blackburn, 4.41 ERA on the season. And that's a depth piece that the Mets are, and good for the Mets. If you're a Mets fan and you hung in there, good for you, because this is surprising. Maybe it's because Jose Iglesias brought some energy. Maybe it's whatever. You got another thing, Rocco?
Another one, Rosenthal. Mariners acquiring JT Chargios from the Marlins. Sources tell The Athletic.
Look, the Mariners aren't fucking around.
No.
They really aren't. I mean, they're so close to winning a division, and the moves they made, if you're a Mariners fan, you have to be over the moon for.
Well, they have to, because they've been waiting for so long to.
But their pitching has been pretty great.
Their starting pitching, their rotation as a whole is actually probably the best if you're looking at from 1 to 5.
Right.
But they don't. The ace part is. If blockbuster 1-2 punch, they have really good ones, but if I'd still take Corbin Burns as the one over everybody.
100%. So my thing is that, like, you look at that division, Astros obviously still being the Astros in the second half. I think that with what the Mariners are doing, this puts them in, the running to at least make the playoffs and make some sort of solid run now that they got a Rosarina, get a couple bats in there. The pitching is good enough to get them to the playoffs. Just a matter of whether or not the offense is going to be able to complement that, and then they're making the moves.
So I'm going to have Kevin ask a question here in 1 second, but the move, so people know so far this year, and I'm trying to get the pronunciation unique New York. JT Chagua.
I think it's Chagua.
It's Chagua. It's
Yeah.
Chagua.
Yeah.
And shout out Baseball Reference for that.
Crepes,
really thin pancakes. Chagua has gone 16 innings so far this year, 1.62 ERA. He is now heading to, and his nickname is Shag. So let's just call him Shag's going. Yeah, his nickname's Shag.
Nice.
Shag now or Shag later? Kevin, what movie? There it is. Proud of you. Kevin's going to ask a question while he's working. There he is. All right, Kev, what you got for the group?
I got a question for everybody and the chat. So if the Orioles do nothing, like if this is it for them, is that a big disappointment for you guys? Or do you think that they would be fine if they entered the postseason race with this team right now?
Zach, take it away.
I would be so disappointed. I mean, I had to pop up when I heard you talk about Kevin. Yes, I would be very disappointed, especially because they acquired Eflin and Dominguez, 3 days ago now? It felt like they needed, we said after that, you wanted them to make 2-3 more moves. I still want another right-handed bat. I still want another reliever. We talked about it, Kevin, if what we thought we needed more after the last 2 moves were made, and we said you might be leaning reliever more than starter. I would just, if Dominguez is the only bullpen guy we get, as much as I think Dominguez has such a high upside, I would be disappointed with how it's going. Yes, right.
Got something more details on the Lucas Erceg deal right here. Oakland's going to receive Mason Barnett, right-handed pitcher Will Klein, outfielder Jared Dickey from Kansas City in exchange for Erceg, who's under club control for 5 more years through 2020. So let me see. I have their Mason Barnett is their number 4 prospect. Okay. And who else do we have on this list? Will Klein, and then Jared Dickey is on there as well. So they gave up at least one top 5 prospect in that deal. So that is what you're looking at in the asking price, and 2 other players right there. So, I mean, what do you guys think about that trade and like the return that they got for him?
Yeah, so let's go back to Erceg here for a second. A guy this year so far, 3.68 ERA on the year, 36 innings, 41 Ks, but he's got a live fastball. And actually, Zach, maybe you could pull this up for me, sweetheart, of
baseball savant.
I would love his baseball savant, because I think it gives a context so we can show our audience what we're dealing with for his stuff. But it's a guy that the potential's there. The potential is all there for him to turn into something special. And yes, he's 29 years old. It's his 2nd year in the big leagues, but this is a player that has the upside to be a very, very, very helpful team in the bullpen. And there you go right there. Fastball velo, high, 98 miles an hour, 86 mile an hour slider. His sinker's 99, hard changeup, 91. So paraphrasing, he throws some hard shit. And he's got the ability for swing and miss and for people to try to catch up. Now, just like with every pitcher, it is about location. Can you locate? Can you be able to be effective? One thing I want to see specifically as I look at his stats, he's gotten better and better. Last year, here's a good example. He had 36 walks in 55 innings, 13 walks in 36 right now, and his strikeout numbers are still more than 1 an inning. So you see a guy that's starting to refine himself. I like, this is a move, Zach, I think people get scared away because of saying it's a quote-unquote project, but this is an upside play here that I know beloved Fuji, miss him terribly for the vibes as well. But Erceg has more established. He's a big league pitcher. I love what I'm seeing with him. At 29 and 30, you can really find yourself and continue to move forward. So that's what I got with that.
Yeah, I mean, Erceg is one of the he was the guy after Estevez. I think Estevez was kind of both of our guys that we really wanted the Orioles to go get. Right behind him was Lucas Erceg for me. And like you said, he's a little bit of a high, I don't want to say high risk, but he's a developmental guy that you look on the surface and it hasn't always been great. There have been control issues at times, stuff like that. But you look at these numbers and you see this is exactly what you want to work with. This is something where even if you aren't controlling it, if you have the fuzz like he does, even if it's missing just a little bit, you can blow it by guys. So he was one of the guys that I was very much intrigued with, and I think is an incredible move for them.
Boys, could the O's not have gotten this guy? Because looking at their prospect list for the Royals, you give up the number 4 prospect in your organization, the number 18 prospect in your organization, and a guy you took last year in the 11th round. Okay, could Baltimore have done that for Lucas Erceg and gotten him here? Is that a trade the Orioles could or should have made? What are your thoughts on that? Because, I mean, they had all the pieces. They had the prospects in play. They just got rid of a guy who was their number 5 prospect for a lefty starter who's, 26 years old with 2 more years of club control. So I'm sure they could have gone out and gotten this guy. The question is, why didn't they? Why do you think they didn't?
I mean, yeah, they 1,000% could have made the move. It's more so of in the philosophy of, again, let me try to explain it from the front office side, because people are going to take it as my opinion, but you're hearing me say this, guys. This is what the front office, they will look at metrics of certain players. And I think last year when you're looking at stability, the one thing with Erceg is, do you feel like you're going to have stability at the back end? We just talked about high leverage situations. I think that he's a guy that can handle high leverage. However, he hasn't seasoned himself enough. So for the Orioles, you're looking at it, is there concerns that he can sustain the success? And 2, is that a position of need in high leverage? If you're the Orioles, if you're not getting a high leverage guy that you are so over the moon about, is it the right move that you want to do? That to me is why they didn't. Personally, I like the team control. I love his upside. He throws fuzz. And the A's clearly were trying to shop him. I think he would have a place in the bullpen. But the reason why they went and got Dominguez from the Phillies is what? It's experience. Because his numbers this year haven't been as good as they were in the past. But what does he have? He's got 6 years of experience and playoff experience. The Orioles are looking for that. Erceg does not have either of those things. So I think that that's where it's going, at least in that situation. What do you got, Brian?
From a front office perspective, do we think, throwing this out to the group, do we think that you look at splits against the AL East? Like specifically what they do against the teams that we will face the most throughout the duration of the season?
Yeah, I think that plays a factor for sure. I mean, when you're thinking about the teams that you play the most throughout the entire year, how do you not think about that?
I would assume you would have to.
Yeah.
So I don't know what, I can't even say his last name because it's got like 16,000 or 16 consonants in it. But yeah, I wonder what his splits are against the AL East. And I know we don't have those answers handy at the moment, but I mean, maybe that plays a role or a factor into it. And that's what I thought, because obviously, like Rip was saying, we could have made this move. We absolutely could have made this move.
Yeah.
If you look at it, though, it's pretty similar to the package we gave up for Eflin. I mean, we gave up number 10 and number 18 prospect in our organization, and Horvath and Balmeister, and then another guy. Etzel, I can't, is that who it was? Matt Etzel, is that his name?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, obviously you're giving up a little bit less for Eflin. I think, is the price just going up just because it's a day later and teams are getting more desperate? Or is it maybe we got the Eflin deal a little bit earlier and we kind of got a deal on him? I don't know. I think you have to take those things into consideration. Also, we traded several prospects already. Do we want to keep trading prospects, or at some point we need to replenish?
Yeah, and I think that was a conversation going into all this, right? Was the Orioles, if you're making moves, you feel like you're trying to either free up space for guys to play, or you're really just trying to find a piece that helps you right now and not stockpiling back in the minors. But it is true, the Orioles don't have a lot of pitching prospects to offer. Just going back to that again, they don't. They acquired guys like Seth Johnson that aren't talked about as much. They acquired Cade Povich and Chase McDermott, right? They don't have a lot of homegrown studs that are coming through the system. They have guys that I believe can be, but right that are on the cusp, they don't have that. So it is an interesting talking point here.
I mean, you bring up prospects to trade, but there's definitely some a starter or two, or guy on the 40-man roster or two that I would consider trading for a closer or high leverage guy. I mean, you got Urias. Obviously, he's struggling, but can still be your quality glove. No, I wouldn't say it. The bat certainly isn't there, but I wouldn't even be all that upset. I guess maybe I would be, especially given the fact that now Norby's been traded. If Mateo got traded somehow, but I don't think Mateo's going anywhere at this point. But there's still options out there as far as being able to trade somebody off a 40-man roster if Elias isn't willing to move anybody off of from anyone down the farm.
Yep. And so before we continue the conversation, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. It's the Ryan Ripken Show trade deadline special with some collaborations here. So we do the Ryan Ripken Show live every Monday and Thursday on this channel, but we have specials just like we're doing today. And then we're joined with some collaborations. One of them, which is part of the Ryan Ripken Media group. It's Kevin and Zach Reacts. There's Zach right there. They do post-game lives after every Orioles and Ravens game. So go to @Kevin and Zach React to subscribe now. They will be live tonight after the Orioles play the Blue Jays. And then we are joined also with some other faces you might not have seen, and that is Gary Williams Stole My Lawn Furniture there. That's a handful. Say that 10 times fast. Subscribe to them. They are also on this. You can find them on YouTube, X, Instagram. So just getting it around the block here. And it's fun, right? This is an exciting day. And as we talk about this, we are an hour and 46 minutes from the deadline officially closing here. But to go back to this conversation, Mateo is one of their guys that they love and they're enamored with. And because they feel that he can play defense, he can run, they'll live with his bat, good and bad. I think the point is, and Rock, I'll get to you in 1 second here, is that, and I see Blue Gold, and I appreciate you tuning in all the time, in all caps as always. It's, you can talk about replenishing prospects. You know they can do that, right? It's yes, but the Orioles also spent all this time developing players that they don't know yet. Like for Houston did that. Could you imagine if Houston traded away one of their main guys? And when you look at their deals, did they really trade away any of their guys over the last few years that turned out to be bona fide superstars?
Nope.
They were dead close to trading. They were dead close to trading Bregman.
Yeah, so they were close on trading Bregman, but they didn't.
They did not do it because they were smart. And now you're looking and seeing the exact same things going on here in our city.
Yeah, and so I think what's happening right now is that the Orioles are figuring out their foundation for the future because they have guys, and I believe this, that are going to be with their team for the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
And if you trade some of those guys away, and they have so much depth, what you're finding out at this deadline is teams want that depth that you don't want to give up. So if you don't want to give up Asayo, Coby Mayo, Kjerstad, Jackson Holliday, you don't have to right now. But that is the asking price that teams want. And even though the Orioles secondary prospects are really good, that's not good enough. And I don't blame the Orioles. You deserve the right for Sam Basayo and Mayo and Holliday to figure it out. Why? I'll tell you what, teams are going to want them next year at their age. And the way that they're projecting, I think that 2 or 3 of them, either all 3 are going to be all-stars or 2 of them. That's what the Orioles think. And you got to ask the question, if you think 2 of those 3 guys are going to be all-stars for 10 years, and you look at Houston right now with Altuve, Bregman, Yordan Alvarez, and Kyle Tucker, would you have traded any of those guys away 5 years before they were in the bigs?
People don't, the non-baseball fan or the casual baseball fan does not really pay attention to that stuff. And I think you guys talked about it the other day on your podcast, or on your show. You know, the Tatis was in a deal one time, and you don't think that he's going to be that crazy amazing, and he is amazing, even though he's had a couple difficulties here and there. We can't be moving this. And it comes to the point where when people talk about trading Jackson Holliday, I'm like, you got to be outside of your skull. And I roll my eyes at you when you say stuff like that, because I want to win for a decade. I don't just want to push all the chips into the table in one season.
Yeah, you don't want to be the Royals and win one season and then spend the next decade trying to rebuild. I mean, they're good now, but I mean, it took them a while to get there after 2014.
It's nice to have this kind of confidence too with Elias in his his hit rate so far on his prospects.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
we just assume now that everybody in the minors is gonna come up and be a solid MLB player. We don't know that. We haven't seen Coby Mayo up here yet. We've seen a limited Holiday, a limited amount of Stowers, a limited amount of Kjerstad, and everything like that. We don't know what they're
Norby.
actually gonna Norby. We don't know what they're actually gonna end up being here. What we've got, I mean, our hit rate right now is through the roof. So we just assume that they're all just going to be amazing, right? So
Yeah.
We got to keep that in mind a little bit, that the guys that are here that are performing, we have to remember that they are here and are performing. We know that.
Yep. And I want to make this point because Bud Rips talks about this. Appreciate you tuning in, Bud. And for anyone, hit that like and subscribe button again. So you're saying that Norby and Stowers are not future All-Stars. That's not what I'm saying.
No.
The Orioles have to choose who they're going to keep. When they decided to keep Jordan Westbrook, they said, we're going to keep Westy, and now Joey Ortiz is expendable, and you went and traded for Corbin Burns. Joey Ortiz could end up being an all-star, but at the moment, the Orioles said that ship has sailed here. For the Orioles, now they're looking at it. They had enough belief with Trevor Rogers to say, we believe in him. Now, whether they're right or wrong, we'll find out in a few years. But for right now, that's what they did. Does not change that Connor Norby can't be an everyday player at the big league level or Kyle Stowers. But you have to make those decisions with their ages. Stowers is in his mid-20s. Connor Norby is not going to be younger as a prospect as it goes on. Coby Mayo, Sam Basayo, and Jackson Holliday are so young that they might have a lot of struggles at the young ages. You just saw it with Jackson. You're going to take time. So that's where I am. I hope the best. I mean, I'm a big fan of both those guys. I think Norby is so underrated, and I think Stowers deserves an extended look. The only knock to him is, does he have too much swing and miss? That's his only knock, but the dude's got pop, and he's going to get a chance on a very, very bad Marlins team to figure out if he can be the answer for them moving forward, and that's all you want at this point, and those players got it. So that's all I have to say about that. But what do you got here? Somebody said something.
No, I got something. But before I get into that, what you said about Norby is spot on. And when we had David Hall on, who covers the Norfolk Tides, I mean, he is well invested in that team. And, you know, we see clips. We get to see what these guys do highlight-wise and see the stats. But he is there every day talking to these guys, getting to know them. And he said, quote, Connor Norby is somebody who is going to sell tickets, whether it's with the Orioles or with another team. And that is what Connor Norby is going to be expected to do down the line. He has all the intangibles and he's got a bright future ahead, but can he be? Sometimes that's not good enough. He's a great player and I wish him nothing but the best. But David Hall, a guy who's been around him, believes that this guy is the real deal and could be a future all-star. But sometimes that is a risk you have to take. And sometimes it's a risk that teams are willing to take, not knowing, okay, it could go one of two ways. Connor Norby could turn into an all-star. Connor Norby could turn into not an all-star and be a dud. I'm thinking he's going to be a really solid player in Major League Baseball, but he just wasn't going to have a chance with the Orioles because they have Jackson Holliday down there in AAA, and that's the guy they took number one overall. Rip, so this is what I was getting at. The Paul Blackburn trade, the Mets are sending Cade Morris to Oakland. He is New York's number 25 prospect. He is a third-round pick last season for the Mets, and he's a right-handed pitcher. So that is what the Mets gave up to get Paul Blackburn from Oakland in that trade.
Thank you for the reporting. Actually, real reporter, fake reporters, Ryan Ripken and Zach Collinger, not on this case, because I'm not a damn reporter. I just try to give you advice and objective opinions. Boom.
Former reporter.
Yeah, a good time. What do you got, Brian?
Has any of you guys heard any talk about Bradford being on the market, being shopped?
Bradfield?
I'm sorry, Bradfield. My bad. Bradfield. Enrique Bradfield.
No,
he's not going anywhere.
You don't think so?
Mm-mm.
And I think, honestly, a team would be another, if they wanted to, it'd be another year to figure that out. And quite frankly, they're trying to figure out, you know what, I'm going to make another point here. This is the part where, then I have a question for all of you guys. We're going to finish answering Kevin's question. You know what I'm seeing the Orioles start to do now is they're going to let the guys develop and see what they have.
Yep.
Then make a decision. They're not going to rush a guy. We just drafted him and ship him off. That's not what they're doing yet. 5 years, the Orioles might do that. Right now, they're not going to do that. The part that they're doing more right now than they did last year is bringing guys that have been in the big leagues a little bit longer over to their team. We just talked yesterday about James McCann, about him being the tough as nails, ball off his face. But what he brings to a team is leadership, leads by example, veteran presence. Kyle Gibson brought that to the team last year. When you look at the teams that are going to run for a contending for a World Series, Rangers loaded with vets. Astros vet heavy team. The Phillies vet heavy team. Now the Orioles are trying to get more veteran guys in those moments because why they've been there. Zach Eflin, calm, cool, and collected. They brought him in. It's a guy they feel like can fill a void. Dominguez, a guy that they feel like can fill a void. It might not be sexy, but last year the Orioles brought in Fuji, which was a wild card. Now I'm not afraid to admit that. Love the guy, but I think that they want.
That was sexy.
That was sexy, and he was for sure. But see what my point is. There is that the Orioles.
Jesus Christ.
Good God.
We got a bunch of kids.
We're all children.
Yeah.
Rip is the unofficial official mayor of Fujitown. That was the title he was given. It's his guy.
Yes. And hey, David Brotherson, Adam Frazier too. Mike Elias talked about when we sat down with him just what he ended up meaning to the team. And I think that that's so undervalued with teams. We've all played sports, guys. And sometimes you can sit there and be like, that guy might not play every day, but him being a part of your team has a value. And you need to have a value. You need to have someone you go to. And I'll tell you what, James McCann wearing it off the face and saying, I'm going to play this game, it reality checks a lot of players to be like, damn, he has every right to get out of this game. But he knew it was a bigger message. He didn't want to put his teammate in a bad situation, Adley Rutschman, the catch. And also, too, I'm willing to play through all of this. You guys can as well. And the players, then they love it. They feed off of it. You need that. So
if that doesn't get your boys fired up,
man,
I don't know what's going to get you fired up.
Without a doubt. And in all honesty, this probably better than anybody, Rip, and we've talked about it on our podcast, is this team came up together. They congealed together down in the minor leagues. Now they're all up in the show, and they're all, like, for lack of a better term, brothers. And you can see they feed off of each other. And when one guy gets down, another guy picks him up. And it seems like what happened with Austin Hayes, the reports are that he was becoming a little frustrated with his playing time. And then they shipped him off to get that. I'm not going to say he was a cancer, but I'm just going to use the term. It seemed like they wanted to get that out to make sure that the rest of the team could actually continue to thrive.
Yeah. And I think that's a point. Here we got, Rock.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, James McCann is a guy that Orioles players saw that, I'm sure, in the dugout. Rip, you've been in plenty of dugouts before. And if you see your teammate, your brother, take a fastball off the face, scary moment, obviously. Like, watching it live, I audibly gasped. I was like, oh, my God, hope he's all right. And then he goes down, blood just, like, pouring from his face, and he gets up. It's like, this crazy SOB is going to stay in the game. Like, that's probably what was going through 90% of people's minds in the dugout and in the stands. It's like, this dude was stay in the game. Blood on his jersey, blood pouring out of his face, had to get the new jersey. And then when he went down and stepped on first base, it was like unbelievable. That is
He's
a guy
catching pitches with one eye.
Yeah, I mean, like, you saw his face. It looked like you went like 12 rounds with Tyson, man.
Yeah.
And then that is a guy that
And he got a knock.
anyone, not just a baseball player, would want to follow into battle. And Tyler Wells, he summed it up perfectly with that tweet yesterday. And, we're wishing Tyler the best. We want to see him return from his injury. But him tweeting this was awesome, saying, I would go to war every single day for James McCann. But after seeing that, I am convinced that I would absolutely be useless to him. He said, that's the toughest SOB I've ever met. And he just proved it right there with the salute emoji. That is awesome. That's a guy that's just like, okay, he might not be the best player offensively or even defensively. I do know this. When it comes to veteran pitchers, they love when James McCann catches them because it's just like a different vibe he brings. Not that Adley doesn't have his own, but he's just like, he knows how to catch these vets well. And on top of that, he's one of the toughest guys in the clubhouse. So it's great to see.
I was just about to say, like, we've had him on the show, and McCann even spoke to this. I think I can't remember who. There was a pitcher that we had on the show too that basically just spoke to their different styles of play. Where like McCann's got more of that feel guy, whereas like Adley's kind of more analytical. And it just kind of depends on, as a pitcher, which one you prefer. It's not like one's better over the other as far as how they call the game.
Yeah, and we have to remember that Adley still, this is what, his second full year in the bigs. Like he's still, well, third year, but second full, right? Like McCann is still kind of bringing him up right now, which is kind of cool to see, and like showing him how to handle pitchers and how to call games and everything like that. And we've seen that progress over the years, obviously. But yeah, like you said, it is cool to see like the vibe that a lot of pitchers have with McCann.
And it's no surprise that the guy's caught multiple no-hitters. He just has that respect factor, and he's great at calling games. I mean, it's not a coincidence that he's done it a few times. So that's what you're looking at. Another trade.
Yeah, we got another trade
announced. Ken Rosenthal saying that the Twins are acquiring right-handed reliever Trevor Richards from the Blue Jays. Sources tell him and Dan Hayes.
All right, so let's
shout out Dan Hayes.
Shout out Dan Hayes. Got to give him some love as well.
Yeah.
Shout out Dan Hayes.
I love when they'll just name a random like beat reporter that was on it first, and like Jeff Passan's like, "Yo, shout out this one guy. He's did it." So
dude, what do you think it does to their following though? Too like if Ken Rosenthal is tagging you in a tweet, like you're gaining at least like a couple thousand followers after that.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe. That's why Dan Hayes.
He's no fake reporter like Zach Ballinger.
Exactly.
Yeah, I
know. But he's up there. He's up there.
Boom, boom, boom.
Dan Hayes wishes he could have this type of legacy as a fake reporter.
Oh God, what do you got, Brian?
I'm gonna sub myself out like Kev get in here. But before I leave, two things.
Oh,
Brian, we got it.
Go ahead.
San Diego Padres have acquired Tanner Scott from the Miami Marlins.
Oh, come on.
This is breaking news from Jeff Passan, so this is real.
What?
Yeah.
What is the deal?
Padres have gotten Tanner Scott. This is all we've gotten so far.
Doesn't say anything yet.
Yeah.
Okay, and what do the Padres have left over there for? Because all their players are with the Nationals now.
Yeah, what they give him, Manny?
Maybe.
He's great. Oriole trainer for Oriole.
Send Manny home to Miami.
That's like a gut punch.
Oh
wow! I got to see that prospect list, Kevin. I can tell you're shocked.
Show me your
If
shock
only there
face.
was a corn dog version.
Yeah. Show us how you eat a corn dog too, Kevin. Oh, sugar. Well, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. But wow, Tanner Scott, the Padres now, they just keep going for it.
They are.
They're going to keep going for
They're
it.
so hot right now.
They are. They were playing good ball in here, but we got to see what that move is. I'll tell you what, I'm glad it's Tanner Scott's not coming to the American League then.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing. And you got to wonder then for the Orioles, what was that asking price? So as soon as we get that package, we got to see. And Connor, that's the thing.
If they got Tanner Scott for a bunch of nobodies, I'm going to be pissed.
Dude, no, it can't be. I'm pulling up the Padres prospect list now just in advance. So once he dropped who they got, we'll be ready to go.
Is it just all the Juan Soto pieces? Is that what it is?
Yeah, well, I guess. But now I really want to know. I'm curious. And then the big name that's out there still is now, what do the Nationals do with Finnegan? Does Finnegan's price now rise, drop? Because now he is the one dude that's left who closes out games right now that we know is quote unquote available, right? So we're gonna have to figure that out here, Zach. And have we been changing thumbnails? And
that's what I'm currently.
Look at that. That mustache is at work.
You're a true professional.
Yep,
I'm proud of you, man.
Might not be official reporter.
I'm gonna pretend like I don't have. Go pretend like I don't have 3 empty Coors Light cans next to me.
Dude, I'm watching it behind the scenes. I think that Zach's just pacing back and forth because he's just nervous about what the O's are going to do. I'm like, are you good, dude? Like, I'm just watching you pace back and forth in the background. He's like, I'm just drinking a beer.
I think the Orioles are going to make one more move. I still believe it. But we're going to get more info on this before it goes. And But guys, with the Gary, and I'm wearing the hat right now. This is a sick hat. Gary Williams stole my lawn furniture. Sorry, same thing. Get it right, get it tight. But guys, I appreciate. Shut up, Kevin.
It's all furniture. It's not just the chair.
Yeah, all lawn furniture.
He got it all. He got the whole patio. He got
Why
the
do you
whole
think you're
patio.
so upset about
Also,
it?
hey, before they end up rolling out, whatever that is, I just want to say that I appreciate Brooks is the only guy here that knows how to wear the ear monitors. Including the host of the damn show.
What are you talking about?
Including the host of the damn show.
No, they're fine.
No, they're always sticking out of your head.
What?
There,
What are you
now,
talking
now,
about?
see, yep, now
Do
we're
not
back.
feel bad.
Well,
That is a work
because-
in
You
progress.
left the ear
Well,
sticking
time out. I
the
got to
corner.
use the shortest one. Why? Because we broke the other damn thing, so I got to keep the one closest to me.
Yeah, but they can still be in your ear, not just out of your ear.
Brad, you know Chata?
Ligma?
I know. Yeah,
Are you
he knows.
familiar with
Sugan?
Ligma?
Okay.
Oh no.
All right. Here we go.
I'll
Heel.
bite. I'll bite. What's Ligma?
Shut up, Rocco. Rocco. No. But guys, really appreciate it. And for those we have on this, we're streaming on the Gary Williams Stole My Lawn Furniture. So if you guys are like what we're doing, check out what they're doing. You can subscribe to their channel, on Instagram, YouTube, Twitter,
Wherever-
Facebook.
Yep, wherever you like.
Yeah, all the things.
All the things.
Yeah.
Barnes and Nobles. But I just want to say thank you very much for having us. Much appreciated. If James McCann ever wants to auction off that bloody jersey,
Yeah.
I think my girlfriend will be the highest bidder without a doubt.
No, we'll frame it. We'll frame it in the studio. Friend of the show.
Well, that was also James McCann's no hitter pants went up for auction too. So I don't know.
Someone will buy the nose plugs. I'm sure if you auction them off, someone would pay some sicko would pay like $100 for them.
Well, isn't that great?
Well, pig and rooster. We got some pig and rooster pizza back there for the show.
Oh my God, I
The
can't
show
wait.
members.
We got some Pig and Rooster Pizza.
Patrick's
Shout
the
out
man.
to Delaware Dave for giving us some Pig and Rooster Pizza. Thank you guys so
Oh,
much
yeah.
for your hospitality. Letting us steal a little bit of your thunder for just a few minutes because I know you guys have a very big day coming up here throughout the duration of this trade deadline.
Well, hey, we appreciate it. We'll do a lot more here. We'll get the band back together, but it's the first time I know with getting it started. It's the first time you guys have been in the same spot, you three. For us, we're still virtual, but we know the grind of it. But we're here to help and support. So everyone out there, go give them a follow, give them some love, and it should be a fun rest of the year. We're going to talk a lot of baseball. They're going to talk a lot of football, just like we do. So people helping people. And if you guys like the hat, then maybe I can get you one. Just kidding. This one's mine.
Be a
So,
friend.
but guys,
We got more on the way.
appreciate you.
Be a friend and
Appreciate
tell
you.
a friend.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, nothing.
Oh, hold on. I don't know if this is legit or not. Alden Gonzalez said the Marlins return for Tanner Scott.
You're
This
good.
is just per his source. Robbie Snelling, Adam Mazer, and 2 other prospects.
Yep.
So Snelling is their number 2 prospect, and Mazer is their number 4 prospect. So that's what you're looking at right there.
Okay, so we'll take a closer look to how we're going to dive into this whole thing here in a minute here. So I appreciate it. And Brad, actually, it's maybe a good time. Can you do some polls? Check the polls here for us.
Yeah. So I did a poll. Hold on. I can't with these.
Dude, Jose
Pause.
Canseco just tweeted the Oakland A's
I don't know,
are
Rocco. I don't know how you do it.
finalizing
I
a deal
need
to
to
acquire
have
free agent
the real
Jose
ones.
Canseco.
Big if true. Big if true.
Sorry, Brad.
Hold on. I know you're probably talking shit and I can't hear you, and that's not fair.
You stupid idiot. You're so dumb it hurts. You are so stupid.
Just
Hey,
hear-
Brad. How you doing,
I
buddy?
just see you gabbing. That's all. Hold on.
Oh. Guys, look how stupid he is.
All right, we're back. We're back. We're not going to make fun
These
of
are
Brad
all
McCann.
jacked up.
Yes, we are. He's so dumb. It
All right,
hurts.
so let's go to this
You're
move
okay.
real quickly.
Oh, yeah, I can do that chair. That's
So
fine.
Let's go to the.
So hold on. The poll.
Oh yeah, pull it up real quickly.
Today's poll was
Yes.
hard tacos or soft tacos. I was actually surprised at the split, but 61% of the vote. Actually, a huge turnout, by the way. Record turnout. 400 people voted on this. 60% say soft tacos are preferable over hard tacos.
All right. So right now, and we got a new person saying I'm about to report this poll for being 40% hard tacos. I think I'm a soft taco guy, but I do enjoy a good hard taco. Crunch. But it's got to be in the right. It's got to be a right. Yeah. It's got to be the right amount. You know what I mean? Yep. It's got to be the right amount.
It's like the only hard tacos I'll eat anymore is if like they're flavored, the shells. Like if Taco Bell, when they had the Doritos Locos tacos, and I think they had the Cool Ranch tacos, we'll do it. Big soft taco guy now, though. Like, love when they're soft shells. Love when you can kind of either go with a hybrid, turn it into a taco or a burrito. Love the ability to do that. Whereas, like, with the hard shell, you're just, like, breaking it in half, and then it's terrible.
Yeah, they're both good, man. Like, I just think I don't want a soft taco to get soggy. That's the thing. If it gets too runny, I don't like that. But a hard taco, it does the job. But a soft taco with the right mixture is great. You had a thought, Kevin?
Hard.
Oh, goodness. All right, let's go into this. So the reports, going back to this, the reports are coming back out that the Padres gave up a boatload. And yes. I mean a boatload for guys. And a lot of their top prospects specifically are going in this deal. Right now, it's looking like we're pending a medical review. It is going to be that bullpen for the Padres looks unbelievable. But what I'm hearing is that they gave up
Snelling, Mazer, and 2 other prospects. So that is their 2, their 4, and whoever else they gave up in that deal, Rip. So they gave up at least 2 top 5 prospects to get Scott.
But they also, I believe, Rocco, there's a report that they got Brian Hoeing at the same time.
Yes.
So, man, you're talking about a team that's making some moves here. Wow. Can we pull up on where those guys ranked in the top 100 for MLB Pipeline so we can give a context here to what the deal looks like?
Hey, Rip, Jim Bowden just put out the full trade. So according to him, it's
do we have that tweet, by the way? Sorry, it's out on Twitter.
Yeah, Jim Bowden put out the full trade. The Padres get Tanner Scott and Brian Hoeing. Marlins get left-handed pitcher Robbie Snelling, who is the number 2 prospect in their organization.
And
right-handed pitcher Adam Mazer, who is the number 4 prospect in their organization. Graham Pauley, who is a third baseman, second baseman, outfielder, who's the number 5 prospect. So that's 3 number 5 prospects right there in their organization. And then infielder Jay Bashirs, who is their Bashirs 24th. I think someone put it in the chat, though. So shout out to whoever put that in there as well. He's number 24.
So right is 44 in all of baseball.
Robbie that's their highest one, was the 44th right now, is the highest prospect on the top 100 that they gave up.
Yeah, so he is a left-handed pitcher who is 20 years old, pitching in Double-A at the moment, Robbie Snelling. So definitely he is a big curveball guy. Let me check his stats right now. He
was drafted in the competitive balance round in 2022, pick 39 as well. So
Padres are trying to win a World Series this year.
Zach, you got his stats and whatnot, you said?
Yeah, so right now it's actually funny. He's not having a great year, so we'll have to see where he kind of ranks after this year. In 2023, he flew up the system, went from low A to Double A, and kept a 1.82 ERA throughout all 3. In Double A, he had 17 innings pitched, had a 1.56 ERA last year. But this year, it's been a completely different kind of Robbie Snelling. 73 innings pitched, he has a 6.01 ERA. So we'll see if his when they update everything, where he kind of lands on these prospect rankings, especially because we also have to add in, I don't believe they've added in this year's draft picks. So
can we just want to, I don't mean to cut you off, Zach. Appreciate and also Rocco, well done on all the deals as far as prospects and stuff are concerned. I did want to bring it because there's a bunch of people that are asking about it, and I thought this is a good time to bring it up. Somebody was asking, oops, not that one.
Oh, well, we're going to bring that up in a second, but go ahead. Yeah.
But somebody was asking about why bringing up Vavra instead of Mayo or Holliday.
Yeah.
So I just thought I know we talked about it like a couple hours ago, so I just wanted to kind of reapproach that in case, we've had such a rotation of viewers. Wanted to kind of just readdress that real quick.
Yeah. So to readdress it real quickly, it's essentially, it's a placeholder for the situation. And Vavra has some versatility to his game, and especially what happened with James McCann. So Vavra is not the long-term piece here. I love Taryn, but I don't see him as the long-term piece. He's a solid player, but for me, Jackson's not up here. Why? His elbow of trying to get regular reps at second base, I don't think that they are fully comfortable with that. And they're still not committing to Coby Mayo playing third base every day. However people feel about that is one thing. And I know it's frustrating because Coby Mayo has nothing left to prove at the AAA level as far as hitting is concerned. He has nothing to prove. And I still think
he's coming up this year.
I think he is. If you are not moving Coby Mayo, he's got to be up here within the next month. I really do.
Could it be like a Kerstad last year? He came. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Heston came up like later on in the second half of the season
after the deadline
to help towards the end. Could we see that potentially with Mayo this year? Or do you see him maybe getting called up before that, like in the coming weeks? Maybe.
Yeah, it was interesting, right? Because he came up after September 1st, which was post deadline to for eligibility in the playoffs. So that would be interesting if they did that with Mayo too.
Well, he was still eligible because he was in the organization. So
right.
But you're right. He came up 2 days after rosters expanded. So I could see it being very similar with Mayo. I think they have Jackson Holliday eventually replace Vavra and take over as the everyday second baseman. And then I think Coby Mayo is kind of that guy that they go to after rosters expand and they can call up another infielder without it sacrificing someone's spot.
Because he's waited. And yes, he's 22. I believe he's still 22 and not 23 yet. I could be wrong, but when you look back at that prospect list from, I believe it was 2022, and we brought it up before, he's the only one in that top 11 that hasn't gotten a big league call yet. Cade Povich was number 11 on that list, and Mayo has waited his turn. And I know he's still young, but this is a dude that could really help the O's at the major league level. I firmly believe it. I know a lot of people do. And his bat, I mean, it's unbelievable. He's got the power. The fielding was a bit of a question, but I'm telling you, man, as he continues to grow, his glove will figure it out. I don't think he's a bad fielder by any means, but like his bat is so good. That's what we're talking about right now. If he can come up and help the team towards a late postseason push, or even before that, I think the Orioles are going to be in a really good position as they continue to build offensively.
Yes. Something I want to bring up, it's on a different prospect. It's actually on this year's first round pick, because I've seen a lot of discourse in the comment section throughout today and on Twitter about Vance Honeycutt is the highest draft pick not signed yet for the Orioles first round pick. The deadline's not till Thursday at 5:00. I know there were some people who thought it was today, similar to the trade deadline. They have till Thursday at 5:00. They're not signing him today. Michael Elias is focused elsewhere until 6:00, trying to figure that out. But I'm not too concerned with that. A lot of guys will go and sign on the last possible day. We see it every year. Probably one or two first round picks don't sign until the last hour, just because they're trying to get as much over slot as they can. Teams are trying to save a few extra bucks here and there. It's all a dancing game, especially with Honeycutt being a senior. I see no way that he doesn't sign.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rep.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was saying it's just funny, like seeing the panic, because it's, I respect it, because you're waiting and saying like, why isn't this guy signed? Yeah. And usually it always works out. I think Ojabo, when we're talking about the Ravens, he took a while to sign, and it was like, why haven't the Ravens signed him just a few years ago? It's like it finally got done. everything was fine. He was injured, so he had to deal with all that stuff. But I think I don't see a situation where this doesn't get done. They're probably just trying to, like you said, Zach, figuring out the numbers, figuring out whatever they can as far as that goes. And it'll be a done deal soon.
Yep, I'm not worried about that. It's all part of this. I don't see him going back to college. There's no leverage there. It's going to get worked out. I truly and really believe that. I want to just discuss this on the Tanner Scott. This is the news so far. And by the way, it was a big haul. They're talking about, well, the Orioles could have done it. You gave up a lot of prospects and players for a rental.
Right.
He's a rental. So this is his final year for Tanner Scott before he is eligible for free agency after this offseason. If you re-sign him, then good for you. But this is a guy that's having a career year. And we've known this is the Padres' philosophy. They're saying, screw it, we're going to go all in. It's a good reminder for people, how many championships have the Padres or World Series have they gone to so far, especially when they sold for Soto. You signed Machado and Bogarts. They had one CS appearance, I think, under their belt. Other than that, they're trying to get to that level. There's no one right way to do it. But San Diego's method right now is, hey, we are putting our investments in the roster that we have right now, and who knows what it's going to look like 5-10 years from now. Kevin, welcome to the spot. How you doing?
Yeah, thank you.
Wow, that's an interesting angle.
Yeah,
thank you.
That angle.
You can do your point real quick.
I got you.
Well,
okay.
I feel like just with this whole thing too, the Orioles just wanted stability. I think they went out here trying to get guys with team control, because you mentioned the whole rental aspect, but there's already so much uncertainty surrounding their staff this offseason. And I think we talked about this right at the beginning of the stream, but with Corbin Burns and not knowing what his future is going to be, and maybe that was a 1-year rental for the Orioles, maybe not, right? We still don't know yet, but there's uncertainty there. The Bradish injury, the Means injury, the Wells stuff. I mean, before this deadline, guys, we were talking about, well, they have Grayson and, Dean is still there, but what else? And now you go into the next year. Eflin has a year. Rogers has team control. So now there's less uncertainty with the staff. So I think that's what they were trying to look for here. I don't necessarily think they wanted rentals. I think they just wanted guys that they could say, we can work with this guy and we have him for a couple years to not have as many questions this offseason.
Absolutely. And that's all right. They didn't want to have the questions going into next year. And Kevin, you've mentioned this. We've talked about it before. I do think the Orioles' big splash for a player will be in the offseason again, because if the Orioles didn't have the Kyle Bradish injury, they're looking at Corbin, Bradish, and Grayson. You can rival that three to start off your rotation with anybody, especially in the American League. But then you can't count on that injury. So it happens. And the price point for guys is going to be lowered. And I know you're saying, well, what about Scooble, Crochet? Well, also, they're going to reach innings limits. And if they're still with their respected teams and they're willing to move them in the offseason, everyone gets the time to reset. And I think that's a point that you got to look at here. Now, one thing I did want to talk about, people are wondering, what options are available reliever-wise now? That's where it's set for the market. There's 2 names now, and I forgot to mention this. It's going to be Finnegan, or what's happening with Pete Fairbanks.
I was just about to ask about that. So, we can have the closer conversation, because I think the closers that most people have their eyes on, even if they're out of range, would be a Mason Miller, Finnegan, then who were we just talking about? Oh, Alex, what happened?
No, keep going.
Okay,
you're good.
So my question would be, like, of those 3 guys, Rip or anybody can chime in on this, like, where do we see the Orioles, as far as if the Orioles are going to make a push for one of these guys, who do they have left to trade?
Yeah.
Because
go ahead.
They already traded Stowie and Norby. So what other high prospects is Elias willing to go? It wouldn't surprise me if there were no more moves made. We got 1 more hour to go, but it wouldn't surprise me if this is it. And if that's the case, our fans going to be okay with that?
Yeah, and I honestly, the answer will probably be no. A lot of people will be frustrated because you're looking at one more leverage guy, and I am with fans in the sense of I think the Orioles need one more leverage guy.
Yeah,
because you need to alleviate the pressure
Yep.
off of Craig Kimbrel, which again, this is not me saying that Craig's going to be the closer in the fall, but you need Craig Kimbrel. You're going to need him. They're not going to go out and get 2 or 3 more guys. You're going to need them.
Yeah.
So you better be okay, or you better not be okay. You better come to terms with that. Now, for guys that are available, Fairbanks is going to cost a lot. Finnegan's going to cost a lot. I know I'm seeing Chad Green had connections with maybe going back to New York. Diaz, I don't know. I don't know exactly, but for the Orioles now, if we just saw these moves that are being made,
that's where I'm at, Nomadic Brian. Like if the O's are supposed to going to make a push for any one of these guys, an elite closer, it's going to take one of the untouchables.
Yeah, and I think that's a hard no.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a hard no, and
there's
no
no way Elias is doing that.
And the Orioles don't have the pitching prospects too that they don't have enough at the higher level for depth, and I don't think that's a position that they want to go to. So some of these deals that are being made. So like the I'm blanking on the name of the pitcher from, is it Selling, left-handed pitcher, 44th overall prospect?
Snelling.
That's a pitcher. The Orioles don't have that to offer to a team as well. The Orioles have hitters, not the pitchers in that sense. So I want people to understand. Now, thank you, Brett. If I can click on this properly. There we go. Brett, appreciate you, man. Thank you. As always. How do they value prospects for trades in relation to trying to re-sign the young guys we have, especially with new owners? Does Norby become easy to trade if they know Jackson is at second base and I am keeping Gunnar?
Yes, I've been saying that since the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it harder. It makes it harder. And Rock, I'll get to you in a second.
Yeah,
I'm sure you have some news. You're going to have to get to a point of making decisions. And Norby had been sitting there doing everything he's done at the AAA level, and his years were going more and more. So this felt like it was a value play for him to do. And if you know that and you feel you're going to give the opportunities to Jackson, even if he struggles to start, it's going to Jackson, then you make that move. It sounds like they came to that decision with him. Gunnar's self-explanatory. So they have made those decisions. And then the reason why they're not giving up some of their other untouchable players, they haven't, one, made the decision, or two, they believe that they are foundational pieces moving forward. But that's what we saw. I mentioned this earlier. That's why Jordan Westberg stayed and Joey Ortiz went. But it took last year for them to come to that decision to make it in the offseason. And if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. The Ryan Ripken Show. We do this every Monday and Thursday. We do special lives, though. So consider Monday and Thursday just for fun. We had Talking Jake on yesterday, so go check out that episode. It's on Spotify and Apple and on YouTube.
From John Boy.
From John Boy Media. We had Trey Mancini of earlier that was available. We had Trey Mancini on a show earlier. We were going to talk Ravens as we get into the fall, so don't you worry. But we also want you guys to like and subscribe to our new Ryan Ripken Media channel. Kevin and Zach Reacts right there. Hey, Kevin. There he is. Kevin and Zach, every post game for Orioles and Ravens, and Zach pops up as I say his name. Every post game, they do a live reaction. It's at Kevin and Zach React. Go subscribe to the channel. They are a part of the Ryan Ripken Media, and that is where their content is going to live. And we just had Gary Williams, Stole My Lawn Furniture. Check the hat. Go follow them on YouTube, X, Instagram as well. And we will be having more with them in the future. So, Rocco, without further ado, and there's the Kevin and Zach React link. Go ahead.
First and foremost, the Orioles trade is now official.
So you cannot just start with that. Oh my God!
No, the straight from earlier is now it's officially official. Don't you want to know that news, Zach?
Well, what he's saying is what you said is he said the Orioles trade.
Yeah, I thought you were about to. I was like, what?
I'm sorry. What do you want?
I was like, don't say it like that.
It was like the pause. It was
you're like the Orioles trade.
No. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say it. Like, the delivery was terrible. My delivery was awful. I apologize to everybody deeply. Well, nothing's worse than Fat O's fan the other day. He said something. He said, Mayo like the condiment has been traded for relish, ketchup, and mustard. And everyone was like, oh, mayo. Oh man. Like they, had us in the first half. So that wasn't very nice. 2 updates. So the Mets just got reliever Tyler Zuber for Paul Gervais, who is a minor league reliever. So that is in a deal right there. And then you had Jay Harry going to the Jays in that deal for Trevor Richards going to the Twins. But yes, the trade is now official between the Orioles. I do apologize, guys. And Trevor Rogers, now officially an Oriole. Connor Norby and Kyle Stowers, officially Marlins. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Fat O's fan, that wasn't very nice. You know what you did. And that's not the nastiest thing he's done. He made those terrible AI pictures of me, Zach, Ryan, Brad, and Kevin, and he put something really.
You did that to yourself. You did that to yourself. You did that to yourself.
You did. You
did.
did.
Man. I'm sorry.
Good kid. No, you're not. You're somewhat
sorry.
sorry.
Aviator, I apologize. Aviator, I'm sorry.
All right.
Yeah,
so
updates.
D Owens 89, appreciate you. Are the Orioles standing pat at this point? I think that I think there's a shot at one more move. I really do. And I think it's going to come down to the end here. And quite frankly, guys, I think, Kevin, this went back to your question, and we'll pose it out there. I know what the reaction is going to be if the Orioles don't make a move. Is that a satisfaction? And the answer for a lot of fans is going to be no.
Yeah.
And for me, it's you are banking. If you don't, you're banking that Danny Coulomb is going to come back and be one of those high leverage guys. So you're hoping he's healthy. Dominguez has to go into that role. It's going to have to be Craig Kimbrel. And so it's all of those things that are intertwined here. But I think that the Orioles then one more arm is going to give them depth, because that's one thing that they do not have. They do not have the depth.
So,
and Zach saying right here, Zach Lowther, friend of the show, former Oriole, friend of Ryan Ripken, roommate of Ryan Ripken, a lot of things. Vacationed with Ryan Ripken. That was a great time, Zach. There's not much else. It's too expensive for rentals. He's exactly right. Tanner Scott, again, that big deal. He's a free agent after this year. There's no guarantee he's going to stay. And look at even Josh Hader now. They brought him over there. Josh Hader now is with the Houston Astros.
Mm-hmm.
They're making moves. Luis Arraez was traded this year. They are making moves, and that's the way it is.
Here's
what's a damn shame, Brad. Go ahead, Brad. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. So I'm 100% with Zach, and this is why I think that there's a higher possibility that the O's are done, rather than we're going to see this last minute trade before 6 o'clock, which we are now officially an hour away from. So the asking prices are just too high for any of the high leverage type pitchers. I don't think that there's going to be a closer that the Orioles get. I don't think that, what relievers are out there that aren't going to cost a whole lot and that we bring in for the bullpen. I just wouldn't be surprised if this is it.
What I was going to say, though, is just like we talked about, the injuries earlier to these guys and what the starting rotation and just the bullpen looks like right now. Playing the hypothetical game, because we're looking at this deadline from a ton of different angles. If Felix Bautista, unfortunately, if he doesn't, undergo Tommy John surgery and he's healthy here, and Kyle Bradish doesn't get hurt,
right?
Same with we're looking at a team that is like, this is a whole different scenario right here. And this is not a World Series contender. This is a World Series favorite. But injuries absolutely suck, man. It's a shame. And now they got to go out and make all these moves. And I know how O's fans feel about Craig Kimbrel right now. And we've had this conversation time in, time out. And it's like, 1-run game in the World Series, Game 7, and the O's need to win. Are you guys confident with Craig Kimbrel on the mound? I would say the majority of people would probably say no. And the majority is a lot of O's fans right now. It's not to say wouldn't close it out, but just looking at the nerves people get when the guy takes the mound in high leverage situations, it kind of speaks for itself at times. But like Ryan said,
look, it was a low leverage situation last night, and he still gave up a run.
Yeah, it's like you just like you hope for the best and expect the worst right now. And that is not how you want to feel about a closer on a potential World Series team down the line. You don't. So I don't know what the situation is going to be after the trade deadline or when we get to the fall, but it's something that needs to get figured out, or Craig Kimbrel has to figure it out himself and just lock the hell back in again.
Yeah, and it might not be your fault, Rocco, but Cole Irvin's struggles lately are definitely.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
We can all agree on that.
I've never seen a human being more responsible than Rocco was for Cole Irvin's pass. It's tough to watch. It's just like every time Cole gives up a run, I'm like, what could have been if Rocco just kept his mouth shut? We're probably talking about why Cole Irvin deserves to run away with the Cy Young, if we're being honest.
I beat the allegations, Rocco or not, because you were trying to put Heston on me when I asked him the question about his stance or whatever, and then he was balling. So I escaped those allegations.
You guys are assholes. You're all assholes.
Certified.
No, listen, certified. No, everyone here.
I said they're certified.
Oh, certified asshole. Yes, thank you, Rip. I appreciate that. At least someone loves me in this room, because I know no one in the chat does. Love you guys regardless. When we are looking at that game, Cole Irvin, when he ended his scoreless streak, not only were the O's in the City Connect jerseys, the announcers for Apple TV put up the graphic of the scoreless streak.
And I bet they wouldn't have even known.
And they should have made another graphic with your face on it.
Not my
probably
fault,
said
guys.
according to Rocco DeSangro.
And Kevin fresh off of work is coming in hot.
I know. Well, I will say that Joey's comment back on one of the live streams was so he's like, Rocco is responsible for the downfall of a player. Kevin's responsible for killing an entire franchise.
Oh, goodness. All right, let's get back onto this again. You new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. The Ryan Ripken Show, for those that are watching in general, we're covering a lot of baseball. We're going to cover baseball, especially down the stretch. We are based out of the Maryland region here, so we're going to cover a lot of Orioles specifically. But as we move towards the fall, going to cover a lot of football. But right now, it's trade deadline with all of Major League Baseball. We're covering every single move. We have the Ryan Ripken Show that's live usually Mondays and Thursdays, and for special events, Kevin and Zach Reacts, which is our new Ryan Ripken Media channel that does post-game lives after every Orioles game. Any other breaking news with Kevin right there. What do you have, Brad?
I just wanted to piggyback on that and say that welcome to the 100 new subscribers we got on this
So
stream.
awesome. So awesome.
Amazing. And again, it means a lot. And we're building a lot here. We haven't even been doing this here for more than a year. This is less than a year for us. We started in September. Rocco, is this
Consistently. The official.
If I'm going to Rip, if I'm going to raise my hand, it's not going to be just like BS. I promise.
Okay, well, timeout. Okay.
Is the Orioles trade
is this
official?
worth? Can I talk about this right now? Or do you,
yeah. I'm just saying. My hand is raised. I'm in the queue right now. Okay.
Thank you.
You know what? My hand up. It'll get tired, and then the teacher can call on me, and then finally I could ask to use the bathroom. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So Blake Robinson. Blake, thank you very much here, by the way. Thank you so much.
Appreciate that.
You spoke of the Orioles not having the pitching prospects to trade. Why do they seem to keep not drafting pitchers in the top rounds in the draft, especially if it's hurting trade leverage? Love you guys. Blake, we love you. Appreciate you. It's a fair question, but I think what's happening here with both our hands raised, is it trade news?
Yes.
Okay, well, wait. Okay, yours is, but okay, so let me speak. So the thing with this, the Orioles were looking at, like kind of with the Ravens with football, you hear them talk about best player available. The Ravens love to do that. That's what Michael Elias was looking at, is they have guys ranked on their board, and they're not drafting based off of need. They're drafting based off of where they rank on their board and who they should take. That's why they took some catchers in this draft. They were the best players on our board, and we're going to go with that. Now, the Orioles do need to make some more trades in general, at least for other pitchers. I do like the pitchers that they have in the system, but to answer that specific question, that is what the Orioles have done. And quite frankly, though, I think that that's going to be the strategy, at least for now. And that's why I think the Orioles in the offseason are going to go get another pitcher. And D. Porter, I appreciate it as always. Thank you. Thank you very much. Boom. Now we'll go in order. Rocco, you had your hand up first.
Imagine this. So John Heyman tweeted the Dodgers were another team in at the end for Tanner Scott, and that might have triggered the Padres to do more there and give up the haul of prospects they did. So you see that happen as well. I mean, I would love to be in like that room with a general manager, just a fly on the wall, just seeing what the wheeling and dealing looks like and the teams they're talking to. Because I imagine the Padres had, okay, we got the Marlins on one end. They're going to give us this. Dodgers on one end. We're going to give us this. And just getting as much as humanly possible out of any team. And I'll tell you what, man, the Marlins are set up for success in the future. You talk about the Nationals right now with the haul they got for Soto and all the players they have. Don't count out the Miami Marlins down the line a few years from now. They are set up for success with the trades that they've made and the hauls they've got as far as prospects go going forward.
Yeah.
All right, Zach, you had your hand up second.
No, I was going to more talk about the last question, just about the Orioles not drafting pitchers higher, but I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. I think it's a risk thing. Pitchers are riskier in the draft than hitters. Just, especially with arm issues this over the past years, I think the strategy you see Mike Elias go with a lot, and it's how they actually acquired Cade Povich, Chase McDermott, how they got Seth Johnson and them, is they wait for these guys to get in the early stages of the minor leagues, in that high A, low A ball type situation, and see how they've adjusted to pro ball. And they've gone more after guys like that when they're making trades. So I think they don't feel as comfortable taking pitchers, honestly, higher in the draft, because it's proven over the years. Let's look at Mike Elias drafting in Houston. When you look back at all of his picks, you have the guys like Carlos Correa, Alex Bregman. You have these superstar type guys, but they also had failures, guys who didn't pan out, and all those guys ended up being pitchers. So I'm not saying that's what scared Mike Elias away, but I think in a lot of ways it's pretty universal that pitchers are riskier to draft because you never know what's going to happen as they go up the level of talent. I feel like just drafting bats is always a bit safer, and I think Mike Elias feels the same way.
I that's a great point, Zach, and I appreciate you bringing that up. There always is risk with certain pitchers, and that's the case when you acquired Corbin Burns. You know what you got. You've seen him stay healthy, and it's a you see what you have. You see what you see is what you get. Prospects with pitchers, you don't know fully, and then you got to stay healthy. And one thing, Mike, thank you very much. I love if the Orioles sign Burns, rotation would be set. If Burns is re-signed, everyone's level for 2025 would stay very level.
Yes. We talk about the window, Rip. We talk about the window with Corbin Burns and not knowing, and that's where all these questions come into play. The hope is that they get him back, but number one, does Corbin Burns want to return to Baltimore? All signs point to yes. He seems happy here, but if they can't get him back, it's a whole different situation in 2025. But they still have a solid rotation even without Corbin Burns as their ace, if that's the case.
Yeah, they do. And I do think regardless, they will. The Orioles from now until whatever year that they feel like the window closes, they're going to be aggressive every offseason. And especially this year when they're going to sit down ownership and say, what are we willing to spend? Who are we willing to prioritize? They're going to have that conversation going into this offseason. So I think it is something at least that you can have the context on this as well. Car Guy Griff, it's a very valid point here about players that have been picked and where it goes.
Yeah.
Right.
3 great players.
Yeah, I mean, the Nationals didn't miss, but Trout going 25th certainly is,
And in Strasburg, at least in that case, that was one of the best postseason runs we've seen a pitcher have. Yeah. And he earned that contract, and the Nats will say it was 1,000% worth it. Yeah. Now, Kevin, you have a thought here or update?
Yeah, I have two. We got the Orioles lineup about a minute ago.
Well, clear your throat for a second. There we go.
Cowser, Rutschman, Henderson, Santander, O'Hearn, Mountcastle, Westberg, Mullins, Urias, with obviously Corbin Burns on the bump there. Who's playing second? Westberg.
Okay.
And that, what?
I was going to say keep Colton Cowser in the leadoff spot till the cows come home, baby. I absolutely love it. They needed a spark. I think, and honestly, it's a spot that I think back in when he was first coming up, people talked about his patience, his ability to get on base, draw walks, work counts. He works in that leadoff spot. So I would not be surprised if that becomes, especially if they keep putting up runs.
Yeah.
If that becomes a more permanent fixture in the lineup.
He's hot right now.
Yeah.
I love it.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay. So let's go back to this so
Who?
far.
Well, what's on second?
I don't know who's on third.
Well, who's on first?
Well, what's on second?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Second base.
Okay, but who's on first?
I don't know.
Oh, God.
Third base.
No, Kevin, I don't know who's on third.
Well, then who's on first?
I'm glad we got it.
Okay, but actually, I did want to share this this tweet from shout out Spencer Schultz on Twitter here, just based off of the Orioles rotation 2 weeks ago versus where they are right now. So 2 weeks ago, obviously, we're talking Burns, Rodriguez, Kramer, Suarez, and then some level of Povich, McDermott, or whoever you wanted to throw in that 5 spot. And now you got Burns, Rodriguez, Eflin, Kramer, and Rogers. How big of an upgrade is this to you guys?
It's a major upgrade as far as I'm concerned. I mean, like I said earlier, it's not that the rotation didn't improve. It's just that it wasn't what I was hoping for.
Sure.
Nevertheless, they're better now than they were yesterday, and they were better now than they were last week. So I can't be too upset. It just really, really stings that Stowers and Norby had to be.
I agree.
I had to go for Rogers.
Boys, we got another trade from the Mets are cleaning, or the Marlins are cleaning house, just absolutely cleaning house with everyone. Brian De La Cruz goes to the Pirates. I don't know what the haul looks like.
Where was the Mets?
Good for them.
Wait, which team?
I don't know.
Listen,
Pirates.
The Pirates are going to be something.
Yeah,
The Pirates are
man.
gonna be the trades that they made, they are serious about being contenders this year.
They should.
I want to see who the Marlins are getting back for that too, because they're like, you know what? We're done. We're loading up for the future. We're happy with it. Give us all the prospects. It's like when the Rams won the Super Bowl, Les Snead was like, F them picks. They're like, F our players. Like, we want our prospects. Like, bring them on in, man. Let's do it.
And this is the thing right here.
Man roster.
Yeah. Well, so like if you're the Marlins and that's your fan base and you thought you had success last year, but you're like, you know what? Screw it. We're going to go all in on this. Then go all in on it. And they are at the moment. They're trading their best chips.
Yeah.
They have some more decisions. And it's crazy to think a team that had playoff aspirations going into the season, they were a playoff team last year.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing. But just like with the Orioles, when they went to their rebuild, it fell off really quickly. They had playoff aspirations the year that the Orioles fell off. And then obviously then the Orioles went into full rebuild. They traded Machado. Brad Brach was on earlier and talked about he wasn't part of the moves being traded. The Orioles went all in on those deals.
I'm pumped for Pirates fans.
I am too. They deserve this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Not Steelers fans.
Yeah.
No. Just the Pirate fan portion of it.
Well, and in the NL right now, there is a lot of movement to do that. And look, actually with Brian De La Cruz, let's break it down for him a little bit because I think this is what we're doing, guys. We cover a lot of the Orioles. We understand that, but we have a baseball foundation to our show. So if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. When we get to football season, we'll set HUD and switch it over to that and cover a lot of things in this region.
Ooh,
Ravens. But what?
I said I like that.
Yeah, baby.
Said
HUD. So we're going to talk a lot of football at the time, but we are mainly, I think it's safe to say, we talk a lot of baseball and football. That's what we're going to do. But for right now, let's talk about Brian De La Cruz, who's going to the Pirates. And this year so far, guys, it's a guy that's hitting 245, OPS just above 700, 18 jacks, though. So a guy that's got some pop. He's going to push for 25 this year. So we will see what happens. Rocco, are you building off of that, or is there new news?
It's new news. Right-handed pitcher Jun Suk Shim is part of the return to Miami.
Okay.
Not sure who else is, but that is from Mark Feinsand.
All right.
Continue.
Great.
Check.
So Brian De La Cruz, and we'll get, if we can actually maybe pull up the stats there just to see the comp. Actually, I would love, this would be great. If we could pull up all the players that the the Marlins have picked up so far. I think that would be very interesting because they have gotten a haul for giving up roughly 4 players right now. So, and we know with the Orioles, they got 2 that have starting potential.
Studs.
And Ed is saying it's the Pirates' number 17th prospect. Ed, we appreciate you. And again, if you guys like this, hit that like and subscribe button. We would greatly appreciate it. And if you want our live reaction show after all games, go to Kevin and Zach React, which is a part of the show here. It's a part of Ryan Ripken Media. Kevin, who is a part of the Ryan Ripken Show, he is running that with Zach Bollinger over there. So we got some good kids. But Brian De La Cruz, it's going to help the Pirates. And I wanted to go back to this with the wild card. The wild card in the NL is a great way to determine it. It is wild. It's not like the AL East right now, or not the AL East, the American League, where when you look at it, you have to be 9 games over 500 to have the final wild card spot in the American League. In the National League, the Padres sit at 57 and 51, tied with the Mets for the second spot. So those teams are the 3. It's the Braves, the Mets, and the Padres. But here are the Diamondbacks, a half game out of a spot, and the Pirates at 54 and 52, 2 games out with a lot of baseball left to play. Specifically for them, they got 56 games remaining. They've won 6 of their last 10, and they arguably have the most electrifying pitcher in baseball. Arguably, you can say he's pitching the best in baseball in Paul Skeens.
5th fastest in baseball history to 100 strikeouts.
He's insane.
Unbelievable.
He's insane.
Yep. So it is very, very interesting. And I know a lot of questions are going out there. If we're looking around the teams right now, and we'll get to this, are the Orioles done? If we're looking at teams, and this is the context of it, if the Orioles had to play the Guardians again, Guardians are a very scrappy team, but I'd feel comfortable with that matchup.
Yeah.
I think the Guardians are a great team.
Look, it's like we've said, the Orioles have remained first in the division. What's second best team in the AL before today, before this past week, even with the struggles. The Orioles haven't been the only team that's struggled in the month of July, really. I mean, look at the Phillies are lost 11 of their last 13, I believe. They're also struggling. So this is just the
it's the part of the game. It's part of the season.
Right. And so you look at the O's and where they're at, and now they've gotten better. So you could only be positive about where the rest of the season's going. The only big question mark for me is who do you have as a closer in the World Series if it gets to that? And
that's the part we got to see. You got to get there first. The Orioles just got to try to get to the playoffs and then try to make a run, right? So when you're looking at it in the American League, Guardians are a team that has strengths. The strength is their bullpen. It's unbelievable. They have Jose Ramirez, Steven Kwan, some fantastic players, but they have some parts, especially in their rotation, that you can go after. The Yankees, the Orioles have seen them a lot. They have holes specifically, some with their starting rotation, but it's their lineup that has had a lot of struggles outside of Judge and Soto. Can they pick that up? Then you have teams like the Twins that have struggled to score runs at times. Kansas City Royals are playing extremely good ball, but they are this up-and-coming team. How far are they going to rise? We'll find out.
They're last year's Orioles, I think.
Right. So, and they could be, but that remains to be seen. And then you have the Red Sox. The Orioles have played very well against them. Then there's the Houston Astros and the Texas Rangers. And to me, one of those teams would give the Orioles a lot of fits just because they'd give any team fits.
Both of them probably.
Until Houston is out, they are still the team that I would have the most fear. I would take Houston, not to win against the Orioles, but if I'm saying a team that deserves the credit, it's if Houston gets in, that's a team you can never write off. Yeah. Zach, what you got?
Actually, it's not anything about trade news. I just wanted to say, for the first time in Ryan Ripken Show history, we have just hit 10,000 people watched this stream while
Yeah.
Appreciate everyone who's tuned in. We really
awesome.
Do. 10,000 views. That's insane. You guys are the best. If you're still watching, if you enjoy the content, as always, remember to like and subscribe. But yeah, I did just want to. I was watching that and refreshing, and we just hit 10K. So congrats, boys, and let's keep it going.
God, I can't believe so many people watch this show for Rocco.
Hey, Rip. What? And by the way, we want to push people to the audio platforms as well. Be sure to leave us a rating review. Let us know what you honestly think, because we really do appreciate it. We read them. We use them as ways to get better. So we're not out here fishing for compliments. Give us an honest opinion, what you think of the Ryan Ripken Show on the audio form, Spotify, Apple, wherever you get your podcasts, and your feedback is greatly appreciated.
It is. All of this helps us, and we actually want to do this Monday through Friday, the Ryan Ripken Show. We really do, and we're building towards that. We do the audio episode. Audio episodes are out every Monday and Thursday, so we have a lot of our guests that are lined up, and we've had tremendous guests. You want to go back and look at our program. That's not just us hyping it up, and we have a lot more in store moving forward. But when we're able to, and that's also, if you want to become a channel member, we do a lot of things behind the scenes. I do breakdowns of players. We're going to build more content in-house here at the Ryan Ripken Show. So there's a lot that we have in store. So if you want to be a channel member as well, click that join button next on YouTube. We have the Rips Good Kids and then the Holy Shirts and Pants level. That is the highest level you can have for us with the Ryan Ripken Show. We have a lot more in place, and it goes right back into what we're doing here.
Exactly. We take all of that and reinvest it into the studio, into the show, equipment, all that stuff. We've shown a lot of folks some of the upgrades we've had. The lighting in here is fantastic. A lot of that's been because of you guys. So we certainly appreciate our current members. And if we get any today, we'll certainly shout you out today as well.
I agree. And D Porter again. Well, Zach, go ahead.
So shout out Danny Bananas in Discord, just tagged us. He got the full list of players that the Miami Marlins have acquired since the Arias trade earlier this season.
Yeah.
So
Our community is awesome.
14 prospects so far. We got Adam Mazur, Robbie Snelling, Jay Bashirs, Graham Pauley, Will Schomburg, Jun Suk Shim, Connor Norby, Kyle Stowers, Davison De Los Santos. I think he's going to be the star of this whole trade deadline. I'll get into that later. Andrew Pinter, Jacob Marcy, Dylan Head, Nathan Martorello, and Brad will like this one. Woo Suck Go.
What was his name? Say that again.
Woo Suck Go.
Okay.
That is Danny Bananas said it's a real person. I had to check. I then also checked to make sure, and
that's the right pronunciation.
It's Woo Suk Go is what I'm looking.
Can we go to Baseball Reference to confirm it?
That's what he told your mother.
Okay. That's like the Trebek with Saturday Night Live.
Oh, okay. So
with, Sean Connery.
Official pronunciation is not Woo Suck Go. It's Ooh Suck Go.
Oh, even better.
Ooh Suck Go.
Ooh Suck Go.
I'm sorry. I know it's a family channel. My apologies.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think we actually ever labeled it a family channel, but
that is very true.
Yeah, we have Kevin. I guess that's part of the. Hi, Kevin.
Dang, nabbit.
Ooh, suck go.
Oh, hey now. Again, if you guys new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. But guys, it's been a blast so far here in the
35 minutes to go.
35 minutes, and then we can kind of really assess. And I'm seeing a lot of people though look at feeling disappointed, and the Orioles were better last year. Can I paint a picture really quickly for a second of why?
Another one. Pirates are
still going.
Go ahead. The Pirates are finalizing a deal to acquire super utility man Isaiah Kiner-Falefa from the Toronto
IKF, baby.
ESPN.
IKF.
Assenbaum again.
I absolutely love it. There was a tweet a few weeks ago, and it becomes so true every time. I love that as a society, a baseball fan society, we have just decided to tag super utility onto guys that are just kind of average at every position. Like IKF, legitimately, people forget he came up as a shortstop / catcher. Like and now he plays the outfield. When I say he plays every position just very decently, it's incredible. Like we just say super utility because he's like, you can just put him somewhere.
And you know what though? IKF's having a phenomenal year
this
year. He's in 292, 7 jacks, has an OPS 758 at the moment. So the Yankees fans are going, where was this last year with IKF?
Yeah. Pirates are going to be a problem.
They need to get in.
Is it just me, or does this feel like an underwhelming trade deadline for the AL?
Yes.
I feel like all the moves are happening in the NL, which is good for the Orioles.
Until 20 minutes.
Yeah, maybe
Maybe
you can play
minutes.
this clip back in 20 minutes and I'll
These last
freezing
10
cold
minutes-
takes.
The last
10
10 minutes
minutes
of the
later,
deadline
yes.
are just going to be like, hold on to your seats and
I don't
just
know about-
wait.
I don't know. I mean, a Rosarina to the Mariners was a pretty big one.
That was a big one.
And
Yeah.
then why am I Chisholm to the Yankees?
Yeah,
was a big
those
one.
are the two.
And then
There was another one. There
Justin
was
Turner to the Mariners as well.
that's not a huge at this point in his career.
Tanner Scott.
Well,
But-
but that was NL.
NL. A lot of NL
Yeah,
teams
yeah.
is what he's
Well,
saying.
Yeah, you're right.
And then the other one was the Yankees getting the reliever, the Mark
Mark Leiter.
Leiter.
Hey, Trevor Rogers.
Oh yes, that as well.
You know,
Yeah, you
But
didn't know
I'm
the Orioles made a trade here.
I'm saying outside of the Orioles. I'm saying outside of the Orioles.
And you know what? Justin made a point right here. It makes sense that the NL is a little bit more active. There's a lot more parity over there. There
Yeah.
truly is. I
Yeah.
mean, the Phillies are so far ahead of everyone else, and the Dodgers are doing well. Then it's kind of like
Yep.
fair game. In the American League, you can tell who the big dogs are right now.
Uh-huh.
And like we're going back to the MLB wildcard standings here. Like I said, the Orioles, who are right now, they are a half game up on the New York Yankees, if I'm reading it correctly, right? So
Yeah.
they would be 5 games up on a division or a wild card spot on anybody else. The Yankees are 4.5 up at the moment on the wild card. So to give people context of where everyone's at, the Red Sox are sitting a game out of the final wild card spot at 56-49. That's their current stretch at the moment. And it's crazy, guys. The best run differential in all of baseball is still the New York Yankees, and yet
by a lot.
With 116, the Phillies are next best at 104. The Orioles are 83. Guardians 81. Kansas City Royals plus 74. So
Tired.
okay.
Oh,
And you know what? Talking about a Ryan Ripken Show meet and greet potentially. Yeah, we're working on some things. It definitely could be going towards going towards the fall, towards the playoffs.
Yep. And football season.
We got a lot planned, man. It's going to be nuts when I throw Kevin in the harbor.
Football season is going to be crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, for just $500 per person, you can take turns throwing me in the harbor.
Yo, Kevin, don't say that because we've seen crazier on this channel.
I'm just saying, if someone donates 500 right now, you're getting thrown in the harbor.
Not what I said.
Listen,
where's
Aviator?
500 per person.
Where's Aviator when we need him? Done.
I said for 500 you can personally throw me in the harbor.
Yeah.
I'm like 4'2".
Once
You
they
can easily
donate
pick
the
me up.
once they donate the 500, we drop the Addy.
Oh,
and
you
then
know what?
we make this, we get this shit rolling. Like, come on.
We'll get Nick Moore to toss him
We
into the
can
harbor.
make it.
It is clean now, right?
Yeah.
It is
You
clean
can
now.
swim in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could make it a national Throw Kevin in the Harbor Day. It could be an
See,
annual
that's a
thing.
great idea. We can have a whole festival event.
Yeah.
And for a measly $500, it could even go to foundation. Honestly, it
Yeah,
could be.
yeah.
That is wild.
The Banksy Leg Foundation.
Yeah.
James B has been on one in this chat, and that is oh my god.
He's been that.
Okay.
We are not going to do that.
Let me again repeat my my catchphrase. Anything within reason for content. I think we can all agree what is within or without reason.
So James went from the world is ending left and right to now getting all horned up for a meet and greet or a meet and tuck. Holy hell. All right, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Shirts and pants. Let's recap a little bit for those that are joining us. A lot of moves have been made specifically in the National League. Not as many in the American League, but we have seen teams get better so far in the last 24 hours specifically. Kikuchi has gone from the Blue Jays to the Astros. We have seen
also overpaid.
Right, that was a big deal. For the Orioles, Trevor Rogers is coming there. Also, the Orioles acquired earlier Dominguez and Pache as well. Connor Norby and Stowers are gone. The Pirates now are big buyers at the moment. Tanner Scott, one of the big premier closers, is going to the Padres. And a lot of conversation still to be left with names like Jack Flaherty, Kyle Finnegan, and Pete Fairbanks is going on. And Rod, I don't know what's going on in that Discord. I could not tell you. I don't know. I'm not
In what, the Ryan Ripken Show Discord?
Yeah.
I think people are upset about the Orioles.
Oh, you don't say.
Just like I imagine that Discord is like Elmo with like his hands in the air and like the fire in the background going.
Well, now's a great time to promote the Discord.
Everything is burning right now.
Yeah, it's if you want to join the Discord, there are live game watch-alongs in there, which multiple people have done a great job of hosting those. Also, there's baseball chat. Obviously, football season coming up. Plan to do a lot there. There's a football chat as well, and we're over 220 members in the Discord. So if you want to become a part of that, yep, it is free. I'll put the link, the right link. Oh, okay, yeah. Just, I trust you, Brad. I don't.
Would you make this trade?
Would I make what trade?
This trade.
I don't know. Banksy can throw a mean curveball, man.
Yeah,
that one leg push off.
Oh yeah,
It'll be a lot of. You know what? And that's a deal that we might have to make.
Take one for the team.
We
maybe.
might have to. We got about 27 minutes till deadline closes, and you never know when paperwork's finalized as well. So we are going to see how it all shapes up.
Probably
here.
like 20, like probably 425-ish, 430 is when the last deals usually come in.
Yeah. Can I just say something? I'm not sure if we talked about this yet. The reports about James McCann have come out.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
It's crazy. It is confirmed he has multiple fractures in his face.
Oh, yeah.
And they cleared him to play, so he is staying on the team. James McCann, once again, the toughest SOB possibly in the league.
I don't credit Joe ever, but he put something on his story. It was like James McCann getting ready to play baseball, and it was like he said it should be like the Happy Gilmore taking like baseballs to the face in the batting cage. Like that is how I imagine James McCann gets ready for a baseball game. That dude is, I mean, tough as nails is an understatement. It's incredible. Yeah. Like not too many players, listen, don't want to knock any other athletes or of any other sports, but there will be Zach Bollinger. He would miss the entire season for the what's your team's name? The Swallows.
My brother in Christ, I wouldn't have gotten off the ground.
Yeah,
95 to the face. They were just like that was it. Like there was no IL thing. That was just down. Then just drag the body off. Taking 95 to the face and living to tell the tale.
Yeah, Justin Berlin says we can extend McCann another year.
Yeah.
I could not agree with you more on that one.
Oh, sugar. Yeah, I am a little bit tired. I have to kind of, put this group together at the same time, trying to rally the troops and try to keep everyone. Sometimes it can be exhausting to talk for. I've actually been on here since 1 p.m., but more exhausting where when you got to say, hey, everything's going to be okay. All's good. The O's are fine, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's favorite 3 words. So,
yep.
4 words, depending on how you want to do. The O's are fine. The O's.
We
are
really
fine.
need to get on the merch
people off,
train.
Ripken.
We need to get on the merch train. Get that O's are fine on a shirt for you.
Yeah.
You trade for a bullpen arm, and Ryan just tweets out the O's are fine.
You want to have the tweet scheduled out for 6 p.m. The O's are fine.
Chaos is going to erupt.
Should I do it right now?
O's are fine. Coffee
Yes.
Oh, the O's are fine.
That's a good idea.
I can name 5 people off the top of my head that would get pissed off and immediately block you on X.
Well,
that's fine.
Great.
Fuck them.
I will say this: we do need.
Brad, what's your line? Get a beer.
Have a beer and chill the fuck out.
Hold on.
What we got?
In a good way, Rock Kabako just tweeted. Well, I don't know how this is going to be taken. I've heard Jackson Holliday was in the original lineup for the Tides, and now he isn't. Perhaps a sign that he's rejoining the Orioles soon. They begin a road trip Thursday in Cleveland. That from Rock Kabako.
I like that a lot. I think that's really good. We saw how Gunnar Henderson's career has kind of taken off since getting his shot to start in Cleveland. So might as well try that again. Run that back. It's like Gunnar's worked out pretty well. So if we're going to bring him up, let's do it in Cleveland.
Yep.
Cleveland, this is for you.
Cleveland rocks.
But
There we go. I'm going to stand up for a second. Here we go. And these shorts are kind of short. I'll be honest.
I'm afraid to
You're not going
pee.
to see them.
They're all the way up your ass.
Oh, no, we're good now. I just had to stretch, man.
We
Man.
We getting Speedo Torpedo, the grape smuggler over here?
Yes.
What?
It's about to be a repeat of the Olympics opening ceremony over here, if you know what I mean.
You don't know that?
That was so bad.
Term rip? Smuggling grapes?
I'm aware of what's happening and what you guys are saying.
I'm just asking.
We have some. It's a tidbit here from Jacob Calvin Meyer, who said before the Orioles traded him to Miami, Kyle Stowers was due up for AAA tonight in a suspended game. It's a tie game in the middle of the ninth, but obviously he's now no longer with the team.
Right.
No, he's not.
All right.
Did you know the trade was official?
Well, if Rocco didn't tell me that the trade wasn't official, the Orioles trade.
It's going to be great when they actually make another move. I'm going to be so subtle about it. I'm not going to I'm not going to do what I did. I'm just going to be like real calm.
I will.
This is what happened, guys.
Also, can we talk, because you just brought that up about Stowers, can we talk about Danny Jansen? The situation that they're in now?
That's crazy.
That's
insane. Did you send that or did Kevin?
I did.
Kevin was awake in the streets, in the sewers.
Kevin's always awake.
In the walls.
Yeah. Good kid. It's wild because the Red Sox and Blue Jays are facing each other, and Danny is
just walked
due up for the Blue Jays.
Yeah. How about that?
How that and Rod?
And it's
Appreciate you, Rod.
With a voice of reason. Appreciate that, Rod.
I will say this. It is nice to have 5 actual starters now with Rogers and Kramer at 4 and 5. Suarez either long man or back end. I liked our 1 through 3. Hey, this is isn't it nice to have a positive outlook sometimes? It's nice. It's nice. You know what? Ozafine is going out.
You're not known for your positivity, are you?
What? No.
I'm also known. I'm a homer. I don't know what I'm talking about. Apparently, because I didn't say the Orioles are trading everybody, I don't know ball. I don't know what's going on. I just try to tell people what I think the team's going to do. And then yep.
What was that?
That was Rocco. That reminded me of the Grinch.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're an idiot.
I'm an idiot.
Sounds like you're trapped in an elevator.
Well, he might be. He might be.
Help me.
Oh,
Okay.
Jesus
All right.
Christ.
Now,
Stop, Rocco. Why can't he just ever stop when he's ahead?
He was doing
He's
well.
always got to make it worse.
He was doing well.
Also, I also want to know that, why is it, Rip, that we've heard stories about Rip after dark, but anytime we're talking about your nut huggers, you get embarrassed.
No, I don't care about my nut huggers. I don't. It's just there's a context. We do it for our Holy Shirts and Pants members and behind the scenes. I'll let loose, but I'm trying to steer the ship right here. Yes, Rocco, that is an AI that Fato's fan made, and that's just.
Those are fine.
Rod, we appreciate you.
Rocco has a great evil laugh.
Another trade, by the way, to announce. Ken Rosenthal, the Mets acquired reliever Huascar Brazaban from the Marlins. Sources tell The Athletic.
From the Marlins.
I just think we should assume every trade is going to end from the Marlins.
There was someone who put out it's a fake tweet, obviously, but they said sources, Scoop Schumacher going to manage and play second base tonight for the Marlins because they have no players.
What?
What?
No, I'm saying who do they have left?
Okay, Rocco.
You got to be in front of the camera, bro.
You know what? Yeah, Rocco, you're in your fridge, which not
at
everyone
least
can see.
take the camera with you.
I need water, guys.
Well, then take us with you to get water. This is the content. We have done this we're on almost hour 4 of this. We got to get some other content going.
Yeah.
19 minutes away.
I hope what Gavin is messing with me.
What?
Say it. Say it. Say it.
You getting a text message? He's got to be. Gavin's always messing with you.
He is.
Did he say holiday for crochet? Oh my God, my heart just dropped. Oh my God. Oh, please, he's messing with you, right?
What happened?
Yeah, he actually told me he was shaving his head for my birthday.
Dude, I thought you were about to say Jackson. He's telling you Jackson holiday for crochet because Jackson was just pulled. Oh my God. We have got to talk about keywords of things we can say while I'm on edge with 18 minutes left till the deadline.
Zach's
Okay.
Zach's easily triggered right now.
Actually, Rock
Yeah.
Rock clarified and deleted his old tweet. The lineup that is posted is for the suspended game.
Oh.
So Holiday won't be in the lineup for the regular game. So he just said carry on.
But we'll see. Carry on. But could that still mean that things are possibly on the horizon going forward? We'll see. I don't
What
know.
the hell? What is this?
Are you
What is
are
this
you
route?
on your
Meds?
pre-workout right now?
Yeah.
No. Unfortunately not. What?
Oh yeah. That's pretty good actually. That's
I've been staring at a computer screen. I mean, not as long as you guys, but this is when I start to get loopy. Sorry, boys.
At 5:45.
Hey, no
Hey,
matter
Kevin.
hard tacos or soft tacos? Hard soft tacos or soft tacos?
By the way, I was so infatuated with saying the word hard during that poll. My answer was soft tacos. I just forgot it was soft.
Kevin,
tacos.
you just went up to the camera and no context and just said
No,
hard.
it was context. We were talking about
There's no context. You just said hard.
By the way, did we talk about Heston's comment on the trade? Because everybody's talking about it. And it is somewhat relevant to what you guys roast me for.
Oh, hold up. The Baltimore Orioles are finalizing a deal to acquire outfielder Eloy Jimenez from the Chicago White Sox. That's what you fucking wow. That's what you knew. That's the first thing you knew. Really?
You got the text before it, you bastard.
Oh,
You should have said it. You should have said it. You should have said it. You should have said it.
You should.
You're about to reveal your source.
Yeah, I was gonna say he can't do that. Yeah, he can't do that.
Yeah, more.
Even though we already know the source now.
First comment. Holy shit, they traded Jackson. Do you know did he tell you who it was for, or just that Jimenez was going?
They don't know anything.
Yeah. All right, so how do we feel?
That we needed an outfielder.
What? No, he's not an outfielder.
Oh.
He does. I don't think
He's a DH.
he is a DH.
Oh, okay.
He's a DH.
Never mind.
Who reported that?
Jeff
Passan.
Passan dropped it. He's hitting 240 with 5 homers and 16 RBIs this season with a 642 OPS. Let's look at his.
Okay.
Holy hell.
What
All
the-
right.
What the fuck?
Oh,
What was the point of that trade?
wow. So they said they wanted a right-handed bat. Well, they got a right-handed bat.
I thought you were so confused. You're just gonna end the show.
Hey, guys,
Just like-
the same thing.
We're talking home runs, like power wise. He has hit 10 or more home runs in each of the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seasons. 2019, his first season in the league, he hit 31 home runs, 14 in 2020, 10 in 2021, 16 in 2022, 18 in 2023, and he's got 5 this year in 65 games played and 229 at bats. He's hitting 240, like we said, 642 OPS and a 345 slugging percentage this season. Career numbers wise, he is a 270 hitter, 94 career home runs, 321 on base percentage, and a 469 slugging percentage with a 790 OPS.
I hope that was for cash consideration.
So I
It's-
got to
it's-
see this. I got to see this deal. And I'm sorry, guys. I'm not a reporter. I told you that. But that's what threw me off when I saw what I saw.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, I don't understand.
The confusion makes sense now.
Well, so what? Zach,
I'm shocked. I am
so
absolutely shocked.
what would you grade it then? Give it a grade.
Well, here's
Well,
the
we
thing.
have to-
Does
we have to
this
see the
mean
full
that
trade first.
You got to see what they gave up.
is Coby Mayo ever getting an opportunity on this team? Because that's like the position that he.
If
I agree agree, Zach.
Man,
This is a what
Like
the fuck
that's
moment.
the spot Coby Mayo takes.
I'll do the positive here first. Positive. Eloy is a guy, if he is healthy, he could really rake. He could be an impact bat like that because of all the things that we've mentioned. He signed an early extension. Why? He's a guy that can do damage, but this is the problem with him. He doesn't stay healthy. That is my biggest thing, is that when you're acquiring a guy, and I'm sure we got to see the clarity on how much this cost, because that is big too. What do we got?
No, I'm saying 2 extra. He's got 2 years of club control. It looks like. I'm looking at his contract right now, and the club control runs through 2026, and then in 2027, he's an unrestricted free agent. So his payroll for the 2025 season was $16,500,000, and in 2026, that bumps up to $18,500,000. I'm just looking at Spotrac right now and what they have on him.
This is, and you remember when I said don't believe all the rumors out there? When the hell was Eloy Jimenez talked about in any deal?
Yeah.
I am so confused right now. Also, I just, that's kind of wild that once again Rip just lied to our fucking faces. But
what did I lie about? What did I lie about?
He didn't lie.
He's just messing with me. He's saying he's going to shave his head for my birthday. So Eloy Jimenez.
Dude, when you get that
He actually, so he actually did text me. Him and a couple of the guys said, "Happy birthday, Ryan! Gavin's gonna shave his head for you," but it's also because the White Sox are going through it as well. It's trying to change it up.
Yeah.
So
I will say,
You are a
Yankees
terrible
fans.
poker player, aren't you?
I want real fast to see this. We know the Orioles wanted more, I would say, power and better hitters against left-handed pitching. So far this season, Eloy is slashing .304 with a .360 on base percentage and a .370 slugging. So he's batting .304 versus lefties.
I will say,
lefties. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Yankees fans are freaking out about this. Like they're like the Orioles got so much better. The Yankees are in shambles. Because they just want to move.
So here's the thing. This is what it is, and it all comes down if Eloy is healthy. If Eloy is healthy, this move for the Orioles lineup got better, no doubt about it. The thing that we're looking at, since 2019, Eloy Jimenez has only played over 120 games twice. He's had 2 of those seasons, one of those being COVID, so let's take that out. Sorry. So he played 55 games in 2021. He played 84 games in 2022, and he played 65 so far this season. He is 27 years old, will have team control, and they needed a right-handed bat. But, guys, this is a player that at least last year, playing 120 games, he had 18 jacks. He had 23 doubles and 64 RBIs in 120 games. So he can bring a little bit of a punch to it. And the biggest thing for me is just, one, do we know what the trade details are? That is what I want to know.
Figure it out soon.
Still nothing yet.
Rip, as soon as I know, trust me, you will hear about it.
Oh, yeah.
Holy shirts and pants. Holy shirts.
I would guess it's probably a combination of Holiday, Mayo, and Basayo.
I think they moved Gunnar.
Listen,
well, Gunner's the player to be named later.
No, Gunnar. They tried. They had to move off him when they could. He's in a slump.
Hey, just ask
Fuzzy, friend of the program, Fuzzy just had the funniest tweet to remember of all time. Do you remember when Eloy Jimenez went down and he was out for the season, and the White Sox did a tribute to him, and you thought he passed away when they hung his stuff in the dugout, where he just had season-ending surgery, and they were acting like they all signed his jersey and hung it up.
Oh my God, yeah.
I forgot about that, and everyone was like, "That's an interesting way to do that."
Listen, if this is a deal that they were going to do, why not just sign Gavin? Why not do the trade for Gavin?
Bring back the Baltimore
electric.
kid. Yeah. Bring back the Baltimore kid. But yes, in all honesty, this thing sounds like a salary dump. It's eating it, and that's what's going to be what he got.
Tanner Banks to the Phillies
from the White Sox. I've faced Tanner Banks quite a bit. Good little lefty. They're getting better, and now I'm curious. We got 9 minutes till the deadline here.
Imagine working your whole life to become one of the top players and get traded at the deadline just for Ryan Ripken to call you a good little lefty.
Hey, you know what though? I remember him grinding, and that's what I'm saying is that people didn't look at him as being a type of guy, but I always thought he was a good lefty. Like, and he's not this when you look at him, you go, man, like, oh, that's a bona fide big league. Dude had to grind, man, and he's a good pitcher. So before you say any of that shit here, Zach, why don't you go shave your mustache, pay $500, and throw Kevin in the harbor? Perfect.
We almost did shave the mustache on Sunday. If the Orioles had lost, I was shaving it live on Kevin and Zach React, which reminds me, go check out Kevin. I'm also making a thumbnail right now. So
it says White Sox will receive a low-profile prospect for Eloy Jimenez. No name.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of stuff saying it's a salary dump.
Yeah, and it makes sense. Okay, so let's play the sides here, okay? Because this can be good when we actually clip this down, because not everyone's going to watch the 4+ hours of the stream. Some of you crazy people out there might.
Rod Riggs
and Rod might. Hey, hell yeah, Rod. Well, hey, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Ryan Ripken Show. We go live every Monday and Thursday. We go live for special occasions to react, but we also have a new Ryan Ripken Media Show, which goes live for reactions. It's called Kevin and Zach React, and that is over on the other YouTube channel. Go subscribe to that. They do it after every Orioles and Ravens game. And hit the like and subscribe for here. Hit the like and subscribe for there. Turn your notifications on. You will not be disappointed as far as post-game talk. Now, what Kevin does with props, that is a whole different conversation. And there's the link below for Kevin and Zach React. Rocco.
Rosenthal. Garrett Crochet will not be traded. A source tells The Athletic. Breaking news here. Yeah, I know, right? But no
one believed me when I said that 3 weeks ago.
Well, no, he was going to be traded until he said he wasn't pitching in the playoffs until he.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. That to me is erroneous conversation. What do you got?
Did you already say Phillies got Tanner Banks?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I just talked about good little lefty.
Yeah.
But anyway, I wanted to point this out. Is look at what the market is. So if we're just figuring this out, and I try to tell you guys this, it doesn't make sense to trade the farm unless you are 1,000% sure that this is a guy that you want to build around for the next X amount of years.
Yeah.
And for the Orioles, this wasn't an investment for 24 for Garrett Crochet. It's an investment for 25 and beyond. So I didn't think that he would. And if you're the White Sox, you better get the best offer. If not, build around him and Luis Robert Jr. right now. If you trade him in the offseason, great. But a lot of teams are not going to budge unless you bring down your price. So that's why I brought up Garrett Crochet not going anywhere. Same thing with Skubal. So, look, and back to the Eloy Jimenez. Or do you have a thought, Rock? I don't want to cut you off.
Yes. While we're on the topic of Crochet, and you said that for the Orioles, if they were going to acquire a Garrett Crochet, this would be a 2025 move for them if they were going to go after him. I know we got 5 minutes until the trade deadline is over. But quickly, before anything else breaks, do you see the O's pursuing one of those two guys in the offseason?
Well, hold on. Let me get to that. I think, Kevin, you have something?
Yeah, they got the return. It's Trey McGough, a reliever.
Okay. So that's for Eloy Jimenez, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
One for one, it looks like.
Mr.
Trey
McGough?
Oh, okay.
Trey McGough.
Oh, there it is.
Clarity to the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Whoa. So he's good enough for the Dodgers, but he's not good enough for people.
Bob Nightingale does it again, baby. 2 hours ago, Bob Nightingale accidentally put that Jack Flaherty was like, the Dodgers' Jack Flaherty is yet to be moved. And everyone was, of course, like, Bob, you did it again. He's not on the Dodgers. Well, looks like Bob was right.
Bob was right. Here we go.
Baby, coming back.
4 minutes, baby. Hit that like and subscribe.
Not the Yankees.
Come on. Here we go.
I'll say this. I like the move for the Dodgers. Jack Flaherty is a guy. If you want to go back, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe. I do breakdowns of players, especially trade candidates earlier on. Jack Flaherty was one of them where there was a drastic difference between his 2023 season and his 2024. He removed a pitch. He started throwing his curveball more in situations against righties, and his location has significantly come back. And I think this is a great move for the Dodgers and for a guy for Jack Flaherty, and correct me if I'm wrong, he's a West Coast guy, so he gets to go back home out west. And I think he is going to really help a team. Now, it's nice he's out of the American League for teams because there was a bidding war to see where he would go, and the Yankees were obviously calling about players. So it is interesting to see what is going to be that deal. So when you guys get the details on that, please let me know. And let me go back to the Eloy Jimenez conversation, okay? Because I think we need to touch on this, all right? Eloy's upside is high for his bat. You're not getting him to be a defensive player saying, oh, we had Hayes. Wait, two different players. Hayes can go out there and play defense. Jimenez is going to be your DH. He is going to be your guy that maybe can play a little corner outfield, but you are hoping that he's going to bang. And the biggest thing, again, is injuries. If he can stay healthy, he can go out there and have success. But if he doesn't stay healthy, it's not going to help the team. You can't help the team when you're not on the field. But a guy that could be motivated, getting out of a situation with Chicago that probably was soured. Now you have a chance in Baltimore. You're joining one of the best teams in baseball with an impact. But what does it mean right now? Well, certainly, I don't know what it means for Coby Mayo. I don't know what's going on right there because I feel bad for Coby because what else could you do if you're Coby Mayo? And right now you're sitting and waiting, and he has every right to be frustrated. And I do think if Coby is going to be up with Baltimore at some point, he has to. But clearly this is going to take more bats away from a guy like Coby because they're going to have more DH.
They're not done, baby. Kevin Kiermaier.
Go ahead, Zach.
Kevin Kiermaier to the Dodgers. The Dodgers have just continued from the Blue Jays.
There we go.
Wow.
Here we go. Here we're wrapping up, and then the Ryan Ripken Show, we're seeing the numbers pop up. I'm going to get up for a second. We have 2 minutes. 2 minutes, everybody. Hey, Kevin, stand up. We're all standing up. 2 minutes till it. Here we go. Hit that like and subscribe button, everyone. Guys, don't make it act like you stood up before.
I'm like 50 years old.
Sorry, I'm trying to make them.
There we go.
Sink into these chairs.
There we go. Perfect. Great. There. Oh, gosh. That is terrible. Yeah, that's terrifying. Hey, you look good. Hey, here we go. I love it. This is what's happening here, everyone. Great job. Right, one more time. You can give a clap.
What if the O's just make a freaking splash with a minute to go?
We might, but is a reliever in the works here? Because that's the biggest thing that we're trying to see. And the numbers keep rising. Hit that like and subscribe button here. We just saw Jack Flaherty is going. Are you moving? I'm standing up. Yeah. Are you guys both trying to? I'm standing up. We're here. We're ready to rock and roll here. You're standing. I'm standing. This is getting wild. Thank you, Kevin.
Cardinals outfielder Dylan Carlson being traded to the Rays per Mark Feinsand.
Whoa! Here we go. So Carlson gone, Kiermaier gone, Jack Flaherty gone.
Tigers for Flaherty is going to be Theron Lirizano and Trey Sweeney. Luis Garcia going from Angels to the Red Sox per Robert Murray.
Okay, so we got to.
Amen. Dodgers trading Ryan Yarbrough to Toronto.
Wow, you look very tall.
Thank you.
Kevin, your camera went out.
Flying in right now. Shout out to
Shout out to the group. Hey, we appreciate you. You're new to this channel. Hit that like and subscribe button. It's the Ryan Ripken trade deadline special here. We are moving and grooving and figuring it all out. You guys can sit down if you want. I'm standing up because my legs are so damn tight and sore.
I'm already up here.
Sean Armstrong going back to the Cardinals for Dylan Carlson. That's
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Camera down, Kevin down. Camera down, Kevin down. In here. So
601, boys.
I think so if reports aren't out, we're going to figure out here. Do you want to see if it's working, Kevin?
Nope, it's not working.
Yeah. So we're going to figure out if there's any last moves. But so you said, sorry, Dylan Carlson to the Red Sox is what you said, Rocco?
Rays are acquiring Carlson.
The Braves or Rays?
Rays are acquiring Carlson.
Luis.
Yep. Rays. Yeah.
Sean Armstrong is going back to the Cardinals for Carlson.
Yeah, Luis Garcia
Sean
goes to
Armstrong.
the Angels.
Yep. So that one.
Sean Armstrong, former teammate of Ryan Ripken, Tampa Bay Ray.
Luis
Garcia
to the Red Sox from the Angels.
Ooh.
Wait, Luis Garcia, Luis Renfo.
Luis Garcia.
Okay,
I
sorry.
believe he's a reliever.
Okay, I was thinking of Luis Garcia on the Nationals. So that's what I was thinking about for a second. So this is getting wild.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for just one more passing bomb.
It's going to keep coming in. Martin Perez to the Padres, I'm now seeing from Fat O's fan.
We are getting moves here down the stretch, and a lot on the National League side. But for those that are tuning in, hit that like and subscribe button. Is there a move that the Yankees
De
picked
Los
up a player?
Santos to the Yanks, I'm seeing.
In the chat, can we get confirmation?
Nothing more from the Cubs, from Ken Rosenthal. Jameson Taillon stays.
Weird.
Okay, well, we still got a little bit of time to see, but right now the moves as we speak for the Baltimore Orioles are as such. Trevor Rogers went from the Marlins to Baltimore for Connor Norby and Kyle Stowers. The Orioles just acquired Eloy Jimenez as part of also a salary dump and for a minor league prospect, which I feel bad on the right pronunciation. Recently, what just happened, Kevin Kiermaier from the Blue Jays is going to the Dodgers. Jack Flaherty from the Tigers is going to the Dodgers. What else happened earlier? Tanner Scott to the Padres. A lot is happening here. And if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Ryan Ripken Show. We do this every Monday and Thursday, but we also do it for special live streams like this. On Tuesdays, we have Kevin and Zach React, which is our next show on the Ryan Ripken Media. Ryan Ripken Show is the flagship program, but Kevin and Zach does the post-game reacts every post-game for the Orioles and the Ravens. Go hit that like and subscribe on the channel. Kevin, Zach Reacts. What you got, Rocco?
In the Flaherty trade, the Dodgers gave up their number 8 prospect and their number 22 prospect. Zach, I don't know if you have the overall prospect list up by chance.
I got it.
It is Ferran Liranzo, sorry, and then you have Trey Sweeney as well on that trade for Flaherty.
So you have who?
Ferran Liranzo, and then you have Trey Sweeney.
All right, so they're not neither of them are Pipeline's top 100, but Frazano is the number, according to MLB Pipeline, the number 3 prospect for the Dodgers. And can you say the last guy one more time?
Boys, it's an Orioles trade.
We got an Orioles trade.
We got another Orioles trade? Hold on.
It's a minor league trade right here.
Oh, no.
Pirates sending right-handed pitcher Patrick Riley to the Orioles for outfielder and second baseman Billy Cook. So looking at where Patrick Riley is on the prospect list.
No, I love Billy Cook.
He's the Pirates' number 20 prospect, and he is in high A right now. Let's see if we can pull up his numbers.
All right, so this is clearly a move for the Pirates and not the Orioles.
Yeah.
And make sure, again, everyone that's watching, hit that like and subscribe button. We keep doing this Monday and Thursday. It's crazy. We're about to have 11,000 people that have viewed this stream so far just today as we've been live. This has been incredible, and we're trying to do this more and more.
Patrick Riley was drafted last year in the 5th round, 140th overall by the Pittsburgh Pirates. Guys, this is literally what did we just talk about earlier when I said sorry, I should do this. So what did we say before about the Baltimore Orioles not drafting guys because they like to target these lower level young guys in the high A's, low A's that they see potential in? Patrick Riley, perfect example. He was drafted last year out of Vanderbilt in the 5th round, 140th overall. He is 5-4 with a 3.38 ERA in 19 games. He's pitched 88 innings with 108 strikeouts and a 1.16 whip. So,
and on top of that, Zach, he's 22 years old. He's a righty, and he's 6'3", if those factor in the measurements or anything. But that's what you're looking at, a guy like this. Yeah, Rip, he almost gives you a run for your money, tall guy.
Yeah. Same for you. Sorry. Kevin, are you okay?
Yeah. Is my camera working?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
nice.
still
I'm a technology guru.
I still can't believe when I saw the message that Eloy got traded. That was
what was the message? Like, did he say something funny?
It just goes, you guys just got Eloy.
No, we already got this. So in the Phillies, Jason Stark said that trade for Tanner Banks with the White Sox, they're sending William Bergolla, an infielder. Could be Bergoya. It's 2 L's.
Well,
Bergoya. We'll figure it out.
Well, so we're going to keep figuring out what's happening here. And again, hit that like and subscribe button. And I know a lot of people have feelings. We're going to wait for the next few minutes to kind of trickle in to see if there's any last minute news that has been finalized that hasn't been reported, because you have to get it in by 6. Brad, I thought you were going to say it. You got to get the paperwork in and finalized by 6 p.m. Doesn't have to be reported. The paperwork has to be in. So we will see what happens. But right now, I can tell a lot of people aren't satisfied, at least with the Orioles moves.
James B is.
Rocco is on one today. Rocco is he's like, this is interesting.
You know you love me.
And look, I'll say this again. I think overall, going back to it, if we're looking at the moves right now, did the Orioles get better as a team? I think that they did. I think what people are soured on is giving players like Norby and Stowers. But here's the thing is, we don't know. We've mentioned this. We don't know what they're going to turn out to be.
Yeah.
Right? We don't know how that's going to be.
We got to pull up JT. Yes, they expect Danny Coulomb back if his timeline works out. Mike Elias said with that surgery to get those bone chips removed in his elbow, he's on a September timeline, but that is obviously could be subject to change. We don't know, and timelines aren't always what we think they're going to be. So if they get Danny Coulomb back, it's obviously big for the bullpen, but I would have still loved to have seen the Orioles make a splash, not even a big splash, just get a reliever, another reliever for those like high leverage situations.
Here's the other thing though. Like, I also look forward to what happens next year when some guys come back and be healthy, and then we have these other 2 starters that we're in control of, or the Orioles are in control of over the next 2 years. So you got to think about that too. Like, you know, if John Means, I hope he comes back healthy and from injury, and then Bradish also coming back from injury. So then you have, you know, those guys, and then Bautista as well. So the pitching staff should be pretty stacked. Go ahead.
The Reds have traded outfielder Austin Slater to the Orioles per C.
Oh my Lord.
Yep.
We're moving 1,000 miles a minute right here.
Well, okay, so what's the exact move?
Austin Slater to the Orioles. He's an outfielder on the Reds right now. Okay. Let's see what his deal is.
Interesting. I think this is more of a depth piece.
Hitting 185 with 1 home run and a 308 on base percentage in 108 at bats.
Depth piece.
Is that for cash, Rocco?
It doesn't say yet.
So does this mean? I don't know. This is kind of
so weird. They've acquired 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they acquired 7 players.
But again, I think that is. Where's it going with this? I think that's a depth piece. That's
not all of them. Not all of them are going to contribute or be up.
Yep. And quite frankly, guys, what happened, you can ask yourself, did the Orioles get better? Yes, I think they got better. I am shocked that they didn't go out and get another reliever.
Me too.
But I can see that the price was high for relievers. Clearly, that was too rich. The Yankees overall, they got Leiter Jr., but they didn't really make any big splashes. You know? The biggest one for them was Jazz.
Yeah.
And Yankees fans are in shambles right now.
And I think Jazz is actually going to end up being very good for them.
I do too.
So
I mean, we talked about it with Talking Jake. They wanted Yandy.
Fellas,
So-
another trade that I got MLB Network up. The Giants are acquiring Mark Canha from the Tigers, according to a source. I don't know if we brought that one up, and then they just brought up the Reds trade with the Orioles, but no word yet on who they're getting back.
You okay, Zach?
Yeah, Kylie McDaniel, Seth Johnson heading from Baltimore to the Phillies.
but what is that?
What is going
No,
on?
but so we're trying to get clarity on that.
Yeah.
It seems
Zach's in place.
there's other deals that we're trying to see.
Yeah, these trickle in for the next 20, 30 minutes after. the
Yeah,
deadline
so
ends.
it's we never really know. But if Seth Johnson's on the move,
Is that for another reliever from the Phillies?
I
bullpen?
hope so.
the Phillies are, I want to know. And looking at Kylie McDaniel on this, and again, I'm not going to overspeak on any of this. I'm just curious.
'Cause that was the best pitching prospect we thought they'd trade if they were to trade one. So I'd have to assume it'd be for a decent reliever.
Yeah.
We'll wait to see what happens. So we're not going to over-report, but we're seeing reports that something's out there.
I'm
And
trying to
again,
put together a full Orioles trade deadline haul, and I can't do it because they keep making moves.
I will say someone on Twitter just said, "Welcome back, Austin Hayes."
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, sorry, Austin. We actually didn't get the guys we thought we were going to get. Welcome back.
holy shirts and pants. Well, guys, if you're enjoying this, hit that like and subscribe button. If you're new to the channel, we'd appreciate that. You guys have been great. We've officially cruised past 11,000 viewers just on YouTube for this stream. And we have people are flooding in because we're going to talk about the trade deadline here as this simmers down. I thought maybe we'd stop traffic, but no. Moves are coming in.
Hey, Red,
Did we get? Yeah,
Diamondbacks acquired reliever Dylan Floro from the Nationals. That's for Ken Rosenthal and John Gambadoro.
Did you say Doug Dimmadome?
Doug Dimmadome for the
Homer
Dimsdale
of the
Dimmadome.
Dimmadome.
Dimsdale Dimmadome.
Good kid.
You should wear a hat like that.
I'm
Wear it to the stateside cup, just like a really tall top.
I might.
Yeah.
I might.
Kevin should. It might make him
my goodness.
What should I do?
You know Doug Dimmadome?
Yeah.
Owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome?
I wasn't allowed to watch that show, but I do know.
Why weren't you allowed to watch?
I've told this story. I wasn't allowed to watch Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, or Disney Channel until I was 15.
Fair enough.
So,
well, I have some thoughts, but fair enough. So for the Orioles right now, if let's look at the landscape of the Zach. Are you okay?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out who we just traded.
yeah.
How do you just say the prospect and not who they were getting?
That so.
What is it?
Hey,
Bryce Harper, welcome to Baltimore.
That's what Eric just asked.
Heel.
Zach Wheeler.
Let's go.
Heel cinnamon. So
Wheeler had a rough night. The Phillies were just like, you know what, we're you're out here.
We're done.
So let's look at you said Diamondbacks acquired Floro,
yeah.
Sorry,
yeah.
my bad.
You're good.
And that's from the Washington Nationals. So let's break that down for a second. And interesting, 33 years old, having a very, very solid year. 3.3 ERA, 2.06 ERA, 3-3 on the season. Record-wise, 52 innings pitched, 40 strikeouts. He's a pitch to contact type of guy, but it's a valuable piece going to the bullpen. So Diamondbacks trying to make some moves. I am very interested because I like the talent of Seth Johnson, so I don't want to jump to any conclusions. But so far, guys, a lot of moves to the National League. League. In the American League, we have not seen a ton. What?
I didn't know I was on the main screen. Just
you're up there for a reason.
I don't know what happened. I guess people were looking at that. So, I mean, be more. We're talking all over all the trades right now. There's a lot.
Yeah,
there's
relax.
a lot. You know,
relax, bro.
we're doing great. We're having fun. Hit that like and subscribe button. So
have a beer.
Right now, you're looking at the division. The Red Sox made a couple moves at this deadline, right?
Did we get that they just got Luis Garcia?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So Luis Garcia being one of them. They got Jansen earlier on in a deal. The Yankees obviously got Chaz Chisholm from the Marlins, and they required Mark Leiter Jr. today. The Orioles have.
We got it. I think Gregory Soto.
Oh no, that's who. I was hoping.
Really? Is it sure? Is it guaranteed?
I'm saying what's out there right now.
Where are you getting where that's out there?
Mark Feinstein. Yep.
Yeah.
So the Orioles are acquiring Soto, not Juan.
No.
So
Soto
Gregory Soto this year in 43 games has a 2-4 record. Obviously, it doesn't mean much as a reliever. Has a 4.08 ERA, 35.1 innings pitched, 44 strikeouts, a 1.58 WHIP. Lefty reliever. I guess the Orioles saw. Are we just running back the Phillies bullpen from last year? Are we like
20 walks?
Yeah, he had.
So let's look at.
All right, good.
Yeah, go ahead. You can finish it real quickly.
In 2022 with the Tigers, he had 30 saves. He had 24 holds for the Phillies last season. Has 7 this season, on top of 2 saves. 16 earned runs in 2024. And Zach basically talked about the rest. Career-wise, he's got a 4.23 ERA. He has 13 and 28. I know records are what they are as a relief pitcher. But 55 career saves, 141 earned runs, and 10 blown saves over the course of his career.
So this is I was just about to pull this up. We're thinking the same here. So his velo is high. So let me break this down here. And Zach, can you scroll a little bit up so people can see his repertoire of pitches? This is what he's known for. He's a power guy. He's a power pitcher. He throws some fuzz. Four-seamer has some sink to it. Kind of average slider. So it's interesting to me how he throws. It's not going to be that sharp kind of bender type of pitch. He's going to have like a slider sweeper. It's a 12-mile-an-hour difference, as you can see. But the Orioles added a flamethrower to the pen. That is what they've added. So if you're looking at it in some way, they did get a guy that they believe can be in a high-leverage situation. Now I know I'm looking at the numbers right now, and you can say, well, that's not making me feel a lot better on everything, Ryan, because the numbers need to be better. Well, look, he's got 44 Ks in 35 innings. He's a more of 1 strikeout per inning guy. Interesting.
20 walks though as well.
The walks is the interesting part. But you know what? Tanner Scott was a guy that had a lot. You got to be able to put guys away. The one thing with relievers is that they do teach, hey, we'd rather you sometimes. They teach this. I don't always agree with this. But if you can strike them out, great. If you walk them, it's okay as long as you strike them out and get them out. That's what people go to. So for Soto, that is his way.
I also love the ground ball rate, 83rd percentile. This is something that the Orioles have kind of been big on over the past. I mean, we just talked about it, especially with Rogers. But, strikes guys out, gets ground balls. You like that because even if he gets guys on, you have a guy who can, 1, get ground ball double plays, and 2, strike out guys if they need it in that situation. Seth Johnson was not going to help the Orioles this year, and I know everyone wants to call Elias prospect hugger, all that stuff. The Orioles got better. The Orioles got better today, and were they the moves, the big flashy moves I think people were looking for? No. But like we said, after they got Eflin in them, all we could ask for is the Orioles getting better at the trade deadline, and they did do that.
I'd like to see Soto keep the walks down in Baltimore. He's got a 2.2 strikeout to walk ratio. And, if he can limit the walks, I think he's going to be a solid addition to the pen. I don't think he's the addition people might have been hoping for, but they need guys that can help them in the coming months. They need more arms, and they need arms that have been there before. So you get a guy like this, you add him to the pen. I don't think it's a bad trade at all, considering what you just had to give up for him.
So here's the other thing. I saw someone ask, what's his contract? He is under contract until 2026. He'll have one more year of arbitration in 25, and he's an unrestricted free agent in 2026. So another guy with team control, but the Orioles are giving up their 8th or 9th overall prospect, team prospect, depending on how you view it or what source you use. But Seth Johnson, the other guys in front of him, and it's in this order on MLB prospects on MLB.com. It's 6 is Chase McDermott, 7's Cade Povich, and 8 is Seth Johnson. So they're lumping them all in the same category. I love the upside of Seth Johnson. I loved what he has the ability to do, but you're getting a guy in the relief spot that with the Orioles. If you've seen the relievers coming over to Baltimore, they've had a lot of success coming here. So you think the Orioles are looking at it and go, Soto's a guy that we think we can get more out of him. But for the time being, they needed another left-handed arm because Perez was the one guy that they had as far as like a hard-throwing lefty. Well, now they're adding another one. That's for damn sure. So I'll be very curious to see what's going on. What do you got, Zach?
If we look at Gregory Soto's last 15 appearances, he's pitched 13 innings, and he has only given up an earned run in 3 of those outings. 2 of them were 1 run. So if you want to go that, and then in his most recent outing, he went 1 inning and gave up 3 runs. So if you take out that one game, over 12 innings, he only gave up 2 runs over 14 appearances. So definitely a guy who is trending upwards. I'm happy about it. We even just talked about how the Orioles rotation now is kind of almost set for the next year. When you see Eflin, when you obviously had Rogers with Rodriguez, Kramer, and potentially whatever happens with Burns, Seth Johnson became expendable. I mean, he was the one, like we said, that you were comfortable trading out of the McDermotts, out of the Poviches. You thought Seth Johnson was that guy. They get a lefty reliever, so I'm happy with this trade. I am. I'm happy. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of talked myself into in that little 2-minute period of we didn't know who it was. Kind of talked myself into Jose Alvarado, but I knew that was very I was like, oh my gosh, just announce it. But I had a feeling it wasn't. So I'm happy with Soto.
The additions as well to the starting rotation, to the bullpen, everything along those lines. Albert Suarez can now be a bullpen arm, a middle reliever for the O's, and that's where he belongs. He helped the team when he could in the starting rotation. He got moved around a lot this season, and there were a lot of just unknowns for him, like where am I going to be pitching on any given day? Is it going to be the bullpen? Is it going to be the starting rotation? I think we all now can say Albert Suarez is going to be middle relief in the bullpen, and that's where he belongs. That's not a knock on him, but at his age with the wear and tear, it'll be nice to see him in the bullpen rather than a 4th or 5th starter in the O's rotation right now.
And so to talk about that was when we're saying what could happen with moves. Well, now if you keep Perez in your bullpen, it's 2 lefties with Soto and Perez, and you think Danny Coulomb comes back, the one that people are going to ask about, what happens with Cole Irvin? That's probably where people are going to talk about.
Yeah.
Soto will be in there. Obviously, Albert Suarez, I think the way his stuff plays, I think his role, Albert Suarez can even be thrown into late game situations, but the bullpen overall is better. It is better now than it was.
Yep.
Dominguez, you have Soto. Now, again, the Orioles are banking on these Philly guys to be special. The Phillies made some big moves. They got Estevez specifically, and they're banking that their big guys are going to hold up. The Orioles are banking that they got players that they think are very good, but for not saying a discount, but cost less from what the Angels gave up. So it's just an interesting situation to be in right now, but
we have another player
Oh, God.
to the Orioles in that Austin Slater trade. Apparently, they also received recently designated for assignment Livan Soto.
Another Soto.
Cole Irvin was just designated for assignment as well. I don't know if we talked about this earlier, but yeah.
Well, no, that's what I just said. It was going to be the move.
Yeah.
If they were bringing in another lefty, then the move was Cole.
I can't.
Welcome back, Livan.
What'd you say, Kev?
I can't fit all these names in this post. There have been 18 names moved to or from the Orioles.
Yeah,
Blake Hunt recalled in the roster move here, and Cole Irvin designated for assignment.
Well, Rocco, we'll give you the floor. How do you feel?
Damn.
Huh?
We'll give you the floor. How do you feel?
Yeah. Wow, Rocco.
I don't want to talk about it. Take me off screen.
I can. Can I talk about one thing though? When we're talking about Seth Johnson, we talk about the Orioles, like, replacing that depth. How did they acquire Seth Johnson? How did they get McDermott? How did they get Povich? It's these trades that you took and got the lower A, high A guys that turned out well. They do the same thing as we just talked about with Patrick Riley. So it's almost like the Orioles are replacing Seth Johnson with Patrick Riley, saying, hey, you might be a year behind when Seth would have come up, which actually will work better on our timeline if you do turn out to be a successful big leaguer. So that makes sense there. Kind of just switching Billy Cook, saying, okay, you're not, as an outfielder, second baseman, not going to get much time here in AAA. Let's get Patrick Riley, who we believe in, and can maybe become something in a few years and buy some time there while not completely devastating the prospect line.
Brock, what you got?
Todd Zalecki just put out just a minute ago, hearing Class A righty Moises Chase also headed to the Phillies in the Gregory Soto deal. Seth Johnson also in there, as Kylie McDaniel and others reported. So,
my Lord.
What?
So here we are.
Oh, Kev, you got to add that too, right?
I can't. I have taken out every single thing I can in this tweet. It is only names, and I cannot. I have 7 more characters, and I cannot add another name.
Chase is going to the Phils, Kev.
It does. I can. No, I have guys coming in and guys going out.
Yeah, I just wanted to clear that up. That's all me. So,
no, I appreciate you.
Do we start to have the conversation of who won the trade deadline?
Well, the thing I'm wondering about at the moment, I don't even know how much storage space we have on this StreamYard anymore, because
my computer sounds like it's going to blow up right now.
Because we're at 4 hours and 20 minutes.
It doesn't matter. I mean, it'll save on YouTube.
No matter what?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Well, I don't want to dive so deep. Well, Rocco.
JD Davis for the Rays. Heyman.
Okay.
We got
DFA.
that.
He was DFA'd and then acquired by the Rays.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
I agree. I thought it said Rocco was insane. Never mind. I don't know if Rob apologize. I thought that said Rocco. Then I agree. So let's start with, if you want to do that, that's right now. Let's look at and I would agree. I saw a comment here. A winner for being a seller is the Miami Marlins.
Yes. Absolutely.
You got a ton of players. You're talking about trying to get more lottery tickets to rebuild your team. You got a ton there. Tremendous value back, including the 2 Orioles, Norby and Stowers, who right now you can plug and play and give them a run to see what they can continue to do. For another team, Kansas City, I liked what Kansas City did today. I thought that, or overall, you added Lorenzen. What was their other moves for Kansas City I was pulling up that we were talking about?
It was Eric. Can't even think. My head hurts right now from the A's. Kansas City made the trade for the reliever in Oakland.
Erceg.
Erceg, right? And Paul DeJong went there as well. I like what they have. I like also the fact that they have a good rotation that's playing well. They have a lot of confidence. Bobby Witt Jr. is emerging as a serious MVP candidate, and he already was, but now him and Judge, he's past Gunnar. He's right there now competing with Judge, which is incredible to see. Do you guys have a team in mind specifically?
Yeah, I think the Pirates. Maybe not so much a winner, but definitely like one of those. We got to keep an eye on the Pirates kind of, activity, whatever you want to call it, trade deadline, what have you. As I think the Pirates definitely had a good trade session with bringing in, Brian De La Cruz, obviously, a bunch of other guys. So I think the Pirates are definitely making some sort of push for the postseason with these types of trades.
Yep. I'm gonna go with the Royals, man. They're my winners at the deadline right now. I mean, they made the moves necessary to get them in a position to contend, to potentially contend when it's all said and done. And what are they in second or third place in their division right now? And what they added, they get Michael Lorenzen, they get Erceg, They get Hunter Harvey, they get Paul DeYoung, and you might look at, some of those moves and you're like, they're okay. Their starting rotation, their 1-2 punch of who is it, Lugo and Reagans, it's solid right now for them. So to add, and then to add a bat as well, I think they did a really good job of addressing their needs at the deadline. And Kansas City fans right now, they should be happy with what they got with the team they have right now.
Kev?
To be different.
You don't have to be different.
You don't have to.
Well, I want. I'm going to say the Mariners, not as the big winner, but I just like what they did.
Yeah, Mariners did good.
They added bats. They needed bats.
I agree. And I think Randy Rosarina, actually, he was really coming on here.
Yeah. The
last couple months. He was off to a brutal start to the season, but he's not far removed again from an all-star season literally last year.
Yeah.
He, to me, was probably the biggest bat that got moved before everything that's happened here. Really, really a good player that you take a chance on your good players there. And I think that Rosarina is still a very good player. Despite a slow start, he's going to clear 20 home runs again. Zach, who is a winner for you so far on it? Go ahead.
The Pittsburgh Pirates, and mostly the Pittsburgh Pirate fans, because this team should be going out and trying to win right now. They have an incredible young starting rotation that I think can help them in the playoffs and take them to where they want to be. But the big thing was they needed bats. You add De La Cruz from Miami. You go get IKF. Billy Cook from the Orioles. I know we've been talking about Patrick Riley, but you switch it. Billy Cook could be seeing time in Pittsburgh in the majors very soon as a great utility guy. I think the Pirates got better, and the Pirates put themselves in a position to compete. So my biggest winner right now from the deadline is going to be Pirates fans, because they were begging to go in this year. Not all in, because you still got guys with control like De La Cruz, but they went out there and tried to get better. They got better without completely throwing away their prospects, without sacrificing the future. So I loved the day for Pirates fans. I even tweeted out, couldn't be happier for Pirates fans. Hate Steeler fans, but the Pirates fans in you, I feel good that you get to at least see your team going for it this year.
And they certainly are, no doubt about it. And again, if you guys are just tuning in to the Ryan Ripken Show, hit that like and subscribe button. We also have Kevin and Zach React, which reacts to every post game of Orioles for the Ravens season. We're based out of Baltimore, but we cover all of baseball. We'll cover the Maryland region, though. That's where we're from, but we will cover football a lot as we get closer. There's the Kevin and Zach React link. To continue, go subscribe to that. This is the Ryan Ripken Show. Would love for you guys to like and subscribe if you've enjoyed what we're doing. Guys, another team. How about the Dodgers? Once again,
Jack Flaherty,
Kevin Kiermaier going over there. And the Dodgers are a team, once again, they're not afraid to go out and spend, and they certainly did. Now, the recent news, since we are from Baltimore, for all the moves that the Orioles did make, they got Gregory Soto. You picked up Trevor Rogers today. You picked up Eloy Jimenez, but the corresponding move for Soto joining the Orioles is the Orioles have designated for assignment Cole Irvin. So that is the news right there. So that is where we are with that. Boom, boom, boom. You know what? Hey,
I assume they're done. I don't want to really say that because we keep getting moves in, but I gave up on the tweet. I cannot.
That's fine.
So 18 names moved.
Yep. So what do we say about this then? And maybe, I don't know, Zach, I mean, with the thumbnails, is it worth changing to say it's just like the trade deadline in general, or does it matter at this point?
Trade deadline grades, we could grade. So how would you guys grade the Orioles deadline?
Hold on before we do that. If you're seeing Caleb, appreciate it. We have so you can subscribe for free to the channel, but then we have our tiers. We have the Rips Good Kids and the Holy Shirts and Pants, which is our highest tier, where we will give more behind-the-scenes footage of what we talk about, what we do, and more of the breakdowns. You guys will see it first. Our guests that are coming on, you guys will know first. And truly, joining goes right back into making this product. We do this live typically only twice a week. We're trying to do it 5 times a week. And our money that is gotten from the channel is going back in the studio. We've gotten new lights. We've gotten our accessories here, laptop, cameras, soundboard. Like, we're really just trying to make this product better here, and your donation to the channel or subscription means a lot to us. Am I missing something there?
No, just hit the button, join button next to subscribe. If you guys want to join either one of those, we certainly would love that. And we have fun with all of our Holy Shirts and Pants Club. So it's a good time. You won't regret it.
It's a GT at the GT. Should we talk about losers for a minute? Or just,
Yes. Sorry.
The Tampa Bay Rays were definitely losers.
But so they made quite a bit of moves, though. So I don't know if they're losers. They made a choice.
I don't love what the Red Sox did, personally.
Okay, so should we? Why?
I just feel like they didn't get enough. I feel like they had enough to compete this year. They're going to compete this year, but I would have liked to see them add a little bit more than they did. I feel like compared to what some of the other teams did in the division, their moves were kind of underwhelming, in my opinion.
Curious to get Justin's opinion on that.
Yeah.
3-0 take Justin.
For sure.
Kyle,
sorry.
Damn. Kyle's the new Justin. Jaron's the new face of baseball. It's all the same thing, right?
I suck at names so bad.
That's okay. Well, Rock, you got a team that you were surprised with?
I'm like, dude, I'm trying to like.
How about this? I'll go
because I'm like,
Rocco, you ready? Or Zach, you want to go?
Yeah, you need to talk about losers. I think look nowhere else but the New York Yankees. I mean, it seemed like the Yankees, after acquiring Jazz Chisholm, like you felt like, okay, and we talked to Talking Jake about it. We've seen on the internet people talking that the Yankees, like, that was a start. Then we heard, okay, they're in on Pete Fairbanks, Isaac Paredes. They're in on Crochet. Then they were out on Crochet. They were in on Tanner Scott. They were in on all these guys, the Jack Flaherty's, and it felt like, okay, the Yankees have to go make another move, and for them to not get really anything besides what they got rid of Tony Ferguson in a DFA acquisition. What else did they? I feel like there was one other move that they. Oh well, Garrett Cole scratched tonight. That was the other news from New York, but it really just felt like an underwhelming trade deadline from the Yankees, especially after they went out and got Jazz. You felt like, oh crap, the Yankees want this. The Yankees are going to go for this with Soto and Judge this year. I feel like if you're a Yankee fan, you have to be disappointed.
Yeah, it is a team that was competing, right? That expected that they were going to go make more moves, and obviously they got Mark Leiter Jr. today.
That's what it was, yes.
But overall, you're sitting here and going, did the Yankees do enough? But just like Orioles fans are wondering, did the Orioles do enough? I don't think by any means what the Orioles did was being losers at all. I think the team's better. I 1,000%. I'm not going to say that the Orioles are bona fide winners. I think that they are bona fide. They are better than they were to start the deadline. And I think that it has the upside, but we don't know yet. We don't know yet. But
Right, so-
they made moves. I love Eflin. You believe in the upside of Rogers. Now you hope then that the bullpen pieces that you added can be answers, but they didn't get the quote unquote closer high leverage dude.
That's what I wanted. Like, for those of you who are watching, we're going to make this a clippable moment because I thought Kevin actually had a good idea with this. So let's just give the grades for the Orioles, and we can go around the room.
But before you do that, can I just finish with the loser so then we can just have it all be in one?
Yeah.
One of the losers, if the Marlins sold off so much, and I know that there wasn't maybe a ton from this team, but what was the Rockies' plan of action? Am I losing my mind so much? Did the Rockies make a ton of trades?
No.
No.
Right? So the Rockies sit they sit at 38-69, which is statistically the worst in the National League right now. And when you're looking at their roster, which I just had here, where did I just put it? Here we go. I'm not saying that they're going to have all these pieces. Having said that, though, are there pieces that they could have traded? Probably. There's probably some arms that they could have given up, and seeing how many moves were made.
Yeah.
I think if you're that far off, like the Marlins gave up players that had some value, but Tanner Scott being the highest, right? And Trevor Rogers. But you think if you throw some names out there, would teams have bit? I think so. So I just think for a team, if you're losing that much, thought the Marlins cashed in the most. On the flip side, Rockies did not. Now, Brad, let's go around with that.
D-backs too. Z-backs.
That's the team that I was going to bring up because they got Josh Bell. I was trying to look at the moves they made because I'm looking. They're 7 games out right now. And did they do enough? Because they got Floro from the Nationals and they got Bell. But this is a team that went to the World Series last year and represented the National League. But they did catch lightning in a bottle. I don't know if they're going to do that again this season. So you would have liked to have seen the Diamondbacks add more than they have. But I guess they got what they think they needed. I don't think it was enough.
Yeah, I don't think it was enough either. So that would have been another one that I would have brought up. But so it obviously a ton of moves today. Absolutely crazy day, not just for the Orioles, but everywhere. But I think it's worth asking whether or not what kind of grades we should give the Orioles as far as the trade deadline is concerned. I mean, I can go ahead and go first. My overall grade, if I was going to give them a grade, I think it'd probably be like a B-. One of the big reasons is because the Orioles did really well, I think, given what they had in the circumstances and what teams were asking for elite pitchers was just way too much. So working with what they had, I think they did really well on the starting rotation side, just not there for that high leverage situation type pitcher. I was really kind of expecting that. And so that's kind of why I would say it'd be more of like a B-. I don't know if I'd go any lower than that.
Okay, fair enough. Who would like to?
John Heyman, I'm sorry, just got Heyman again. He said his phone blew up at the end and there was miscommunication. J.D. Davis was not traded.
Shocking. Shocking.
I just put that out there. I'm sorry.
All right.
All right, let's go. Let's go to Zach. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Brad. This is a B- in my eyes. They had opportunity. I'm going to say they had opportunities because the opportunities were out there. Does that mean that they were, going to happen? No, but there were guys out there like the Scooble, like the Crochet, who I think you could have gone to make this an A+. This is not saying a B- is a bad trade deadline. The Orioles got better. The Orioles got better and put themselves in a better position than they were a week ago. But I would be lying to you if I said I wasn't a little disappointed that they didn't go get a certified ninth inning guy like a Tanner Scott, like a Finnegan. So that's kind of where I'm taking a lot off. I also would have preferred you get a true outfielder besides Eloy Jimenez, who doesn't really necessarily feel like a move that it helps the right-handed bat situation, but I don't know how it helps getting more prospects up, getting more guys playing time. It felt like that could have been more of a Coby Mayo move, but at the end of the day, we will see how that all goes down and kind of what, it's a salary dump. Let's see new spot, what's the word am I looking for? New atmosphere. For Eloy Jimenez. Let's see if that helps him out. If he can stay healthy, it's going to be a good trade. But I'm going to go with Brad. I'm at a B-. I could be up to a B, but if it was like a Kevin Pillar instead of a Eloy Jimenez, who I think fits that left field backup role better against right-handers, I probably would be getting it like a B+. But I'll go B- right now. I'm not too disappointed, but they could have done more.
Fair enough. Who would like to go next talking about this? Go ahead, Rock.
I mean, I'll go with a B- as well. And I'm not just saying it because these guys did. It's the Orioles for what they gave up and for what they got in return and not having to give up any of your untouchables, as we would say, the Coby Mayos, the Jackson Holidays, guys that you see, Samuel Basayo, the guys that you want here for the long run and guys that could be the future of the franchise, and to get depth in the bullpen. That's a need. You got that. Okay. To get a bat, that's one of their needs. They got that. And then to get 2 starting pitchers, you may feel one way or the other about one of them, but you push guys back out of the rotation that don't need to be there right now. This was a rotation that suffered through its injuries, okay? And then you end up with Kyle Bradish on the injured list. You end up with John Means on the injured list. You end up with Tyler Wells on the injured list. Other guys were on the injured list as well. So to get the guys they got in a rotation that featured Cole Irvin, who just got designated for assignment, hate to see that, but it happened for a reason. And then Albert Suarez to be pushed to a middle relief role. I think the Orioles addressed the needs, and this was not a failure of a deadline by any means. And if you think that, I think you're crazy.
I think I'll save my opinion for a second. Kevin.
I don't know if anyone has said this one. I'm going to go B-. But I was thinking that before anybody went, but I do go B- because I feel like if we're getting down into like the C grades, I don't think that does the Orioles justice because they did upgrade their roster. I think the question everybody does have is it enough? We throw all these big names out there, and we talked forever about Scooball and Crochet, and we talked about all these guys, but I think the names that we are seeing actually on the team now are not the names that we really spent a lot of time on. And at the end of the day, it's kind of what I talked about earlier in the show, where it's like this team prioritized getting guys who can be on this team for multiple seasons with team control. That's always going to cost you more in terms of your prospects. I'm still a little shocked at the Norby Stowers combined trade, but again, it costs a lot to get a lefty starter in this market. Pitching was always at a premium, and I think we saw that with Kikuchi yesterday, where the Astros gave up an absolute haul. Obviously, Tanner Scott for a rental as a bullpen guy even. The Padres gave up almost their entire farm system for him. So I think at the end of the day, Baltimore's bullpen got new life. They got a starter where you can push Albert Suarez of the bullpen also, which I think is another move in its own, even though I know people don't really want to hear that, but it is. And to me, the rotation also did get an upgrade where you're not kind of wondering, like, are they going to try the Povich McDermott thing? Who's going to slot in here? Who's going to slot in there? I think right now you have a pretty set five, and that to me is a good thing because you're able to get more on a schedule, and guys aren't coming up and going down. I think you can establish more of a rhythm with these guys, and I think it's important for them to also have gotten a guy like Eloy Jimenez, who, again, you're not going to get much out of him in the field, but I still think he does give you the ability, if the health is the question, but if he can stay healthy, I think he can be a big player for them down the stretch, who, again, now we're seeing the Orioles take on salary dumps. Like it's a new era here. And that's something that's really interesting too.
Yeah.
Yep. So before I give my take here, we appreciate everyone that's tuned in. So if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. We really would appreciate it. We talk a lot of Orioles, obviously, but we talk a lot of baseball. When it gets to football, we're going to talk a lot of Ravens because we're from the Baltimore region, but we're going to talk a lot of football when that time comes around, and moving down into other parts of Maryland, maybe into some college athletics. But to finish it off here on my grade, look, I'm actually going to upgrade it up. I'm going to say a B, a solid B. And I'm going to give you the reason why. It's part of what the Orioles did and part of what other teams didn't do. Okay? So when we're looking at the American League, I think the Orioles are in a great position compared to their teams. And when you're looking at it, I think the Orioles are a more complete team than the New York Yankees, given what happened at the deadline. Now, for the Orioles, I think their rotation is more put together. I think that they added some pieces in the bullpen. And look, we don't know fully what's going to happen with this bullpen, but what you can appreciate is the Orioles went after more veterans. Eflin, they got him. Trevor Rogers, they're banking on him. That's the one that's going to make or break this deal down the road here for me. Trevor Rogers turns into that form that they're hoping what they gave up, then in that case, it's going to turn out to be a very good deal. Now, Dominguez and Soto, you're hoping that those guys can find even more success, but they bring a veteran presence to a bullpen. You want veteran presence. On the offensive side, Eloy Jimenez is a guy that you're not expecting for defensive production per se, but you think a guy in a new scenery can go out there, hit some balls around the yard, and be a beast in the middle of your lineup. That's your hope. Biggest issue for him, though, injuries. Only played over 120 games twice so far in his big league career. So being on the field is so important, but you're leaving the worst team in baseball in the Chicago White Sox and you're joining one of the best. That's great. But honestly, when you look around, I just think that the Orioles are, that's why I'm giving it the B. I'm not saying it was the greatest moves of all, that like, oh, they got slam dunk, but you kept all of your guys that you wanted to keep. You got better. And on top of it, you solidified yourself, in my opinion, as still being the best team in the American League East. And you're going to give yourself a chance here to be a team that can contend and make a run. Because right now, the only teams that would scare me, and if it stays the way it is, it's Houston and Texas. And at the moment, only one of those teams is making it to the playoffs at this moment. Times can change. So I'm giving it a B, solid B, because of what other teams did. And we're going to have to see what's going to happen here with the Baltimore Orioles with the guys that they acquired. Cool? Comprende?
Is real quick before we get out of here, because I'm assuming this is going to be very, very short-lived after this with the Orioles game starting. But yeah. Jacob Calvin-Meyer, who writes for the Baltimore Sun, he just pointed something out. I mean, that you kind of alluded to earlier with the Orioles taking on a salary dump, because that hasn't happened really in years past. It's like, can you name a time where the Orioles took on a big contract like that just because it's a salary dump from another team? It's like lately. And then taking on Zach Eflin's $18 million salary for 2025. Could that be telling of the future here in Baltimore financially with what's going to potentially happen this offseason? Maybe, because it doesn't seem like Tarek Skubal was going anywhere regardless, or Crochet was going anywhere regardless. But could this offseason like really get wild for this franchise in a good way?
I think that they're going to sit down after this season and go, what do we have? What are we willing to spend? And then what are the priorities? So yes, I think that you're going to see a change, and you've already seen a change in philosophy. It's just going to be now, what are you going to prioritize? And you're going to have some tough decisions. Corbin Burns is going to try to hit the market. Tony Taters, you could try to keep him from hitting the market, but he's playing himself into a massive contract right now. He's playing really, really well. And as we talk about this right now,
2 on RBI double.
There it is.
Right on cue, Zach. Beautiful.
And again, he's on pace to lead the Orioles once again in home runs and RBIs. And that's a hard thing to replicate. It's also hard to replicate a top pitcher in baseball in Corbin Burns, and Corbin's enjoyed his time here. So yes, Rock, I think that you're going to see a lot of different moves. And I think, if you guys trust me, I think I've led you guys not astray so far. I have a pretty good pulse on what's happening. I told you none of those guys were going to go. And I do believe the Orioles are going to make the moves in the offseason when the time comes.
So when you get a shit-eating grin on your face again, when you're looking down at your phone, we know something's coming in the offseason, right?
Yeah, I know some things too. That's true.
Keep that to yourself. Yeah. Learn how to play poker there first and foremost. Figure that out. Then we'll go from there. Can't be showing everyone your emotions.
Or you do.
I didn't break the news.
No.
Zach, what are you doing?
What are you doing, idiot?
My camera was just not working all of a sudden. And I was trying to figure out how to return it on. The day when I was just seeing it, just like it just completely disappeared. I was just staring at it.
I have a lot of questions for you. But look, I think it's time we get out of here.
I'm hungry.
I think it's time. And I am
almost 5 hours.
Good stuff.
5 hours later. And earlier, we started off the day. We had Gary Williams stole my lawn furniture in here, and we had Brad Brach on the program here earlier, former Orioles. So go back and watch it. I think it was within hour 1 of the program here. But we covered the trade deadline. We'll be back later on Thursday for the regular Ryan Ripken Show. It is out on the audio formats right now on Spotify and Apple, wherever you get your podcast. So rate and review so we can get a better idea. But if you guys are still feeling some reactions, Kevin and Zach will be live after the Orioles game tonight to break it all down. So go to Kevin and Zach React on YouTube. Hit that subscribe button right there. And, of course, the Ryan Ripken Show. Hit that like and subscribe button. We appreciate you guys. Become a member. Become a Rips Good Kid or Holy Shirts and Pants member. All of the above. It's just the beginning for everyone. We appreciate you. Do we even cue the music, or is it just it's not even a show? Do we?
Rip, again, audio forms, the platforms that we have, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Leave a rating, leave a review. Let us know what you think about that. We really appreciate the feedback. And of course, follow Ryan's Instagram. We post a lot of reels there as well at Ryan Ripken. So a lot of the content you see here, you'll see it in short-term videos on his Instagram account. We're going to continue to push that content out as the days and weeks go on.
Yeah. Zach, when are you going to play NHL with Connor Norby now?
Oh, no. Oh, my God. This is the.
You can play me in
We'll
NHL.
figure it out.
I'm going to have to. I'm legitimately about to DM him on Twitter and be like, congrats, man, but this does hinder you coming into the studio to play NHL. So,
Well, if they're on the road and they come in next year.
very true. Very true. We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen. There will be content. I will play Connor Norby in NHL. So,
Joe's gonna get that off. Goodbye, Joe.
Get it right. Get it tight. Can we cue it?
Yeah.
Okay. As always, here on the Ryan Ripken Show, we appreciate you guys for tuning in. As always, have a day, have a night. Enjoy yourself on this Tuesday. Be back on Thursday for much more of the Ryan Ripken Show. Peace. I think we might have lost internet. I think we're still live, but we lost internet.
What?
The internet gave out as we were shutting off.
I
So we're still live.
I still see it. Yeah.
I still see it.